Good morning. An hour early. Are you awake? I may not sound like it, but I am. And up since my normal time of stupid early in the morning. Anyway, happy Wednesday. I am alternate juror. We are starting early today because I want to get this Lamar Johnson hearing wrapped up because it seems like anytime there's nothing going on, I start something, then all kinds of things pop off. So I don't know that we'll finish it today, but we're going to try really hard. So with that, George, you only ran out of goldfish because you made Gabby make fish sticks out of all of them. So that's your fault, from what I hear. But anyway, good morning or good afternoon. Where are you at on time? Afternoon? Good morning, Stormy. Good to see you. And Gabby. Good to see you. Be careful driving. Do not yell at people. Please. And thank you. Oh. Figure out what I'm doing. It's like you start an hour early and your brain doesn't work yet. You know, whatever. So today we are going to get, one update I have real quick. The, to put it nicely, the very large chested woman we saw the other night, her pretrial is Monday. Shocking. Almost as shocking as her boobs were. You missed it, George. Sorry. Well, I wouldn't say you missed it. They are scary. So we'll see what happens there. I'm still not confident that she's going to ever see trial, but we'll see. I think there will be a lot of things that happen in between free trial and trial date, but I don't know. A lot of us thought she was faking and trying to get, where she's not competent to stand trial. But, that's not for us to decide. As far as I know, none of us are psychiatrists or psychologists. If you are, you haven't told me about it. Well, Gabby, that's because you live in the city. I'm sorry. We would have just waved you on and waved. And, well, kind of. Maybe sometimes. But we wouldn't have, done all that. That's quite dramatic. All right, let's get into this. So we heard, when we finished up on Monday, we heard testimony from Lamar Johnson's girlfriend at the time of the incident. And she was basically his alibi. And sounds like nobody came to talk to her. Now, the state fired back. Did you go talk to anybody? She was 18 years old. It's like, I didn't know what to do. And I don't know how many of us would at that time. There was no internet to tell us what to do. Hey, Grandma. Good morning. Good to see you. Thank you for being here. Hey, Alex. George. So we are going to watch Lamar Johnson's testimony today. He's getting ready to take the stand. And I appreciate it, Grandma. Be safe. After his testimony, they rest. And the state only has 2 witnesses. I haven't listened, but when I was going through yesterday to get timestamps, it seems to get heated spicy. Let's say spicy, between the judge and the state's witness, which is the Detective Nickerson, who we have heard a lot about in this hearing. Because I did catch at the end of it, the judge apologizes to the detective for being so hard on him. So I could tell they were going back and forth, and it seemed like the detective kind of had a defensive posture about his work on this case. It's 30 years ago. Who knows how good his memory is? Who knows? Did he get tunnel vision? We know it happens. I think I don't know because, again, I did not listen. I believe that most of us are thinking the judge is leaning towards Lamar Johnson's side at this point. I think the detective will either tip him to that side or then make him question a little bit more. The last witness they put on is Marcus Boyd, who was the victim in this matter, his girlfriend at the time. She's not up there very long. Um, hey, Super Son, how's it going? Get all that work done. Your baby's almost here. Um, I don't know. She has short-term memory loss because she had a stroke, apparently. I did hear that much. The Lamar Johnson side doesn't even ask her any questions, so I don't even know that the judge asked her any questions. So we may not even. I don't know that we need to listen to her. The detective, Lamar Johnson, and the detective are going to be the big ones. So if we can get both of them done today, we can probably wrap this up and move on. A lot of sidebars, a lot of breaks, as you know. I don't know. Whoopsies. I didn't write down anything else exciting that happened. We'll just see. We will not we. Oh, that's what happens when it's early. Maybe this wasn't a good idea for me. It's almost like the night stream the other night. Maybe I don't know. Maybe they're really good ideas. I'm trying to push play on the wrong screen. It's gonna be a day. It's gonna be a day. You've all been warned. I can't do anything else for you. I have it. I have the ruling. So this hearing has happened. And the judge, um, it took months, 2 months for the ruling, because I have another hearing that has happened, and I'm waiting to see when the judge issues that ruling. So we'll get it. I have it all, but because I know that these hearings like this, the judge can take a long time to come back, and I didn't want to do something and then be like, "Oh, hey, remember 6 months ago when we watched that trial? Here's the decision." Because everybody'd be like, "What? We did what?" And I'd have to go through it all, so we can just do it all. It's my plan. All right, let's go.
You may call your next witness, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Call for our next witness, Mr. Lamar
This dude, he never stays by the mic ever.
You solemnly swear that the testimony you are about to give in this call is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
All right, everything's up as high as it'll go. Does he have leg shackles on? Or maybe he just has a bad leg because he is in prison. Sad.
Counsel, you may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Johnson, would you state your full name for the court, please?
Lamar Allen Johnson,
What's your birthday, sir?
12/6/73,
How old are you today?
49,
Where do you currently reside?
Jefferson City Correctional Center,
Behind bars.
How long have you been there? Let me rephrase it. You were arrested for the murder of Marcus Boyd back in November of 1994, right?
yes, sir,
How old were you then?
20,
And so you have been incarcerated for what, over 28 years?
yes, sir,
It's a long time.
yes, sir,
And this is the first time you've had to tell your story.
yes, sir, in the court,
going to ask you first, did you kill Marcus Boyd?
No,
I
sir.
need to clear up something from your last question, because I could go back and check, but he didn't testify at the trial, his initial trial.
He did not testify at trial, Your Honor. Yes. He was, and he will, we'll ask him that he wanted to, but his attorney suggested he not.
I can understand those circumstances. I just wanted to be sure I was clear. Go ahead.
Did you kill Marcus Boyd?
No, sir.
Were you with Marcus Boyd the day or evening he was killed?
No, sir.
Did you have any involvement whatsoever in his murder?
No, sir.
Did you know him?
Yes, sir.
Were you friends?
Yes, sir.
Had you lived together for a time, shared an apartment?
Yes, sir.
You want to be a little careful on the leading. Let the witness tell the story.
Try to shorten things up a little bit.
All right.
Tell us in your own words how you knew and what your relationship was with Marcus Boyd.
I met Marcus through Leslie. Well, I was
Take your
dating.
time and talk clearly and loudly.
Okay. I was dating Pamela Williams, my youngest daughter's mother, and she is cousins with Leslie Williams, who was dating Marcus at the time.
Let me see if I understand what you just said. You were friends with Pam Williams,
Now, I was dating a girl named Pamela Williams,
Pamela.
and her cousin is Leslie, who was dating Marcus.
Okay. So, and you lived together for a while?
Yes.
Did you sell drugs together?
I will rule
Let me,
that.
are you talking about the audio, George? Because it's really bad.
You answer.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Let me see if I could, I'll take the bass out.
How long had you known Marcus Boyd before he was killed?
About 5 years.
Let me ask you a little bit about
Is that better?
where were you living in October 1994?
On Rucker Lane, 1112 Rucker.
1112
Rucker.
Rector, and whose house was that?
Me and Erica's.
You and Erica?
Yes.
Okay, sir. Did you go to high school here in St. Louis?
Yes, sir.
What high school did you go to?
I went to Roosevelt, and then I went to a management law and public policy.
I'm sorry, what was it?
It was called management law and public policy.
Okay. Did you graduate from high school?
No, sir.
Did you get a GED degree?
I did. Yes, sir.
And did you spend any, did you attend any courses in a community college?
Yes, sir.
Where?
Forest Park.
I guess at some time you were living at home like most of us with our parents.
Yes, sir.
How old were you when you left? Did you leave your parents' house at some time?
Yes, sir.
Go out on your own?
Yes, sir.
When was that?
About 18.
When you were about 18 years old?
Yes, sir.
Your mother and father both work?
My mother did. I don't know much about my father.
You don't know your father?
No, sir.
Okay. Where'd your mother work?
She was a medical transcriptionist at a hospital.
Have you ever been married?
No, sir.
Do you have any children?
Yes, sir.
How many children do you have?
2.
One by Erica that she just talked about,
Yes, sir.
and one by Pam Williams,
Yes, sir.
the first cousin of Leslie Williams, who was married to Marcus Boyd.
Yes, sir.
Interesting.
Prior to the time you were convicted of the murder of Marcus Boyd, did you have any jobs? Did you do any work?
Yes, sir.
Tell the court what you did.
Well, at the time when I was locked up, I was working at Jiffy Lube. I was doing preventive maintenance work there.
Did you work in any auto shops,
Yes, sir.
publishing house,
Yes, sir.
Jiffy Lube?
Jiffy Lube. Yes, sir.
Did you ever murder anyone?
No, sir.
Have you been arrested for any crimes other than for the murder of Marcus Boyd?
Yes, sir.
Tell us what you were arrested for. Well, how, have you been convicted of any crime? Let me,
I was about, yeah.
thank you, Your Honor.
Let me just stick with convictions. Go
Yes.
ahead.
The only thing I've been convicted of is tampering with an automobile and possession of drugs.
Did you serve any time in prison for any of those drugs?
No, sir.
What was your sentence, if any?
Probation.
Sorry, probation
Yes, sir.
for both of those?
Right.
So at the time you were convicted of the murder of Marcus Boyd, were you out on probation for those two crimes?
Yes, sir.
Did you know Philip Campbell?
Yes, sir.
Did you know James B.A. Howard?
Yes, sir.
Did you know Cerrone Puffy Spates?
Yes, sir.
Did you know Cedric Cummings?
Yes, sir.
Did you know Greg Elking?
No, sir.
I'm sorry, did you say no, sir?
No, sir.
Other than at the trial, at your trial, have you ever met Greg Elking?
No, sir.
Did you know where James Howard's mother house was on Louisiana in October 1904?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, 1994.
Yes, sir.
Was it on the same street as Marcus Boyd?
Yes, sir.
Overruled. Only because it's kind of a collateral issue.
On October 30, 1994, the date that Marcus Boyd was killed, were you in James Howard's mother's house at 39 on Louisiana?
No, sir.
Were you with Philip Campbell, James Howard, Puffy Spates, or Cedric Cummings at any time on October 30, 1994?
No, sir.
Did you know by October 30, 1994, did you know of any plans by anyone to kill Marcus Boyd
No, sir.
or to rob Marcus Boyd?
No, sir.
If you recall, what were you doing that day of October 30, 1994, or the evening?
Just riding around, meeting people, making drug transactions.
Did you see Erica Barrow on that day?
That evening, yes.
Okay. You just heard Erica testify,
Yes, sir.
right, sir? And is it a fact that you went and picked her and her baby up at her mother's house that evening?
Yes, sir.
When you get starting to lead on material facts, be careful.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
You're starting to lead on material facts.
Okay.
So be careful.
Just tell us what you did that evening. Maybe that'll be easier.
I think so. Go ahead.
Erica's mother was babysitting for us, and when she got off work, she walked to her mother's house. That's what she normally did. And I went and picked him up, and we went back to our apartment.
Where did you go that night and why did you go on October 30, 1994, after you picked Erica Barrow up?
I got a call from a guy I met that wanted to buy some drugs from me.
Okay, you
Well,
got
that's the why. Where did you go?
After I picked her up,
Yeah.
we went home. We went to our apartment.
and so why did you got a call from a guy who wanted to buy some drugs from you?
Yes, sir.
You know who it was?
I only met him one time.
You met him one time, and that was that evening?
No, I met him once before.
Okay. So why did you go over to the apartment of Anita Barrow and Robert Williams?
Because that's where I met him at.
That's
on
where
on that corner.
you told him you would meet him
And
there?
that was that prearranged to meet him there?
That night it was. But the first time I met him, I just happened to, he was coming down the street, and I could tell he was trying to
All
get
right.
something. And so that's how I met her.
Gotcha.
So were you the one that determined where to meet this person who called you?
I just thought it was easier to meet where we met the first time we met.
You were familiar with that apartment and the location, right?
Yes, sir.
So it was on the corner of 39th and Lafayette, as I recall, right?
Yes, sir.
And was there a little convenience store located on that corner?
Yes, sir.
Describe.
I'll overrule as to the convenience store. That's a hard fact. If it's not true, it should be easy for you to refute. Material facts, however, be careful on the
I
legal.
understand, Your Honor. We're not here before a jury, we're before a very experienced judge.
I know,
Yes,
but some of this story I want from the mouths of witnesses,
okay.
not from the mouths of lawyers. I cannot judge I can judge your credibility, but that's not my issue. My issue is his credibility.
I understand, Your Honor.
So if you don't let him speak, you're actually undermining the credibility of his testimony.
You're exactly right, and we want him to speak. And that's why he's sitting in that chair after 28 years. So tell us, had you been over there before at the corner of Lafayette and 39th?
Yes, sir.
Describe the location for the judge and where the apartment was that you were there next to, near, and the convenience store. How was it? Describe it to the judge, please.
39th runs north and south. No, yeah, north and south. And Lafayette runs east and west. There's a highway, I think it's 40. Yeah, it might be 40 or 44. And Lafayette, it's a one-way street. And the corner store is towards this side here, and Ania's house is right next to that.
Do you recall what you told Erica as to why you were going over there?
I don't remember saying that I was going to make a drug deal, but I think she kind of understood that's what I was doing.
How long would it take you to leave the apartment that you were, Anita Barrow and Robert Williams, go down the stairs of that flat and walk over to the corner grocery store? Was the corner grocery store part of the flat? Was it in the building or next door?
No, it was separate.
Pardon?
It was separate.
Okay. How long would it take to do that?
Couple seconds.
Okay. So after you got to the apartment that night, did you leave?
Yes, sir.
What'd you do?
I went out and met the guy I was waiting to make the deal with.
You met him.
Yes, sir.
Describe how you met him. Where? Was it on the street? Was it in a car? Where?
When I went up out the house, he was right there on the corner waiting for me.
Well, I'm sorry.
He was waiting on the corner for me.
He was waiting on the corner.
Right.
On foot?
No, he was in his car.
He was in his car.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you get in the car?
Yes, sir.
You selling drugs?
Yeah, we drove around the block and I made the sale there. I didn't want.
On this issue, did you have a territory at the time you were operating?
Well, I frequent the area, the dark side area. That's what it's called.
Okay.
The dark side area.
Oh, okay. Which brings me to my next question then. I'm assuming you were affiliated with one of the two dark side, instead of gangs, let's just call them organizations for now.
Yes, sir.
All right, and which dark side group were you with?
Well, the police named them Dark Side 1 and Dark Side 2.
What do you guys call it?
It's just Dark Side.
Just dark side. Did you guys consider all the dark side affiliates to all be working together?
Well, Dark Side was just the nickname for the neighborhood.
All right.
Everybody was friends, throughout our childhood, but at times we would fight each other. And we would fight each other. And so it wasn't really separate. It was just that you had groups of people who was more closer than others.
Now, were these territorial fights?
No, it was personal conflicts or offenses.
Now, I understand what you mean by offenses.
Right.
All right.
Okay. So you sold him drugs, drove around the block.
Right.
One block?
Right.
How long did that take?
Less than 5 minutes.
Then what did you do?
I went back up into the house.
Went back upstairs to the apartment?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember about what time this was? The same question that was asked Erica,
It was at 9 o'clock,
about 9 o'clock.
exactly at 9 o'clock.
You remember getting a call while you were in the apartment?
Yes, sir.
Who called? Tell us what happened there.
Pamela called me.
Who called?
Pamela,
Pamela
yes,
Williams,
yes,
with whom you had had a baby.
yes, sir.
And what did she say?
She told me that Marcus had got shot and that Leslie told police that she thought I did it or had something to do with it.
Repeat that again. I'm not sure I heard you.
Pamela told me that Marcus had got shot, that Leslie told her Marcus got shot, and that Leslie had told the police that she thought I might have had something to do with it.
So Leslie
Leslie is Marcus's girlfriend. Leslie went.
told the police that you might have, from what you recall.
Right.
Well, I'm kind of curious. Did you have any conflicts
No.
going on with
No.
Leslie at the moment,
No.
at that time? So when that was, when you heard that, did you ask yourself, why in the world would she say that?
Yes.
What did you think would cause her to say something like that about you?
Probably my reputation.
Mm-hmm. All right, well, why don't you elaborate? What was your street reputation at the time? What was your rep?
Well, I mean, I was in the neighborhood like most other people that was over there. I was hustling, and when feuds went on, I, was part of that as well.
I'm sorry, what?
When feuds happened, I was part of that as well.
Because when you tell me that this woman said something like that, based upon your reputation, you're telling me that whatever your street reputation was at the time, this person who knew you might actually feel you would shoot somebody dead.
I understand that.
Does that make sense to
I
you?
understand that.
Okay, no.
So after that call, Pam called, was there another call that you were involved in?
Yes, I told her to call Leslie.
You told him to call where?
Leslie.
Leslie.
Yes, sir.
So did you get on the call with Leslie?
Yes, sir.
Who else was on that call?
Pamela.
Tell us about that call.
I asked Leslie what happened to Marcus. She told me that he was outside with a white guy named Greg when he got shot. And then I asked her, did she tell the police that she thought I had something to do with it?
She said what?
I asked her if she told the police that she thought I had something to do with it.
And what'd you say?
But she said yes.
What did you say?
I asked her why did she feel that way. And she said, because I couldn't think of nobody else.
Did you say, why would you think that?
Yes.
Did you say, Marcus and I were friends? Tell us what you said, Mr.
Well, I asked her why she felt that way. And she just said, well, I couldn't think of nobody else. And I got upset and I kind of snapped on her. We had an argument. And then in the midst of that, she asked me, where was I at? I said, I was on Lafayette, and she hung up the phone. When she said I couldn't think of anybody else, I got upset. We had an argument, and eventually she asked me, where was I at? And I said, on Lafayette, and she hung up the phone.
Okay. So after that phone call, which was after Marcus Boyd was killed, obviously, they were telling you he was killed, right?
Yes, sir.
What did you do? Did you stay in the apartment?
For a little while.
Then
We
where did
stayed there
you
for
go?
until about 10 o'clock in the morning.
Then where did you go?
We went back to our apartment.
Going the way back to your apartment, because this would have been after you knew that Miss Williams had said things expressing her suspicion, belief, or whatever, that you might have shot Boyd. And the ride home with Miss Barrow, what did you talk about? What did you say to her?
Well, we kind of talked about it when we was at Anita's. After I hung up the phone, they was asking me what happened, and I was explaining to them that Marcus got shot, And then Leslie had told her that she thought that I did it. And, I was just saying that she was crazy. I don't know what she's, I was saying that she was crazy. I don't know why she was thinking that.
You're gonna have to talk into the microphone. I can't hear you.
Yeah,
Judge,
I'm trying to with me.
I know he's talking to you, Your Honor.
And I understand why he would do that.
Yeah, I understand.
But even though you've given me your testimony,
Right.
it has to be loud enough
Okay.
for the court reporter to get it down. And we have a couple of speakers around here somewhere. But,
First of all, if you're listening, that's the judge speaking. If you haven't been listening this whole time. Second, I love that the judge can ask questions and does ask questions. Obviously, he's the decider here because he gets to ask questions in a way that the attorneys may not get to ask questions, such as why would she say that? What was your street cred at the rep or whatever he said at the time? Attorneys don't ask that. They're very prim and proper and everything else in the way that they ask things, and I know they have to be, and there's all that stuff, you know, decorum and all those fancy dancy words that they use. Gabby, I 100% agree with you that people do get so used to being inside. I'm just gonna paraphrase what you said. That you do that's you do see them come in and out because that's what they know. They're comfortable with it, even though it's a sucky place to be. And it's sad. Yes, this judge, I like him. Um, I agree. His credibility level is high, and he does ask questions that matter. And he can, like I said, he could have done this whole thing himself. He he just makes the comments to the attorneys all the time. You do the work for me, and then I'll kind of look at it. But he asks a lot of good questions, and like I said, he just asks them in a. It's almost like a dad to a child way. Sometimes the looks he gives is like a dad listening to their teenager and going, "Do you really think I'm going to believe that?" And the teenager looking back going, "I hope so." But I like it. It clears a lot of things up because, like I said, the attorneys, they have their roles. They have to keep, they know what they have to do, and he knows what he can do. And uh anyway, you know what I mean.
no, but it has to be loud enough.
All right. I tend to talk.
Right. So, why don't you pick it up? I was asking you about any conversations to you and Miss Barrow after you had been made aware of the fact that Miss Williams had said to the police that she thought you might have shot Boyd. I'm curious about the conversation between you and Miss Barrow after that, to the best of your recollection. Go ahead.
I just remember.
And Stormy, I think the detective who comes up after him, after his testimony, the detective that comes up after him, which is the state's witness, will be, I think, may help sway you one way or the other. I haven't watched it. I haven't listened to it. But either he did the work and it's credible, or he didn't do the work, or he made it fit. It's kind of my three options. There may be more. You guys may have more. So I don't know. Yes, Gabby, I agree with you. And I felt bad when he had to literally pick his leg up to put it onto the step. I don't know what's on him. I would assume something because he's not wearing handcuffs. And I don't know if it's one of those things we always hear about, like, you could shock him if he tried to run away, like he's going to try to run away. But yeah, he's been there since he was young. 49, 28. Don't make me do math. He could come stay with you, George. Oops. Yep. 21. George is like, I can do math. I should have been an attorney because I can't, especially this early in the morning. He can go stay with George and cleanse his mind across the pond.
Talking about it at the house. And then we went home. I
So
don't,
on the drive home, you didn't talk about it?
I don't remember exactly what was said or if anything was really said about it.
Okay, well, let's get to then you're at home.
Okay.
Did you talk about it?
I can't remember if we did or not. I can't remember if we did or not
Or you can't remember if you talked about,
anymore.
hey, Williams has accused me of shooting somebody. Oh, you didn't have any conversation about that from what you can recall?
Exactly.
All right. Go ahead, Counselor.
Thank you. So you went home, got up the next morning, did you go to work?
No, I think I ended up going out to Pamela's house.
Okay. That was on the evening when you were in the apartment and were
Who's Pam? I know I should know what all these things are. Who's Pamela?
Pamela Williams, Your Honor.
That's who you were dating at the time.
That was my first daughter's mother.
Your first daughter's mother.
Yeah.
You used to date Pamela. At that time, you still weren't seeing Pamela?
Kind of, a little bit.
All right. I mean, you just square with me. At that time, you were kind of off and on with Pamela, but you were also involved with Miss Barrow.
Yes, sir.
And nothing bad with that, Had my player days too, so I get it. All right.
Besides even that, Your Honor, so Pam.
Erase that.
So Pam and Leslie were first cousins, so there was that relationship also. And Leslie was the girlfriend of Marcus Boyd, who was murdered. Right?
Could you repeat the question?
As you explained earlier, Pamela Williams and Leslie Williams were first cousins and friends.
Yes, sir.
And Leslie Williams was the girlfriend of Marcus Boyd.
Yes, sir.
And who was there that night when Marcus Boyd was killed, right?
She was
there at the apartment when Marcus Boyd was killed, at the apartment where he was killed.
I assume so, yes.
Okay. And we'll,
Now that leads me then to a question that I want to ask concerning Pamela, all right? Because I believe you just told me that on that evening, that you said you went to see Pamela.
Yeah, but not that evening, the next evening.
The next day, the next evening. Okay. Now, did you and Pamela talk about the Marcus Boyd? By then, you knew he was dead. So the two of you talk about what then you both knew was a murder that you guys talk about.
Yeah, because that's when she told me that he was killed.
All right. The next day, I'm talking about.
That night, I thought he just got shot.
Oh, I get you. Go ahead.
That night, she just told me Marcus got shot.
And then it was the next day
That
you were told by Pamela he was dead.
Yes.
All right. At that moment in time, if, to the best of your recollection, what did you talk about at that point? She says to you, he's now dead. How did the conversation go from there?
I don't remember specifics. I just remember she told me he got shot and killed, and I mean, it was really no conversation that I could remember about it as far as.
Did you talk to her about the fact that the other Miss Williams had said to the police you might have been the one who committed the murder?
Yeah, she was on the phone when we had that conversation.
All right. And did you talk with Pamela again about it the next day when you found out that Mr. Boyd was now dead?
I imagine so. I just don't remember what that conversation would be.
Now, you told me earlier that Mr. Boyd was a friend of yours. Am I remembering you correctly?
Yes, sir.
All right. So when you found out that Mr. Boyd was dead, did you have any contact, phone calls, or whatever with Mr. Boyd's family?
No, sir.
No attempt to even make a phone call?
No, sir.
All right. You may go ahead.
Thank you. Do you recall now, this is probably the next day would be Halloween, October 31.
Yes, sir.
And we're now into November, next day after that. Do you remember sometime in a few days after learning that Marcus Boyd was killed, that you were brought down to the police station for a lineup?
Yes, sir.
Tell us how you were, so on that day when you were brought down to a lineup, where were you and who brought you down? What happened?
Well, I was arrested by Detectives Stidham and Bailey, I think.
Detective
Stidham,
and maybe Bailey,
yes, sir.
and they brought you down to the police station. Who were you with?
I was with Philip.
Philip Campbell?
Yes, sir.
How were you with him? How did that happen?
He was on his bus stop on Grand, and I was headed towards the neighborhood, and he asked me to give him a ride.
So, how long after you picked him up on the bus stop in your car were you then arrested by the police?
Just down the street.
Just down the street?
Right.
Okay. So what did the police tell you at the time?
That they was picking me up for Marcus's murder.
They were picking you up for Marcus's murder?
Right.
Okay. And did they take you and Philip down to the police station here at 12th Street, 1200 Clark Street, I guess? I don't know if you know the address, but they take you down.
I know it was the police headquarters
Okay.
back then. I don't know if it's the same
Okay.
location now.
And they take you into the police station?
Yes, sir.
And who was there when you got there to meet you, if anyone?
Okay, I have a little question in this area. When you were arrested, of course, there was nothing that you had to do, but I'm just curious, did you, from the moment of arrest, exercise your right to remain silent, or did you say anything concerning your knowledge or suspicions or what you thought might have actually happened at that point in time?
When I was still,
Yeah, when you were arrested.
when I was at the
We're
police,
arresting you for this murder. How did you respond to that, if you responded at all?
well, when they pulled us out with guns and put us in their cars,
Mhm.
and Detective Nickerson showed up, he started searching the car. He told Bailey and Stidham to take us to police headquarters. When we got there, they put us in an interview room.
Now, when did they read you your rights? At the scene where they're putting you in the car, while you're in the car, or when you got to the station?
They didn't read us our rights.
All right. Were you aware in that process that you could just remain silent?
Yes.
Did you?
No, sir.
What, if anything, did you say?
When Detective Nixon asked me about Marcus's murder, I said, I think my exact statement was, man, that boy is my friend. I didn't shoot him. I was with my girlfriend on Lafayette when that happened.
All right. And did they ask you the name of your girlfriend on Lafayette?
No, sir.
Did you tell them the name of your girlfriend on Lafayette?
I don't remember. I don't think so. I mean, from the police report, all I can remember is that that statement was the only thing that was recorded.
All right.
So did Detective Nickerson meet you down there?
Yes, sir.
He's the one who started talking to you?
Yes, sir.
And you told him you had nothing to do with it?
Yes, sir.
And you waived your Miranda rights, right?
Yes, sir.
Hold on, be careful. The better question was, after you were made aware of your Miranda rights, I think he actually told me well, I don't know. After he told you your Miranda rights, did you remain silent after that?
No, sir.
All right. Well, what kind of things did you say after you were made aware of your Miranda rights?
I told him I didn't kill Marcus, and I told him where I was.
All right.
That was the statement I made to him.
So the report we had yesterday on the lineups, Your Honor, it says right there, he waived his Miranda rights on the report.
I know, but I'm interested in his recollection of what he said.
Okay.
I'm not concerned about what somebody else wants to tell me he said.
So while you were there, were you also interviewed by anybody else?
Detective Campbell came in.
How did that come about?
He just came into the interview room.
Pardon?
He just came into the interview room.
Was anybody else with you was there anyone else with you at that time in that room other than yourself and Mr. Campbell?
No, sir.
Tell us what you recall about that interview with Mr. Campbell in the room between you and him.
Well, he didn't ask me about the Eugene Holden murder as he reported. He just asked.
Sorry, the what murder?
He reported that he asked me about a Eugene Holden murder.
Eugene Holden?
Right.
Okay, but go ahead, keep going.
And so he asked me about some guns that was involved in another incident. He asked me about some guns that was involved in another incident over in the dark side area. And I told him I already talked to police about that. I didn't want to talk about anything except Marcus's murder.
And what, did you say anything about killing anybody?
No, sir.
At that time, when you were in that room with Detective Ralph Campbell, were you aware of any of the circumstances that surrounded the murder of Marcus Boyd? Were there any witnesses, et cetera?
The only thing I knew about his murder was what Leslie told me on the phone, is that he was outside with a white guy named Greg, and that was it.
Somebody told you?
When you got this phone call telling you that Boyd had been shot, in that phone call, somebody told you about a white boy named Greg?
Leslie did.
Leslie did?
Yes. I asked her what happened to Marcus. She said he was outside.
What did she say about the white boy named Greg? What did she say?
She just said he was outside with a white guy named Greg.
All right. Did you say Greg who?
I didn't know. I just assumed it was a customer or something.
Okay. All right.
So he was asking you about dark side and that kind of stuff, and you said, I only want to talk about Marcus Boyd. Is that right?
Exactly.
Is that all what you just talk about Marcus Boyd?
No, we didn't talk. He was just only asking me about the weapons that was involved in that case.
Did you make any comments about whether or not you had anything to do with Marcus Boyd's murder?
No, sir. I mean, wait a minute. What was the question?
Did you tell him whether or not you had anything to do with Marcus Boyd's murder?
Yeah, I did. I said I didn't kill Marcus.
Did you say anything in that conversation, reported by Ralph Campbell at the trial, that you made a spontaneous comment, we should have never let the white guy live?
No, sir.
Positive.
Yes, sir.
In that conversation with Ralph Campbell, the detective, did he ask you to sign anything?
No, sir.
Do you know whether or not that conversation was recorded in any way, audio or video?
I don't know. I don't think so.
How long did that interview last with Detective Ralph Campbell?
It was short because he just came and asked me about the weapons, and I said I don't want to talk about anything about Marcus except Marcus's murder. He kept trying to get me to give him information that would lead to the discovery of those weapons, and I just wouldn't refuse to talk to him about it, and he got upset about that.
How do you know he got upset? What causes you to reach that conclusion?
Because he was accusing me not wanting to cooperate with him, and the tipping point was when he asked me about the whereabouts of my motorcycle, and I wouldn't tell him because he felt like wherever the motorcycle was probably where I kept stuff. And so he got mad and he started to walk out the room, and he looked back at me and said, I'm going to teach you something that you're never going to forget, that the pen is mightier than the sword.
That the what?
The pen is mightier than the sword.
All right.
Did he say sword? Swords. What are you going to do with them? But the guys showed him, didn't he? The pen was mightier than the sword. But what a horrible thing to say to somebody. I'm going to show you. And he did. Especially a young person that doesn't know. Actually, just don't say it to anybody in that context.
The pen is mightier than the sword.
Gotcha.
Sword.
So you left the room with, did he just leave the room or did you leave? How did that, did he just leave the room and leave you in the room?
Yes, sir.
Anybody come back in? Did Detective Nickerson come in to get you?
No, Detective Bailey came and got me.
Detective whom?
Detective Bailey.
Okay. Did you speak with Detective Nickerson later on that evening?
No, no, sir.
Did he say you never spoke with Nickerson again after leaving the Ralph Campbell interview?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Does anybody here have, did you guys ever discover David Brooms' notes from when he was handling this case? Anybody ever get his notes?
He destroyed his notes. You're talking about Ralph Campbell, Detective Ralph Campbell?
No, the David Brunts, his defense counsel. Does anybody have?
David Brunswick was the guy that was on the stand that you guys said looked like the penguin that I thought was a woman from the back. That's David Brunswick, who they're talking about now. His defense counsel. I would think they could have asked him for his notes. It'd be interesting to see what their answer is.
His notes.
I couldn't hear what she said.
Is that file present in the courtroom today? The file you got from the officers of Scott Rosenblum, is that file present in the courtroom today?
These CCs.
You have it on a thumb drive, is what you're telling me? Have you given that to the AG's office by any chance? Because you know that doesn't mean much in these proceedings. It's not a criminal proceeding, all right? And this is a proceeding advanced by Mr. Johnson. That entails a certain amount of waiver to anything that's relevant, all right? I said anything that's relevant. That's the umbrella then is relevant to the issues raised in the statute that Mr. Johnson as relator and the circuit attorney is proceeding under. Anything that's relevant. So I'm trying to think how I can parse this thing. So you're assuming you know what I want. Don't make that assumption. Give me a moment to think how we can parse this. Do you know by any chance how much is loaded on that thumb drive? Yeah. Is it categorized? In other words, it's categorized. Get the Johnson and attorney correspondence, right? And put that on one drive for me as soon as you can, all right? You may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, where did Bailey take you?
To the lineup room.
Pardon?
To the lineup room.
Did he say anything to you about the interview with Campbell?
No, sir.
He say anything that you made some kind of admission to Campbell?
No, sir.
Did you agree to stand in a lineup?
Yes, sir.
Why?
Because I didn't kill Marcus and I knew that nobody would pick me up.
How many lineups did you stand in? Do you remember?
One.
Was Phil Campbell with you at that time, or was he in a separate room?
He was in a separate room.
Were you advised that evening? What were you advised that evening about whether or not anyone picked you out?
Well, initially, I knew I hadn't been picked out
How did you know that?
because after the lineup was over, Detective Billy was escorting me out the lineup room, and Detective Nickerson was kind of kneeled over a table with his, kind of just kneeled over, his head down. And Detective Billy stopped and was kind of like waiting for him to look up so he can indicate whether or not I'd been picked out. And you could tell that I hadn't been identified, and he was frustrated. And I remember saying, I told
Who was frustrated?
Detective Nickerson.
Okay.
And I remember saying, I told you I didn't do it. And he just looked up at me with this hatred in his eyes.
Okay.
That's the only way I can describe it.
Okay.
And Detective Bailey took me back up to the interview room.
Took you back where?
Yep, back up to the interview room.
Interview room?
Yes.
Okay.
Were there any further discussions about these other cases involving the guns or anything like that?
Not at that time, no.
At any point in time, did those issues come back up between you and discussions with police or anything like that? Did those issues come back up?
Not that night, no.
At some point in time, obviously, a formal arrest, well, I guess the formal arrest was done. At some point in time, you were advised, I'm assuming, by your attorneys that they were going to really continue to proceed with this murder charge. Is that right? Am I right on that?
What, you mean like David Bruns?
Yeah, at some
Yeah.
point you got, okay.
Yeah.
After that, was there any further discussion about these guns or these other cases that you mentioned that he had talked to you about?
All I can remember is Bruns didn't think any of that information would come in. That, the mask. His only concern was, he said he didn't expect the jury to believe the ID. He didn't, he said he thought he was going to make a fool out of Moth. And the only person he was kind of concerned about was Detective Campbell's testimony.
So you walked back out of the lineup, you saw Nickerson, he's frustrated. Did he tell you anything?
No, he just,
You told him, I told you I didn't do it?
right,
And they took you back into the interview room.
yes.
Who was there? Anybody with you, or you were there alone?
I was up alone in the room.
At any time later on that evening, were you told that somebody had identified you?
Yes, sir.
When was that and by whom?
It was by Gary Stidham, Detective Stidham.
Stidham?
Yes. I don't know exactly how long it was before he came back, but it was sometime after that lineup that he came in and told me that I had been identified.
Did he tell you who identified you?
No, sir.
Did you have any suspicions at that time as to who might have identified you?
No, sir.
Did white guy named Greg enter your mind at that point?
Well, and I don't know if this is true or not, but what I believe that maybe that Greg would know me, because when Marcus and I hustled together, we kind of shared customers. And I felt like that whoever it was, he would know that I didn't kill Marcus. So I remember saying that, find this guy Greg, he would know that I didn't do this. But like when I went to trial, I didn't recognize him. I'd never seen him before.
Okay.
So after you were told that somebody had identified you, what happened next? They take you to jail?
Well, he let me use the phone, and then they took me down to the central holdover.
Took you out to where?
To the central holdover.
Okay. Did you see Philip Campbell that night? Or were you separated the whole time?
We were separated for the whole time.
Okay, so what time of the night was this? Was it late? I mean, like 8, 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock?
It could have been, I don't remember a clock or anything like that.
Okay, sure. Did you witness the lineup in which Phil Campbell was?
No, sir.
Did you learn any information as to whether or not he was identified?
No, sir.
Did you talk with him that evening?
No, sir.
So you were taken out to city jail, the holdover, city jail, right? That in the basement? Can't remember.
I don't know where.
Okay.
I think it's in the same building as police headquarters.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Okay. You put in a cell?
Yes, sir.
Do you have a cellmate?
I believe so.
You remember who it was?
No, sir.
Do you remember whether it was William Phil Mock?
Well, not at that time, because they first put you in an area where you wait to determine if charges are going to be issued against you. And then once charges are issued, they move you to another cell block area. So when I was first put in the central holdover, that's not where Mock was.
Okay. Later on, were you taken out of the holdover and put in city jail?
No, you're still in the central holdover, but they move you to a different cell block
Okay.
to indicate that warrants have been issued against you or charges have been issued against you.
Did you ever meet face to face with a person named William Phil Mock?
No, sir.
Ever?
No, sir.
What about Lamar?
Yes. Was there do you remember whether there was a Lamont in any of the cells that you were in?
My understanding from the jail roster, there was nobody named Lamont.
Hold on.
But we did have a
Hold
friend.
on. He didn't ask you about the jail roster.
Okay.
He asked you in terms of what you knew. Anybody named Lamont that you knew or was in a cell with?
No, sir.
To talk to anybody named Lamont.
No, sir.
And I'm assuming you guys have done your diligence on all the records to whether or not somebody Lamont was around.
There's no Mock, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, so what?
There was no Mock
I
in
said
that jail
Lamont.
at the time.
I
No,
said
I'm sorry, no Lamont at that time in the jail near him.
All right.
And I think that was argued at trial. Do you know Lamont McLean,
Yes, sir.
friend,
Yes, sir.
ran around with him?
Yes, sir.
He wasn't in jail with you, was he?
No, sir.
You never saw him anywhere near where you were, right?
No, sir.
Was Campbell at any time in jail with you in the holdover? Phil Campbell?
Once warrants were issued and I was moved into the second cell block, Philip was put in the cell next to mine.
Let's see if we can get the time here. So the evening of around November 3rd, you went down, stood in a lineup. Later that evening, put you in a holdover.
Yes, sir.
Was it the next day when you learned that a warrant for your arrest and charges were issued?
Yes, sir.
Be November the 4th.
Yes, sir.
Okay. At that point, were you moved to a different location in the jail?
Yes, sir.
And in that different location, was Phil Campbell also in that location?
Yes, sir.
Did you and he at any time talk about the murder of Marcus Boyd?
I asked him, well, we kind of huddled at the bars, and I guess, what do you know about what happened? But the only thing I could remember really saying, well, I know that I said in the jail, was that all I know about the case was that Marcus was outside with a white guy when he was killed.
So you did tell Phil,
I did tell him
and
that.
all you knew about the case was there was a white guy outside that saw what happened. Or you said
I just know the white guy was outside when he got killed, which is what I learned from Les. And that's all I said.
That's all you said, okay. You didn't say, hey, we should have killed the white guy?
No, sir.
You didn't say, hey, we have to hide the gun?
No, sir.
You didn't say we have to have someone go out and take care of the white guy? He was a witness?
No, sir.
Did you learn later on that there was a prisoner in the jail who was saying that he overheard you and Phil Campbell talking about the murder of Marcus Boyd?
When I got the police report, yes, sir.
You got the police report from your attorney, David Bruns?
Yes, sir.
Okay, sir. Would you say, did you talk to Bruns about that?
Not at that time. He just sent me the police reports in the mail.
Okay. But you are sitting here today under oath saying, I never said while I was in jail in St. Louis City in November of '94 that we should have let the white guy live or should have shot the witness or anything like that.
I did not say that.
Okay, sir.
Good morning, Roseanne. How are you doing?
You went to trial.
Yes, sir.
David Bruns was your attorney.
Yes, sir.
You testify?
No, sir.
Why not?
He didn't want me to testify.
Did you want to testify?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, he said he did or did not want to testify?
He wanted to testify. That's what he said.
He wanted to testify.
He wanted to testify.
Okay. Now, I'm assuming your attorney advised against it.
Right.
And I guess it's probably, no, hold on. You only had very small prior convictions at the time.
Yes, sir.
Well, then I have to ask, what was the reason why you would not be testifying?
He didn't want, well, at my 2915, he explained that he was afraid that there was going to be some rebuttal from the state that Marcus and I there was some sort of a disagreement about drugs or something.
Was there?
No, sir. That's what Detective Nickerson reported. But by the time of trial, we did depositions on each of those people that he attributed these statements to, and they all said that they didn't know of any reason why I would want to kill Marcus.
And that's the reason Bruns gave you for you not testifying?
That, and he didn't want to establish that me and Marcus, I guess, sold drugs together at one time.
Do you remember?
Oh, I'm sorry. Start that.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Start that. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry, Counsel. Go ahead.
Yes, Roseanne, I did start early. I'm really trying to get through this today so we can wrap it up because there's other things I want to move on to that started. That I don't know. It seems like it's a calling when I start something because nothing's going on. Then everything's like, oh, hurry up, throw everything out there. But I got it. I'm grabbing it all. Stormy, no, he's not talking about his trial. He's talking about the next trial. Philip Campbell's trial, who was the other guy that they put on trial for this incident, for lack of a better word. He wanted to testify at his trial, and they would not, at Phil Campbell's trial, and they wouldn't allow him to. Because this guy got life without parole. Philip Campbell got 7 years. Same charges. Tells you something.
Do you remember while you were in jail? Strike. Let me. After you were convicted, did they take you back to the city jail?
Yes, sir.
And how long did you spend in the city jail after you were convicted?
I was convicted on July 12th, and I was sentenced on September 29th, 1995.
So from July 11th, 12th till September, you were in jail. Was Philip Campbell in that jail with you?
Yes, sir.
Did you receive any letters while you were in jail?
Yes, sir.
Back to the letters. Ugh. Also, Philip Campbell is no longer living He passed away.
From Phil Campbell.
Yes, sir.
I gather you were not close enough so you could talk to each other. You were communicating by letters.
They kept us separated.
Did you tell anybody about those letters?
Yes, sir.
Whom did you tell?
I told an attorney that I was considering hiring for my appeal, and I told David Bruns.
Do you remember, after you told someone about those letters, someone coming over and searching your cell?
Yes, sir.
Were you in the cell at the time they were searching it?
Yes, sir.
Did you talk to any of them when they came in?
No, sir.
Did you have files or documents or papers in your cell?
Yes, sir.
Did they take the letters?
Yes, sir.
Did you have copies of the letters?
No, sir.
I'm going to show you what has previously been marked.
All right. Mhm.
Are those some of the letters you received from Phil Campbell?
Yes, sir.
How do you know they were from Phil Campbell?
I'm familiar with his handwriting.
Familiar with his signature?
Yes, sir.
He called himself Phil Bone.
Yes, sir.
Now, did you write letters back to him when you got these letters?
Yes, sir.
Did you have copies of those letters?
No, sir.
We have not seen those.
No, sir. I haven't seen it.
So the first letter that I'm on page 2, it says, "What's up, dude? Things effed up. You got convicted when you didn't do a thing." And he goes on and talks about that, you know, it was he and Marcus that really did the. Did you, before you got these letters, did you know that James B.A. Howard was involved with Phil Campbell to murder Marcus Boyd?
Yes, sir.
How did you learn that?
Well, when we got to the jail, it was rumored that they was involved in it, and they had been telling mutual friends we had at the jail that they had did it.
And these letters, when you got them, what did you want to do with them?
Well, when I got the first letter, I told him he needs to come forward.
He should come forward.
Right.
You told him that in a letter or in person?
No, we met at the chapel.
Right at the chapel.
Yes.
So you had a discussion with him,
Yes, sir.
and you said, "Look, Phil, you need to come forward with this. I've been convicted of murder."
Yes, sir.
What'd he say?
He said that he would try to get a deal, and then he would tell what happened.
He would try to make a deal
Right.
and then come forward.
Yes, sir.
He didn't want you to disclose these letters, right?
Not at that time, that didn't come up as an issue.
Okay. And as I read these letters, you had indicated to him that you may give these to your lawyer.
Later on, that was after we had that conversation, I was in the process of trying to hire an appeal attorney. And the attorney that came to see me, I told him about Philip wanting to take a deal and admit what had happened. And I told him about the letters, and the attorney told me that Philip needed to come forward immediately because afterwards the court would not find him credible. And so I told Philip what that lawyer had told me, and I said, "You need to come forward and he was saying he was going to come forward, but I didn't really get the sense that he was going to do that.
Well, let me ask you this. Did your attorney say that he was going to bring all of this to the attention of the judge before trial?
Well, I hadn't really talked to Bruns at that time.
You hadn't talked to
I
him?
was still talking to the other attorney. Bruns hadn't came to see
Who,
me.
what do you mean, who, when you say the other attorney, who's the other attorney?
I was trying to hire an attorney for my appeal.
Trying to hire an attorney?
Right.
Oh, for your appeal?
In my
So I
appeal.
want to make sure I get this in time. All right, I got it. I got the time.
Bruns didn't come see me until a while after that.
I got it.
So we heard testimony yesterday, well, you know, these are just two buddies writing back and forth trying to help each other.
Yes.
Did you ask Mr.
Object, Judge. That's not in evidence. And judges.
Well, since he was present, I'm not quite sure whose testimony you're talking about, but since he was present, what you can ask is, did you hear X person say? And then if you think that your witness has something that can enlighten the court on the same matter, then you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Otherwise, you can hear, I mean, it'll be on the record, you can hear the disconnect between some of your questions, which, and I know this is the kind of case they can get to the lawyer, getting a little on the testimonial side, and his answers, in fact, resisting that and trying to get out what he wants to say. So really think about letting this witness tell me everything. Because to be perfectly frank with you, I'm not paying much attention to what you say.
Thank you,
You
Your Honor.
know up front.
Yeah, I appreciate
I'm
it.
paying attention to what the witnesses say.
You're absolutely right, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Did you ask Phil Campbell to write these letters to you?
No, sir.
But you asked him to come forward.
Yes, sir.
At this time, he had not been tried, right?
No, sir.
He said he didn't want to.
He didn't
What did he tell you when you asked him, you need to come forward?
He indicated that he wanted to do that. At first, he wanted to do it before, he wanted to try to negotiate a deal, and then he was going to come forward. And then after I told him the problems with that, then he had a problem with that because he was afraid that if he just did something like a blind plea, then he could get the maximum for the murder. And I was telling him that he needed to come forward. And I guess you could say I was throwing street stuff at him, like, you know, you got to take your weight because that's part of the game.
Mm-hmm.
And he was like, I understand that. And he kind of indicated, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and do the right thing. But I didn't get the sense that he was really committed to doing that. So the next day, I think I told him, I met with my attorney and I had gave him the letters. And then he wrote me a letter that was, well, you saw it was threatening and saying that, you know, calling me a snitch and he was going to hurt me when we got to prison. So I kind of just let it sit for a while. And then I eventually wrote him and said, look, I didn't do that. But I kept saying that, you know, I need you to come forward. And then he wrote me saying that he was tripping about, you know, how he was addressing me in the previous letter. And he's just trying to tell me that he didn't want to snitch on BA, but he understood my situation. And, you know, he was just trying to say that I had been part of the game, so to speak, that I had decided to live this life, and that what comes with that, the things happen, that's not necessarily fair. And so we kind of went back and forth about this so-called street stuff about what's right and what's wrong. And eventually I just kind of got the feeling that he wanted to come forward at the end, but I don't know that. I never got the chance to find out the truth.
hand you with been marked for identification as Exhibit 89.
Thank you.
Can you identify that for us, please?
It's a letter that I wrote to Judge Shaw.
Pardon?
A letter that I wrote to Judge Shaw.
To Judge Booker Shaw,
Yes, sir.
the judge that was the presided over your trial?
Yes, sir.
And why did you write this to him?
I think I was trying to explain to him what my situation.
So you say, dear Mr. Shaw, I would like to bring to your attention that a few days after my conviction, I received several notes and letters from my co-defendant, Philip Campbell, right?
Yes, sir.
Are those the letters that you're referring to that I just handed you as part of Exhibit 2?
Yes, sir.
At some point, did you get any response to this letter? You remember?
From Judge Shaw.
Yeah.
At my sentencing, he mentioned it.
Pardon?
At my sentencing, he mentioned it.
He mentioned this, okay, that he'd received this letter from you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, sir. That was the only response you got.
Yes, sir.
When we talked about searching your cell, did you receive a search warrant, paper search warrant?
Yes, sir.
What did you do with that? Anything?
I just kept it with my normal paperwork.
Did you get a hold of David Bruns and tell him what was going on?
I believe so.
So after these letters were seized, did you keep any copies of those letters?
No, so they took all the paperwork in my cell.
They took. So after these things were seized, those letters that that Phil Campbell had written to you,
Yes, sir.
you didn't have any copies of them,
No, sir.
nor did you have any copies left of the letters you wrote to Lamar.
No, sir.
Okay. What happened to those letters that were seized?
They were eventually filed with the court,
Which court?
my trial court.
Okay. You remember they were filed with and under the jurisdiction of Judge Jimmy Edwards.
I remember getting a piece of paper that said, well, it was, I remember a paper that had a photocopy of an envelope, and I think it had Jimmy Edwards on it, but it was saying his legal mail do not open. That's the only thing I know about his involvement.
Do you remember any conversations you had with anyone in which you told anyone that Phil Campbell had told you that he and James Howard were the persons who killed Marcus Boyd?
Mutual friends we had at the city jail at the time.
Who was that?
It would be Lamar McLean, Stanford Morris, Legarius Dobbs, and Dane Reed, I believe.
And this was while you were in jail with these people
Yes, sir.
at various times.
Yes, sir.
What jails, what prisons were you in after you were convicted? Let's start with the first one.
I
Let's
went,
scale back a little bit before
Sure.
that answer occurs. Because I think he was telling me that with some others, including Mr. McLean, there were some discussions about this case and, you know, how the murder occurred or who did it or who was saying what, that kind of thing.
what's the,
Did you not tell me that you gave me a list of names
right.
as for people you had been talking with this case about?
Yeah, in the jail, we had some mutual friends.
Yeah, and as soon as you said that, you listed mutual friends, and one name you gave me was Lamar McLean.
Yes, sir.
So he was in jail with you?
Yes, sir.
All
But
right.
this was in the city jail.
That's what I mean, in the
Yes, sir.
city jail. And, Mr. Weiss, you correct me if I'm wrong, but Mark put the statement in the penitentiary or in the city jail?
Mark was in city jail. My
No,
understanding, Your Honor, at the time you overheard this conversation.
may I speak?
The holdover.
Considering that
Remember Mr. Mock, jailhouse snitch, who said he heard the guy, Mr. Lamar Johnson, say we shouldn't have left the white guy alive, something to that effect. So, just so, because I think there's a detective, did we say there's a Detective Campbell, a Philip Campbell. Philip Campbell was the guy that was the other guy involved in this incident that got 7 years. He's not alive anymore, so we don't hear from him. But there's like all these same same last name people involved in this. But Mr. Mock is the jailhouse snitch. I think he might not be alive anymore either. Oh, because we don't hear from him either.
everything's at stake for you right now, of course you ain't speak.
Mark attributed those states to me while I was in the central holdover. At that time, Lamont was in. I'm sorry. Mark attributed those statements to me when we was in the central holdover, and Lamont McLean was in the city jail, which are two different buildings, and he had been there long before I had even, at least about a month before me and Philip got locked up.
Thank you. Did you, when you got these letters from Mr. Phil Campbell, did you draft an affidavit for him to sign?
Yes, sir.
Showing here Exhibit 3.
Thank you.
It's 3.
Three.
It's the affidavit of Phil Campbell in 95. Tell us how that came about.
By then, I believe I had already been sentenced, and I was in Fulton Reception and Diagnostic Center then. And I was just working on my case. I was in Potosi then, I believe. Yeah, I was in Potosi then.
Pardon?
I was in Potosi. This was in August of '96. I was just working on my case.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about that. After you were convicted,
Mm.
there was a motion for mistrial. There wasn't a appeal.
Yes, sir.
What did you set out to do for yourself? Just tell us what you did, all the things that you did. The judge like to hear that.
I tried to learn as much as I could about the law, and I, learned about trying to draft affidavits and write motions and petitions, and just learning about the process of the criminal procedures. And I bought books that told me how to investigate and how to get records from the agencies, from the state and law enforcement, state and federal agencies, and from the courts.
Did you get documents?
Yes, sir.
Tell us what kind of documents you obtained over the years. Now, this is before the Midwest Innocence Project got involved.
Yes, sir.
What did you do before that?
Well, after I went through the appeals process in the states and I lost in the federal court, I went back over my case, and that motion for new trial you just mentioned, in it was my lawyer had wrote that she was informed by Philip's lawyer that the state didn't turn over all of Mock's convictions, but it didn't state what those convictions were. So I then, based on this information I learned from this book, I started making sunshine law requests. And I went first to the Missouri State Highway Patrol, and it told me all of Mock's convictions, and then I requested records from those circuit courts and stuff. And that's when I just started to learn a lot of things about Mock, about him being an informant, state and federal level, claiming that he was for the bank robbery division, that he was involved in a bunch of sting operations with black defendants in Kansas City area, about 40 some cases. He made claims about crooked highway patrol officers and crooked highway patrol officers. And I tried to verify a lot of that information I found, and it just kind of gave me that he was just a person who would lie to just basically anybody to try to get out of the situation. And so from there, I just kind of learned more about him, kept tracking down records relating to him, that he had cases in Oregon, California, Florida, New York, and when he get in trouble, he would just basically say, hey, give me a deal because I did such and such in these other cases.
Did you get any information about payments made to him, payments made to Elking?
Well, I learned that from Elking himself. I got letters from him where he said he had been paid money.
So I think we'll see that a little bit later, but you and he corresponded while both of you were in different prisons, right?
Yes, sir.
You had never met him face to face other than at trial, right?
Yes, sir.
So I think I initially started out by what prisons you were. I think you initially sent to Fulton.
Yes, sir.
And that's sort of, you go through that before they
Just
sign you to.
reception and diagnosis before they decide where they're going to send you permanently.
Then where?
Then I went to Potosi.
Were you in Potosi and Charleston for a while?
I was in Potosi for 7 years, and then I transferred to Charleston. I stayed there maybe 12 or 13 years, and then I went to Jefferson City.
While you have been in prison, have you learned any trades or anything that you can do after you get out?
Well, not to necessarily help me get out, but I've learned Braille. I'm a Braille transcriber, and I do large print work for visually impaired.
So you are a Braille transcriber?
Yes, sir.
And you also do large print for visually impaired people?
Yes, sir.
Okay, sir. Did you take any educational courses while you've been in prison?
No, but I have taken probably pretty much every prison program that they have.
Have any of your family visited you while you've been in prison?
Yes, sir.
I mean, his answers kind of aren't great about not taking educational classes or trades. I mean, the Braille thing is a good thing to do in a trade. That's not great answers to give. However, can you blame him? He may have thought he would never even be sitting in this chair to get a chance. Why? You know, what are you going to do with it in prison? I mean, I don't know. I know there are things to do with it. I think maybe never been. I don't want to go. George, I'm ignoring you. Oh, George. Yeah, he thought his life was over. So why? I can't fault him for that. Yeah, but I guess for something to do, take them. You know, if you're going to be sitting there for the rest of your life, I don't know.
This is a undated letter from you.
Yes, sir.
To whom was it directed? Tell us about that letter, whom it was sent to, and so forth.
I sent this letter to James Elkins. I requested a transfer to go to Charleston, and in order to do that, they do a check to see if you have any potential enemies there. and Elking's name came up, and that's how I learned that he was in the Jefferson City Correctional Center at the time. And because of Elking was involved in my case, I had, a lot of questions about the testimony that was given. And so I drafted this letter and sent it to him, but I didn't send it directly to him. I didn't want to just send it in the mail. I wanted to be sure that he got it. So I sent it to a friend who I trusted would give it to him. And
You sent it to a friend who was in Jefferson City Penitentiary
yes, sir.
and made sure he somehow got it to
I
Mr.
asked him to give it to him, yes.
Who was that friend?
Dennis Booker.
Did you learn whether or not this letter had ever gotten to Mr. Elking?
Yes, sir.
And it is typewritten, and I know the judge had some questions early on about the various handwriting and the various typing. Did you type it?
Yes, sir.
Did you have a typewriter?
Yes, the prison sold us, it's a word processor, a memory typewriter, Smith Corona Office 2000, and that's what I use.
About what date or time was that letter written?
I don't remember the time, but or the date. Actually, I'm thinking 2003. I would have to go off of Elking's response to me.
Did you hear back in a short period of time after you sent that?
Yes, sir.
We're almost through his testimony. Stormy, the flip side of that, though, 1, have you seen the food? 2, generally speaking, in nursing homes, unless you have bad staff, and sometimes they do, you're not going to get shanked or other things that I don't want to say. Bad things can happen to you in prison. Bad things can happen to you in a nursing home too, but generally you have more people there to watch over you. And ugh. Yeah, I don't know. That one's a tough call for me anyway. We have a few more minutes of his testimony, and then there's a long break. I think they go to lunch or something. Then we'll come back, and he has a couple more hours when we come back. And then there's another break. And then we get to Detective Nickerson. Who I want to hear. Yeah, I've seen some of the food too, and it wasn't good. If you watch people that have gone to jail or been in jail for any length of time or prison any length of time, but they're going to get out, if they've got money on their books in commissary, they go in a lot heavier than when they came out because I think they're eating honey buns in commissary and not eating the jail food. I don't know. Watch 60 Days In. It shows you a lot of yucky stuff that I guess it'd be good for a diet, I guess. I don't know. It just all depends where you are, where you're at. I know one of the county jails that Carmen worked at, they had an excellent chef there and had excellent food. She would even eat it. Then she went to another one, wouldn't touch the stuff. So it all varies. It all depends. And I think federal is better than state. But I don't know. I have never been in any of them, so I'm only speaking by what I have heard or what I've heard. That's, yeah.
I'm going to show you next what has been marked previously as Exhibit 11. Is that a letter that you sent?
This
No,
is a letter I received.
Strike that. Is this a letter that you received from Mr. Elking?
Yes, sir.
And it's dated November 24, 2003, right?
Yes, sir.
Is that really is that the first letter you received from him, you believe?
Yes, sir.
And he goes into substantial detail of this letter, right?
Yes, sir.
After receiving that letter, did you correspond with him? Continue
Yes.
to correspond with him?
Yes, sir.
Counselor, how much more do you anticipate your direct examination?
Oh, Judge, I don't know, probably another half hour.
Good transition
All right,
story.
why don't we go ahead and take our lunch break at this point?
Nice.
Bailiff, we'll be in recess for 1 hour.
1 hour means more than an hour. No judge has ever said 5 minutes and actually been back in 5 minutes. At least not one I have seen. Also, we're getting close. We're getting close to some of your due date guesses. Stormy, you're up first. George, I don't have any written down for you, so I don't think you gave me any due date guesses for my granddaughter. Stormy, your first guess is coming up Tuesday, the 18th. We shall see how that goes. I was looking at July. I was like, oh, that's not right. I believe that is correct. I believe that is Tuesday. That is Tuesday. June 27th. Would you like to put another number down too? We all guessed 2 people. Or 2 dates. We did not guess 2 people. That would be weird. There's only one person in there. Unless she's really, really good at hiding somebody. June 27th and 21st. So you're going next week too. My earliest guess was June 26th. Well, birthday cake and Father's Day cake. I could do that same thing. We've got Father's Day and birthdays. My husband's birthday, I told you guys the other day, is on the same day. Lucky him. My mom used to do that to me too. And then my dad used to do that to me, even though he didn't really care about Mother's Day, but his birthday falls on Mother's Day sometimes as well. All right, so Stormy, you're up first with June 18th. Oh, Gabby, you're up next after that with June 24th. I don't have it. Sorry, I can't give you anything because YouTube would probably frown upon that. Be like, we made bets or something. And then Bree, the mom. Oh nope, then it's me, the 26th, and then Bree, the 28th. Nope. Then George, the 27th. I give up. I can't. I do know numbers. I can use all my fingers and toes to count, but only to 20 on a good day. If you pass that, I might get lost. All right, where am I going? Nobody answer. I have a calendar right here that you guys cannot see that I have the card right here that has all the dates on it. You mean like currently how much is she weighing? I don't have the answer to that. Bree told me once, but that's been a while ago, so I know she's gained more weight since then. The baby. Not speaking about Bree. I don't know about Bree. Bree was 9 pounds when she was born. Her brother, I think, was 11 pounds when he was born. Um, my husband was 10 pounds when he was born. And had he have told me that, there wouldn't have been a Brandon or Carmen to be even worrying about making babies with, because I wasn't doing that. But my kids were in the 6 pound range, both of them. So they were not turkeys. Like, they didn't come out, high five, and go get in the car and drive home. So I'm hoping, I don't know. Brandon wants her to have a bigger baby because she's a little bit taller than Brandon, actually. And she towers over me. So you guys, you and Gabby, and I think Chrissy, I thought Chrissy was in that short range with you guys too. You'd all be in trouble. She would be the leader, I guess. Um, but her brother, I think, is 6'4". So I don't know. She is not wanting to have a great big baby, and I don't blame her. Cause yow, it's things aren't yet. Yow. Just leave it there. Ouch. It's the only thing I can. The only thing. Okay, fine. That's where we're starting. All right, so he has a couple more hours. So we should get the state here soon. And that'll probably be more, for me, cross is always more interesting than direct. So I'm really just kind of trying to get to the cross.
All right.
Here comes the judge wheeling on up.
Division 17 is back in session.
I want to see him like do a wheelie in that thing.
You may be seated.
Also, why is that guy humming that gavel so loud?
Okay, I believe we were still in the direct examination of Reliker Johnson. Counsel, you may continue.
Yes, George Ironside.
I'm showing you Exhibit 33. Dated December 3, 2003. And you sign it, may God keep us safe, strong, and well. Always, Lamar. You write that letter?
Yes, sir.
It says it's addressed to Hey Greg. Who's Hey Greg?
Gregory Elkins, James Gregory Elkins.
The handwriting, Judge Mason had made a comment the other day about the various handwritings. This was not handwritten by hand, right?
No, sir.
How did you compose? What did you use to write this letter?
The same typewriter has a script wheel, and it just kind of prints out in a cursive format.
The third paragraph, you state, I'm enclosing the affidavits of the men who have accepted responsibility in Marcus's murder, and an excerpt of Detective Nickerson's testimony at my evidentiary hearing. This so you will see that I am not being dishonest with you. I did not kill Marcus, and Nickerson admitted that you knew who they wanted and that it was more a matter of getting you to testify me rather than seeing if you could. I'm also enclosing an affidavit that I need you to have notarized by either the librarian or the caseworker. It alone won't set me free, but it may help me yet to get a claim I failed to raise on my appeal heard. You sent this letter, did you also draft an affidavit for Mr. Greg Elking to sign?
Yes, sir.
How did you base that? How did you put that together?
I based it off of his letter, his initial letter.
And we showed you this morning, Exhibit A, dated 11/24/03. Is that what you based it off of?
Yes, sir.
Information there?
Yes, sir.
11, I apologize.
I hand you next what has been marked for identification of Exhibit 34. 30. Can you identify that?
Yes, sir. It is a letter from Greg that's dated 12/17/03.
In that letter, he says, "Hey, Lamar, I received your letters and took my affidavit to get it notarized." And then if you look at the end of this letter, there's an affidavit of James Elkins. See that?
Yes, sir.
Did you draft that letter? I'm sorry, did you draft that affidavit that's attached?
Yes, sir.
The printing on page 12, on Exhibit 34, dated 12-17-03, you recognize that as the handwriting that you were receiving from Mr. Elking?
Yes, sir.
You continued to write to Mr. Elking, and he continued to write to you in the next several years, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
However, you hadn't met him in person, had you?
No, sir.
Exhibit 35, sir. It's a letter signed by Lamar, November 15, 2005. You write that letter?
Yes, sir.
Is that a letter that you sent to Mr. Elking?
Yes, sir.
What exhibit is that?
35, Your Honor. I next hand you Exhibit 36 in handwriting, signed Gray, to Hay Lamar, day 1/4/06.
Wait for a second. I just make sure I heard you correctly. Did he say he wrote exhibit 35?
Well, I typed it.
You typed it.
Yes, sir. This is the script wheel.
I get it. Okay. What's that at the top? What is that? I can't read this.
It's abbreviation for what's up, so it just says. sup.
Oh, sup, Greg? I got you. Taking you back.
Exhibit 36.
Okay.
It's dated 1/4/06. Did you receive that from Mr. Gray Elking?
Yes, sir, but can I talk to my attorneys about that?
You want to talk? Okay, sir. Step down and go ahead and talk to the
Well, it's just, one is dated 36 and has exhibit 25 on it, but they're the same. No, they got they're the same letters, but they just got different numbers.
Oh, but don't worry about that.
Okay, 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 all right.
That's the letter that you received, right?
Yes, sir.
I think I only have one more here. This is Exhibit 37. It's again from you, Lamar, to Greg, dated January 14, 2006. You send that letter to him, sir?
Yes, sir.
Exhibit 20. New evidence testimony. Can you tell us what that is?
I,
20, I think we should have. 20. Those are my notes on top. Go ahead, yeah, go ahead. You tell us when and how you prepared that.
I was preparing to, the motion for new trial before I was getting sentenced, and I was just trying to remember and write down everything that I remembered about receiving the letters and what I was going to inform the judge about the representation I received.
Here. I have a couple other questions for you. You are represented, are you also represented by lawyers from the Midwest Innocence Project?
Yes, sir.
And have been for some time, right?
Up 2008.
How did it come about that they started representing you?
I was sharing a cell with another exoneree, Ricky Kidd, and I was talking to him about my case. And at that time, he was being represented by the Innocence Project, and he essentially just vouched for me and asked an investigator working with him to look at my case, and it just started from there.
And they've been representing you ever since?
Yes, sir.
I have no further questions, Mr. Lamar Johnson. Thank you very much.
Officer Attorney General, you may cross-examine. Oh, I'm sorry. Direct counsel for a relative wanted to ask a few questions, so I'll grant that. And I already cautioned her not to be cumulative. Go ahead.
Hello, sir. Clip on my. I think I'll just hold it. Hello, sir. We are going to talk about a few of these exhibits on the holdover cell, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to hand you, if I may approach, Your Honor, what's marked as Exhibit 219.
At least she took the lapel mic with her. Hope she turned it on.
Do you want these back?
Also going to hand up Judge Exhibit 48, which is a collection of the holdover cell logs. And in order to create Exhibit 219, which is a demonstrative, you have to go through all those logs that the judge is looking at, which go by date and shift. When you testified on direct, you told us about having a conversation with Lamont. Who is Lamont? Your friend Lamont.
A childhood friend.
Okay. And he was in the jail at the time you had this conversation, is what you testified to, right?
Yeah, the city jail.
Right. When you were saying about the conversation with Lamont, that was not in the holdover part of the cell. Is that right?
No, sir. No, ma'am. That's an entirely different building.
Tell me about that part of the jail and where it is located, the city jail. When you say city jail, what do you mean?
It's where they hold uh, detainees, but it's a totally different jail from where the police headquarters were at the time.
Is that where folks are housed pre-trial?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So at what point do you think that you went to the city jail after the holdover area?
I believe it was the 7th.
Okay. Do you get moved at some point? How do you get moved to the city jail? Do you know?
Well, once warrants are issued against you, then that following work day, they'll take you, all of the people that's in the jail to see the judge, and then they'll take you over to the city jail, transport you over there.
So once charges have issued,
Yes,
you are moved to a more permanent location.
yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when you are brought downtown for questioning, what is that part of the jail called amongst the inmates or the folks there? What do you guys call that area?
We called it Central.
Okay, you called it Central.
Right.
And is that, when you're picked up and brought for a 20-hour hold,
Yes, ma'am.
is that the location?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. So we're at two different places we have now, right? The
Yes, ma'am.
holdover, Central, and then the city jail.
Yes, ma'am.
Got it. The conversation with Lamont, your friend, where did that occur?
At the city jail.
I see. And is this before your conviction, before trial, I'm assuming?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, got it. We're clear on timing of the conversation with Lamont. Okay. You testified on direct about exhibit number 2. We've seen a lot of them. We've had them blown up. These are the letters from Philip Campbell to you. In one of them, there's a quote that says, "That's how the game go." And you were asked about that on direct. What does that mean to you? Can you explain what you thought that he meant when he said, "That's how the game go"?
Well, the game is really just a representation life. And I would say it's just like a fictional way of living where people don't have to take responsibility for the damage that they cause others. You don't, whatever you're doing is just you don't have to take responsibility for it. And people who kind of get off into the street life, selling drugs or whatever, they kind of live in this reality that the rules don't apply to you and that things happen and whatever befalls you is just chance. That's just the way it is. And you just have to accept it.
Okay, thank you. There's been some discussion about the timing of those letters. Let's talk about what you remember about that. What date did the jury return a verdict in your case?
July 12th,
Of 1995?
1995, yes.
Okay. And exhibit number 2, which we've been back and forth, the court has a copy in front, was filed on the docket on July 28th. Does that sound familiar to you? Date-wise, July 28th. I'm sorry, your letter to Judge Saw was filed on the docket July 28th.
Okay.
Is that,
I don't know.
I'm going to show it to you.
I think it's,
actually have a copy of it up there. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may. What did you just handle with us?
It's exhibit 89, Judge.
89. Thank you.
It's a letter written to Judge Shaw. What's the date on the top of that, Mr. Johnson?
July 28th, 1995.
Okay, and you were sentenced again, the date of the jury verdict?
July 12th.
Okay, so from sometime between July 12th, when the verdict comes down in your case, and this document filed in the court docket of July 28th, at some point between the 12th and the 28th is when you received these letters. Does that sound right to you?
Yes, ma'am.
We've heard some names of some detectives during your direct examination. One of them, Detective Nickerson. Did you know him before you were arrested in this case?
Yes,
How did you know him?
he questioned me about some other incidents,
Okay.
at least one other incident.
So you'd had conversations with him before.
Yes, ma'am.
You feel like he knew who you were.
Yes, ma'am.
You knew who he was.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that true of Detective Campbell?
Yes, ma'am.
Detective Stidham?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Tell me about your first experience that you remember, even as a child, even with the police.
My first experience.
Yeah, like what is your first memory of an experience with a police officer?
Objection, Judge.
It is, I'll get there.
Make it up quickly. I'll overrule for now.
Go ahead.
You mean any police officer?
Yes.
I was a juvenile, and an officer believed that I had stolen a car.
Mm. How frequently were you stopped by police as a juvenile on the street, or like if you had to say?
Not so much when I was a juvenile. It was more like when I turned 17. I'd only had, I believe, one or two cases for stealing a car when I was a juvenile.
How would you describe the police presence generally in your neighborhood? Was a lot of police presence, not? Yeah.
A lot of police presence is.
Okay. In your neighborhood, I think you testified, it's called the dark side. Can you tell me about the location of the dark side if you were explaining it to someone like me who's not from St. Louis?
Well, it's in the Tiffany neighborhood, which is near Cardinal Glenning, in that area, between Cardinal Glenning and Vanderbilt or Tower Grove. It's one side is the highway, I think it's 40 or 44, and then you have Park, which is close to Cardinal Glenning Hospital, and then you have Grand and some in that area there.
Okay. So it's a location.
Yes.
Okay. So when someone says, I'm from the dark, would they say I'm from the dark side or I am of the dark side? Explain
Dark
to me the
side
difference.
is just a nickname for the neighborhood.
Okay. So could a kid be from the dark side
Yes.
or
ma'am.
of the dark side?
Anybody that lives in that area.
Okay. Women?
A woman?
Like, yeah, could a woman say, I'm from the dark side or I am dark side?
Yes, ma'am.
And a child as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so it sounds like you tell me.
It's not a gang per se,
Right.
it's just the name for an area that's in the McCreetown area. That's
Okay.
what we call it.
Saying I'm from dark side versus I'm from the dark side or I am the dark side or I am dark side. Adds a whole another layer in there of, are you like a witch? You're from the dark side. What are you doing? Other than just the street they live on. Because there's no street lights. That's why it's called dark side. They turn the street light. They make it so their street lights don't come on. They did it, not the city or anything like that. I was thinking Star Wars too, Gabby. I was thinking that too. When she started asking it, like, take that out because that's different. That's different.
All right. Did you have a street name, Mr. Johnson?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And what are the colors, if there are, of the dark side? Were there any colors associated with the dark side?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Do you understand what I'm asking? Like any type of gang colors associated with living in that side of town?
again, it's not a gang, it's just the area. That's,
Okay.
now you have groups within that neighborhood,
Right.
and they may claim to be a Crip or to be a Blood or
Okay.
Vice or whatever. The neighborhood is just the neighborhood, but who a person is in that neighborhood is who they are.
Right.
They can be a working person, they could be a person that's in the streets, children, like you said. It's just the name of the area.
Okay. If someone were to describe it as a set as opposed to a gang, would that be accurate way to describe the dark side?
That would depend on the person. If that
Right.
person is in that lifestyle and they think of themselves as a gang member,
Yeah.
then they would say, I'm from the dark side. And so it really just depends on the person and their mindset.
Okay. So the meaning depends on the person. That's what I think.
You trying to get a meaning of the phrase "the set"?
I am Judge.
That's
All right, he said
generally
the
a
dark side. He said I'm
geographic
from the dark
location.
side.
Okay, great.
Uh,
I don't give them.
You agree?
Yes, sir.
I was trying to help him.
All right. We,
Each operation has essentially their set, and people challenge each other sometimes based upon that. But that's kind of how that's used.
and that's how I understand the dark set as a set and a location. Am I understanding it correctly?
Yes,
Okay, thank you. You testified that you were in a lineup in this case, is that right?
yes, ma'am.
You ever been in a lineup prior to that? Good to know.
And I'll overrule it. I think I see what the use might be. I'll overrule it.
Have you been in a lineup prior to the lineup in this case, Mr. Johnson?
Once,
Okay. Testified that after you were walking out of being in this lineup, you knew that you had not been identified.
yes, ma'am.
How did you know that?
I could tell by the Detective Nickerson's demeanor.
Tell me about his demeanor.
Well, as I said, when Detective Bailey was escorting me out of the room, Detective Nickerson was kneeled over a chair and his head was down. And Detective Bailey stopped and he was just kind of waiting for him to look up so that he could indicate to whether or not I'd been identified or not, because I think he was curious as well. And Detective Nickerson just kept his head down, and I said, I told you I didn't do it. And that's when he looked up.
Did he say anything in response?
No, ma'am.
I want to talk about some of the names that we've heard. Puffy. How did you know Puffy, who is Cerrone Spates? Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know him?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How did you know him?
From the neighborhood.
Okay. And Philip Campbell, you've said that you know as well, but how did you know him?
I met him through others in the neighborhood,
Okay. And James Howard?
through the neighborhood.
So these are all folks that live in this geographical area.
At one time, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Marcus Boyd, did he also come from that particular area?
No, ma'am.
Okay, where was Marcus from?
I'm not entirely sure. I just know that once I started associating with Marcus, he took me to Pine Line and he was doing some hustling there. So I'm not sure exactly where he grew up or where he was necessarily from.
But he wasn't from the neighborhood that you grew up in
No, ma'am.
with the rest of these folks?
Yes,
Mr. Campbell, Mr. Spates, and Mr. Howard.
yes, ma'am.
Can you tell me about the type of your business arrangement with Mr. Boyd? What kind of arrangement did you guys have with each other?
Well, it wasn't like a partnership as it's being made out to be. I think we did what most people did back then. We pooled our money, bought a quantity of drugs and split it up. And then we shared customers until we finished with what we had. And then we would just go back, that process again. It wasn't where we was holding money or building money or stashing drugs or something like that, like some big partnership. It was just some low-level stuff, as Bruns described the other day.
Okay. Can you tell me about how the last time that you remember seeing Marcus before the night he was killed?
I believe it was the week he was killed.
The same week he was killed, at some point that week?
Right.
Okay. Tell me about what you remember about that last time seeing Marcus.
I had two men in the car with me. They was trying to sell me a rifle, and they claimed they didn't have any bullets to it, and I didn't want to buy it if I didn't know if it worked or not.
Right.
And so I was just driving to their house so I could look at it. And as I was driving, we drove past Marcus's house, and Marcus and Leslie was coming out of the house, and I hadn't been around them since about maybe 3 months, and I just stopped and we talked for a little bit.
Mm-hmm. So you had a conversation.
Yes, ma'am.
You're happy to. Were you? Was an argument between you, or
No, ma'am.
no? Okay. So that's the last time you recall. You think the week that Mr. Boyd was killed.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You said you hadn't been around Marcus prior to that for about 3 or so months. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there a reason for that?
No, I just was busy going on with my life. I was working and school, and he moved in his apartment with Leslie, and I moved in an apartment with Erica, and we just lost touch, I guess.
Did he have a child with Leslie?
Yes.
Do you remember about how old that child was?
I'm not sure. I think she's maybe around the same age as my daughter, which is probably around 2 years at that age.
Okay. And he and Leslie, had they recently moved into the house at Louisiana?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So they were moved in together.
Yes, ma'am.
You were no longer his roommate, of course.
No, ma'am.
And you were moving in with Erica.
Yes, we already lived.
Right.
Together.
Were you guys trying to grow up a little?
Yes, ma'am.
How are you doing?
Well, I'm grown now.
Yeah. No, I'm saying it sounds like there wasn't this. There's been testimony, I think, or argument that you and Marcus had some falling out or argument, or is that true?
That's not true.
But you had drifted apart, it sounds like, as far as compared to when you were living together.
Well, yeah, he was
Right.
in the penitentiary. That kind of
Sure.
do it. So
Yeah.
I think we got that down.
Yeah. Just want to make sure.
We've never had an argument or a fight or anything like that. I mean, to this day, I don't know why people suspected I killed him. I mean, the most that I've gotten was from Leslie, and in her deposition, she said that I didn't answer his page one day, and from that, she just gathered that there was some sort of a problem. And I don't know where it came. I don't know why she thinks that.
I believe that you have Exhibit 89 in front of you. Do you have it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Would you turn to the last page of it, which is page 3?
The last page.
Actually, the second page, the very last paragraph. We start at the very last line where it says Mr. Shaw. And can you read? Can you read that last, starting with Mr. Shaw?
Mr. Shaw, I did not kill Marcus Boyd, and I hope someday justice will prevail. I have never been arrested for this long. And it's the most terrifying experience in my life. It is even more terrifying or even more threatening than the hardships of life outside of these walls. I pray that someday I will be given the chance to become a real man and be a contributing asset to our people.
It's written a long time ago, but
Yes, ma'am.
you got to listen to Mr. Boyd testify earlier this week. You heard his testimony about killing Marcus. I'm sorry, Mr. Howard. Yes, I'm sorry. Thank you. Mr. Howard's testimony on Monday. How did you feel listening to that testimony?
It hurt because I cared about Marcus.
Yeah. Erica described your relationship as brothers. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I thought of him as an older brother.
And why did you think of him as an older brother? Other
Because
than that
I didn't have a brother, and he was family oriented, and he used to try to encourage me to stop associating in the dark side area. And I kind of looked up to him in a way and was trying to mirror myself after him.
Why did he want you to stop associating on the dark side?
Why did he want me to do that?
Right. Why was he encouraging you to stop associating on the dark side?
I think he knew the trouble that caused. And earlier that year, I had got shot, and I guess I could have been killed. So
Have some of your friends been killed, Mr. Johnson? Have a number of your friends been killed, Mr. Johnson?
yes, ma'am.
At the end of your letter, you talk about Exhibit 89. At the end, you were talking about all of the things, you weren't sure of the next process, but you were going to try what you could. Mr. Weiss asked you some questions about all of the things that you learned how to do while you were in custody. Do you remember those questions?
Yes, ma'am.
You requested Mr. Mock's criminal history from a number of places. Do you recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you also request documentation relating to Greg Elking and the payments that Greg Elking told you about?
Yes, ma'am.
How many times, if you had to guess, did you try and get that information?
I don't know, dozens of times maybe.
Many? Would you agree with many?
Yes, ma'am.
Me?
Exhibit number 124. I want you to look over those first pages. Page. Have you had time to look over the first, 3 pages, which is the summary?
Yes, ma'am.
Direct your attention to on the bottom of page 2, there's a date, March 12th, 2012. Do you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Who was that request made to, according to this summary?
Don't you think this kind of speaks for itself? If you-
Right. I just,
Does it point to that? I mean, he has no knowledge of these matters. He didn't file these requests.
what's that?
Don't you think these documents speak for themselves? I mean, I don't really need.
I believe, yes, they
If he was
do,
totally
Judge.
uninvolved, I don't know if I need him to read it to me.
He made a number of requests himself, and of course, us, it is counsel, but
I'm not sure why she had to question
there was
him,
a
Roseanne.
number of requests made, and I wanted to inquire of him about all of the work he had done on his own behalf.
I don't know why we couldn't move on to
Well,
craft.
where does it say this was a request by Mr. Johnson?
The requests are also on here. I'm not exactly sure which one of these are his. They'll be the following documents following or the actual request.
Why don't you do that? Yeah, you got a request that has his
About him.
signature on it,
Sure.
as having made the request, and you want to demonstrate something from that, that might be.
And Your Honor,
effective approach.
the documents, we can move on. They do speak for themselves. He was denied a number of times on trying to get the documents that would show Mr. Elkins paid. They were ultimately disclosed and they're in this record.
Okay, let's do it this way. Mr. Johnson, did you request documents on your own?
Yes, sir.
How many times?
I couldn't say for sure, but I just know that I had
Round
made
figure. More than 10?
roughly, yes, sir.
More than 20?
Probably 10 or more, I'm not sure.
Did you get responses?
Yes, sir.
And what you received, did you pass along to your attorneys involved in the case?
Just denials.
Sir?
Denials that they didn't exist,
Oh, denials that they existed, all right.
didn't exist.
Are these exhibits that, or documents that you had cause to believe definitely did exist, or were you asking because you were just curious?
Because according to his letters, that
They
they
did
exist. And when I was writing to try to get that
All right.
information.
You guys do any follow-up on the matter?
No, Judge, thank you.
Did you do any follow-up on the
Oh.
matter of documents that your client says did exist and the government is saying didn't exist?
Yeah.
Do you need follow-up on that?
Yes, we continue to request them.
Okay, did you get a response?
Yes, we did, Your Honor, and they're noted here.
All right, that's all I need to know.
Thank
May continue.
Thank you. During Mr. Weiss's examination, you were asked about how you came to be represented by the Innocence Project. And you discussed being cellmates with Mr. Kidd. Do you
Yes, ma'am.
recall that testimony? Did you and Mr. Kidd have any arrangements between each other, a deal between each other, such as it might be called? You have an agreement about your own cases between each other. Do you remember?
That's relevant because
I just,
Oh,
I don't care. We can move on to the next thing.
okay, can I have a second, Your Honor?
Mhm.
Can I have a? counsel reminded me that I forgot to ask you about a conversation that you had with Detective Campbell. When you were being interviewed about this case, the date, a few days after Mr. Boyd was killed, on direct, you testified about having a conversation with Detective Campbell. Do you recall?
Yes,
that?
ma'am.
And Detective Campbell, I think the quote from your direct is that the pen is mightier than the sword. Do you recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you think that meant at the time?
I didn't know what it meant at the time.
Okay. What do you think it means now? Like after this amount of time, how do you see that comment?
And that's useful to me because
Ultimately, there's an allegation that Detective Campbell writes in this case that Mr. Johnson disputes that he said.
that's it. Move on to your next question.
Mr. Johnson, is there anything that you'd like to say about the murder of Marcus Boyd? And I know you said repeatedly that you didn't do it, and the court has asked if you called the family after Mr. Boyd was killed. Is there a reason that you didn't do that?
I didn't have a close relationship with his family. I just knew him.
Okay. Were you able to attend his funeral, or had you been
You know, I
arrested?
did ask you a why question at the time. Now after lunch, is someone you got a little bit full answer? Did you talk with your lawyers about my questions
No,
while
sir.
we were in recess?
No, sir.
All right.
Have you? Actually, I don't have anything further, Judge.
Yeah, because I asked him a lot of direct questions, and any attempts to try to, you might be undermining his credibility if you go a little too far. You know, with those kinds of questions at this stage. He gave his answers, and I wrote them down, and they are what they are.
Thank you, Judge.
You can go ahead.
I don't have anything further, Judge. Thank you.
I don't know that she had anything to
Attorney
be.
General's office.
All right, this is cross-examination.
You can have 2 minutes.
All right, lady, you've had like 6 hours to be ready. I think that woman just wanted to ask questions. I hope so, Roseanne. Cross-examination
Good afternoon, Mr.
is
Johnson.
usually pretty good.
Afternoon.
You're about 6 feet tall, correct?
5'11".
5'11", pretty close to 6 feet, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And Philip Campbell, he was shorter than you, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And James Howard, we saw him walking court today, the other day. He's extremely shorter than you, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You were in the courtroom when he testified. He was 5'6", right?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you participated in a photo lineup back in 1994, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you have permission to approach?
You may?
Handy what has been marked as State's Exhibit X. Do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that a picture of the the in-person lineup that you participated in?
Yes, ma'am.
Will you show the court where you're standing in that photo?
I'm the third individual from the left.
And if you wouldn't mind just pointing to him, which one you are?
The man with the
The white pants?
pants on. Yes.
Got it?
Thank you. I'm now handing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit Y. And do you see yourself in State's Exhibit Y?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you show the court which photo is yours?
I am the gentleman here.
Now I
I
see,
kind of think I already knew that, but go ahead.
I understand, Judge. Now I see that there are lines around that photograph. There are black lines. Do you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you in trial when those were drawn onto the photograph?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, back in 1994, did you drive a 1986 Delta 88 Oldsmobile?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't know anything about cars, but I hear that was a pretty nice car. Would you agree?
It's a decent car, yeah.
It's a decent car. Was it four-door, two-door?
Four-door,
Four-door? What color was it?
gray.
And that was exclusively your car, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And back then, you didn't have a key fob, so to get in the trunk, how would you do that?
We'd unlock it with the key.
So you have to get out of the car, go around and unlock it with a key.
Yes, ma'am.
Also, back in 94, no cell phones, right?
There were cell phones.
Did you have a cell phone?
No, ma'am.
You had a pager, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So even though they were around, you didn't have one.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you knew Marcus back in 1994, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you testified during direct that you looked up to him like an older brother. Did I hear that right?
Yes, ma'am.
So that's a pretty close relationship.
Yes, ma'am.
And all the stories and information that you had falling out, I think you testified that that wasn't true.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you were still close on the day he died.
I thought so. Yes, ma'am.
He was still your older brother.
Yes, ma'am.
I have even heard that he was kind of a mentor to you.
But I guess so. Yes, ma'am.
Right? He was trying to take you away from that dark side neighborhood, right?
Yes, ma'am.
He was trying to show you the right thing to do,
To a degree, yes, ma'am.
to a degree, right? And not just were you close to Marcus, but you were also close to Leslie Williams, right?
Yes, ma'am. I thought so. Yes, ma'am.
Right, because Leslie had a child with Marcus, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And Pam Williams had a child with you, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And Pam and Leslie at that time were pretty close.
Yes, ma'am.
I've heard their relationship described not as cousins, but as sisters, right?
I've never heard that.
But they were pretty close.
Yes, ma'am.
And Marcus was older than you, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And Marcus was older than Leslie, right?
I think so. Yes, ma'am.
And this older brother relationship, did that often include kind of you talking to Marcus about situations you might have in your life? And here's what I mean by that. Would you go to him sometimes for advice?
No, I don't really recall like that. I mean, it was when Marcus and I started hanging around each other, which was in '94. I was recovering from my wounds, and he was dealing with his breakup with Leslie, and so we just kind of comforted each other and was there for each other in that sense. But Marcus wasn't that much different from me. I looked after my family just like he did, but compared to the other friends that I had, they were totally different people. So
He kind of had his situation together a little more. Is that what you're trying to say?
he was a friend that I felt more comfortable, I guess you could say comfortable with. He didn't bring the street with him, so I felt less at ease with him.
At your trial, that connection didn't go in front of the jury, correct?
That's right.
And at that time, your attorney thought the state probably couldn't prove motive. They didn't prove a connection between you and Marcus. Is that right?
Right. They hadn't established any type of relationship of me and Marcus at trial, other than my daughter's mother, his daughter's mothers were cousins.
Right. So nothing about how you were former roommates, correct?
No, ma'am.
Nothing about how you were kind of in the drug business together, correct?
No, ma'am.
And you were still in the drug business with him at the time of his murder. Is that what?
No, sir. No, ma'am.
No. So you had already gone your separate ways by that time.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you guys well, I think I know the answer to this question, but I'm gonna ask you anyway. Were you guys in separate parts of the dark side factions?
No, ma'am. I mean, no, I'm sorry, sir. No, ma'am. No,
All
sir.
right. I can live through that.
Marcus was associated. He knew,
He was going,
but
was
he
living
just
straight
wasn't.
life.
No, he wasn't straight because he was hustling and doing things too. But he just wasn't in the. He didn't get sucked into the nonsense that was going on over there.
All right.
And he kind of lived outside of where the dark side was at. Is that true?
Yes, ma'am.
Louisiana wasn't really close to Lafayette, right?
No, ma'am.
And Lafayette, though, was in the dark side area.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, this older brother that you had, Marcus, I'm sure when you heard that he was killed, that was pretty upsetting, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So you talked about dark side on direct, and you mentioned that it's not really a gang, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
It's more just an area up by Lafayette, Tiffany neighborhood. Is that
Yes,
right?
yes, ma'am.
But you were in the drug business up in that area, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and sometimes being in the drug business, you'd have to do other things, right, to ensure your business.
I don't know what you mean.
That is fair. That was a bad question on my part. So when you're dealing drugs, sometimes you would have to assault people, right?
No, ma'am.
Sometimes you maybe even would rob people.
No, ma'am.
Are you familiar with Anthony Cooper?
Yes, ma'am.
He was your friend, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And he was your friend up there in the dark side area.
Yes, ma'am.
And again, you talked about Lamont McLean, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And he was your friend up in the dark side neighborhood, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And Philip Campbell was the same thing. He was up there in dark side.
Yes, ma'am.
James Howard, correct? He was up there in dark side.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you were in the courtroom when James Howard testified, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And he actually testified that dark side was a gang. Did you hear that?
I believe so. Yes, ma'am.
And James Howard also said that he would have signed anything you put in front of him. Did you hear that?
Yes, ma'am.
And you did, in fact, put something in front of him, didn't you?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was a 2009 affidavit, is that correct?
I believe so. Yes, ma'am.
And you did the same thing with Lamont McLean and Anthony Cooper, correct?
Probably. I believe so.
In fact, all three of those individuals signed their affidavit on the same day, right?
I don't know. I mean, the affidavits would speak for themselves. I don't know.
Was Stanford Morris also a friend of yours from Darkside?
Yes, ma'am.
Cyrone Spates?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, he went by Puffy.
Yes, ma'am.
Anthony Cooper went by Coop.
Yes, ma'am.
But Marcus was not a part of the dark side.
No, ma'am.
And the only connection between Philip Campbell and the rest of dark side was you, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Were all these, okay, just make sure I understand. Were all these affidavits signed by these individuals while they were incarcerated?
I believe that is correct, Judge.
Using whatever was available in the prison at that time, either prison staff or an inmate who had notarial certification?
That I cannot, that I do not know, Judge.
So you know the place, meaning the institution they were in. Do you know that?
Not off the top of my head, Judge, but I'm sure I can find that information.
Were they in the same institution?
That is a good question, Judge, and I'm unsure of that answer.
Because you told me they were all signed the same day.
They were, Judge.
All right. But you didn't investigate further to see if it happened to be the same institution.
No, Judge.
Okay. Was it the same institution that they all signed in?
I'm not sure.
Did they tell me where they were signed?
Signed on the same date, August 21. Together they were signed in prison. The notary was a guy named Daniel Woodhouse.
Same notary and all of them.
Oh, I didn't do those. I didn't do those.
And the investigator was a notary, I gather. All So then all these individuals got together because the notary was in the institution that day, and the notary got them all signed that day. Thank you.
Anthony Cooper was a convicted murderer at that time, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Lamont McLean, a convicted murderer, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
James Howard, convicted murderer, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you need first degree on all of these folks?
Yes, Judge, I believe it is first degree on all.
All right,
No, ma'am.
keep going.
They weren't all first degree.
I
Well, tell me
apologize.
what the distinctions were.
Lamont McLean and Stanford Morris, they had second degree murder. They both made parole. Stanford Morris has since been killed. James Howard and Anthony Cooper, they had first degree murder. Anthony Cooper he died from an overdose.
You died from what?
An overdose.
While in prison?
Yes, sir.
So you mentioned that dark side, they weren't groups, they weren't gangs, correct?
No, ma'am.
It was just an area.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you mentioned that, and I think I wrote this quote down. I want to make sure I have it right. We just fight each other. Did I hear that correct?
I don't know where that quote comes from, but that does pretty much sum up the situation in that area.
And all the people I mentioned before, Anthony Cooper, Lamont McLean, Philip Campbell, James Howard, they were kind of a part of your friend group up in Darkside, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, but there was another friend group that was also up in Darkside, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And in that other group, did that include Marvell Reed?
I think the police work says, yes, ma'am.
And you mentioned the police work mentions that?
The police report makes it distinguishes the groups, and they name one dark side one, the other dark side two.
Right.
Is the police report correct?
No, because it has Marcus on there, it has other people on there that I don't recognize.
Well, I didn't ask if you recognize.
That's what I mean. They have names of people in there that I don't even.
Oh, because you don't recognize them, you don't think they could have been in either area of dark side.
Right, because most of the people we all grew up, we was kids, we grew up knowing each other. And it's the same as when you're young, you fall out, you fight, and then the only difference was that as we got older and had access to guns and drugs, that's what changed it to just regular fist fighting into more
Shoot.
serious, yes.
I got it.
Judge, permission to approach.
You may?
Now, you mentioned there was a police report. You've received a lot of discovery in this case, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And it sounds like you've reviewed it all,
Yes, ma'am.
and probably quite a few times, so you know it pretty well.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm handing you what has been marked FF4. Do you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm turning to the fourth page of the report. Is that the two lists that you were talking about
Yes, ma'am.
to the judge? So I see just what you said, dark side 1, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And dark side 2.
Yes, ma'am.
And over on dark side 2, they have your name.
Yes, ma'am.
And down below that, they have Anthony Cooper, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And down below that, they have Lamont McLean, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And down below that, they have Stanford Morris, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then down below that, they have Dane Reed, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And down below that, they have Eric Yarborough,
Yes, ma'am.
and that's correct, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And James Howard,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dobbs, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Kenneth Perkins, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Tyrone States, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's correct.
Yes, ma'am.
Demetrius Sims.
Are you just going down a list that I can read myself?
Judge, I'll make short work of it. I'll move just on to the dark side
Yes,
one,
Judge.
if the court will indulge
Let
me.
me see that list.
Yes, Judge.
I see 25 names on this list.
She's going down this list. Eric, Johnny, whoever. And then he's like, "Are you just going down the list of people that I can read myself?" And she's like, "I'll make quick work of it, Judge." And then now he's making it take longer. I'm thinking she could. Yes, the answer was yes, Judge. She was. But now you're making it take longer, Judge. It's, yeah, stop it.
Um, and it lists Vanessa Bryan as deceased and Marcus Boyd as deceased. Is this list accurate in the sense that all these people on the dark side too were affiliated?
Speaking of the dark side, what are proper clothes for ladies, George? I have a feeling we might disagree. I don't know. My husband and I have this conversation all the time. I know what he thinks is proper foot attire, and I told him uh, he could walk around in them all day first, and then let me know if he still thinks that that's proper foot attire. And yes, Gabby, not everyone's a size 0. That's Gabby. That's usually when I go shopping, weddings and funerals. Haven't been any weddings in a while, and I got clothes I can wear to a funeral. I'll make it work.
Dated?
No, sir.
Okay, who was not affiliated that's on this list? You want to look at it again?
Yes. Um, I don't recognize Demetrius Sims, Gregory Williams, Stephen Woodford, Frederick Thomas, Claude Fournet, James Wade, Cortez Williams, Alan Vaughn, Cedric Cummins. Well, Cedric Cummins is in Joe Vince. I don't recognize any of those names.
So it seems like 10 of them you don't recognize. So that takes me down 15, 16 or so. In my day, we used to use the phrase shot caller. You know what that means?
Just a person that's had influence over
Right.
the group. Yeah.
Is there a person on this list that have been a shot caller?
No, sir.
All right.
Ah, that's a lot.
Go ahead.
I mean, it's not for 4 of you.
And the other side included Marvell Reed, Paul Neely, Keith Boyd, Charles Reed, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, seems like between 1993 and 1994, these two groups, if you will, had a lot going on. Is that fair to say?
Yes, ma'am.
Including shootings between each other?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, and you mentioned you were actually shot, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you were blamed for other shootings and other homicides at that time, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And one of those was Dennis Orr, the Dennis Orr shooting.
Yes, ma'am.
Law enforcement.
Your Honor, we just want to make sure that we object to all this uncharged crimes.
Oh, I'm not taking it for that anyway. I think what's going on here is just interrelationships he's trying to establish.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. And again, December 1993, I believe you were actually shot, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And Keith Boyd shot Coop, right?
I don't know, ma'am.
Well, and that's just what was talked about on the street, correct?
I don't know, ma'am.
Are you aware that Keith Boyd, I apologize, that McLean shot Charles Reed?
No, I don't remember all of those incidents. What I remember is trying to survive 1993 and 94. That's what I remember.
And part of trying to survive that is your friend group was getting shot at by this other group that we talked about.
There was some feuding going on. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And just one more or two more I want to talk about. Lamar McLean was actually convicted of murdering Keith Boyd. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's the reason Lamont McLean was in jail at the time you were arrested on this case.
Yes, ma'am.
And again, September 94, you were actually shot.
Yes, ma'am.
October 13th, just 2 weeks
Who
before.
shot you?
The report says a guy named Kilo.
I'm sorry to hear you.
The report says a guy named Kilo.
No, I'm asking you. I don't care about what the report says.
I don't want to say, sir. I don't want to say.
Would you feel like you're gonna be snitching out on somebody?
No, I just don't want to get into who did what. I'm still in prison for one, and so yeah, I don't want to get into that.
Okay. I'll pull the question. I understand. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. And 2 weeks before Marcus Boyd was murdered, officers actually talked to you and looked at you for another homicide, correct?
Say the question again.
Fair. 2 weeks before Marcus was killed, Marvell Reed and Paul Neely were murdered, is that correct?
I believe so.
And officers actually looked at you for that murder as well, correct?
I believe so. Yes, ma'am.
And they brought you into the police station, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, Erica Barrow testified at your original trial, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And we saw her here today. She testified as well.
Yes, ma'am.
You testified that you lived on that Pritchard address with Erica. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, but you heard Erica testify earlier that she didn't actually live with you at that location at that time.
I think she was mistaken.
Now, at your original trial, Erica testified that you were at 3907 Lafayette. I apologize, 3910 Lafayette on the night Marcus was murdered. Is that correct?
Is that what she testified to?
Right, that's why I'm asking you. That's what she testified at your original trial. You were up on the Lafayette address.
Yes, I was in Lafayette. Yes, ma'am.
Was that the first time you used her as an alibi in a homicide case?
I've never had to use an alibi in a homicide case that I know of.
Has she made any points at all? I kind of tuned her out. I'm sorry. I was more interested in the chat.
Your Honor, I just wanted to put on the record, these are the same police reports that was the subject of Johnson's counsel's motion to exclude. These are
Did I rule on that?
No, Your Honor, you were gonna take away the case, I just wanted to alert you, these are the same reports for the uncharged crimes.
That was essentially your objection, just referencing uncharged prior criminal conduct. Is that basically it?
That it was irrelevant, yes, Your Honor.
All right, then, the very fact of prior uncharged crimes, I agree is not relevant. Seems that there's a suggestion for other relevant purposes, which it could come in on. I'm going to see how this goes.
And it wasn't offered, Your Honor, I was just letting you know these are the same reports.
If you want, if there's a proffer, make a relevance objection, and we'll see what the position of the Attorney General's office is in these documents.
Yes, Your Honor.
I agree with you guys. I think he's being fair. These closed captionings aren't. They're being horrible. Hello.
I apologize, Judge. I had that tabbed and it fell off.
Aw. He does like things tabbed. He has told that state's table 1,000 times.
Yeah, permission to approach, Judge.
You may come.
Showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit GG. And I'm turning to page 17, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th paragraph down. And page 17. And again, you were interviewed by law enforcement officers about the Neely Reed homicide, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And this report says Lamar J. Was asked about his whereabouts at the time of the Reed Neely homicides. Did I read that part correctly?
Yes, ma'am.
And this report says, and he stated that he was with his girlfriend, Erica Barrows or Burrows. Now it is spelled Bouroughs, right?
Mhm. No, it's not how it's spelled.
Correct, but in this report, that's how it is spelled.
And did Detective Campbell write that?
Detective Campbell advised Lamar J. That Detective Douglas had already talked with
Right.
Erica Burrows. Is that
That's-
what it says?
That's not true.
Is that what this says?
That's what it says, yes, ma'am.
And she told Detective Douglas that Lamar J. was not with her at the alibi. And I apologize, let me reread that. Detective Douglas had already talked with Erica Barrows and said, she told Detective Douglas that Lamar J. was not with her at that time of the Reed Neely homicides. Is that what it says?
Yes, ma'am.
And then the report says Lamar J. then changed his alibi and could not recall his whereabouts at that time of the shooting. Is that what the report says?
That's what the report says.
And again, that homicide.
At this point, I will subject to hearsay.
Yeah, because, if you're going to cross-examine a prior statement, there's a very important aspect of the foundation that I'm not sure you covered. And that is, this person has to say either A, yes, that's my statement, or B, I read the statement of the third person and it's true. It is actually not permissible just to cross on the fact that something's written down on a document. So I'm striking all that. I'm not going to give it any weight whatsoever.
Now, Detective Campbell testified at your original trial, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
He also testified at a motion to suppress hearing, correct?
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
And he claimed that you said, we let the white boy live.
Yes, ma'am.
And he claimed that you made some other statements along those lines, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
But you testified today that all you wanted to do with Detective Campbell was talk about Marcus's murder, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you've made a statement today a couple of times, and I wrote it down, but I want to make sure I have it correct. The quote is, the pen is mightier than the sword. Did I hear that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you testified that is what Detective Campbell told you at the end of your interview on that day.
Yes, ma'am.
Correct. And you remember those words even to today.
Yes, ma'am.
Pretty powerful words, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you talked to Detective Nickerson after Campbell made that statement to you, right?
No, ma'am.
But you saw him after Detective Campbell's interview, right?
At the lineup.
And you saw Detective Clyde Bailey after that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
But you never told those detectives what Detective Campbell told you, correct?
I had no idea what he meant by that and what he was going to do.
And your attorney didn't cross Detective Campbell on that statement at trial, did he?
No, ma'am.
So your attorney
Hold for
wasn't.
a second. Has you told your attorney about that statement?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. I believe so.
What was that officer's last name again?
Campbell, Judge.
Didn't I? Okay.
Hello, Sharon. This is in St. Louis, Missouri. That is the Lamar Johnson on the stand right now under cross-examination from the state. He is the one in front of the judge trying to get him to uh, vacate his guilty verdict in this trial. Judge seems very fair so far. I don't know if how much you've been watching, but we all really like the judge, and I think he's going to get a fair shake out of him.
Go ahead, Counselor.
Thank you, Judge. Now, you didn't know James Greg Elking's name before trial, correct?
No, ma'am.
And that's because his name didn't appear in the complaint, correct?
Just Greg.
And his name didn't appear in the police reports, correct?
No, ma'am.
And even the deposition that was taken, it was secret witness Greg, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You didn't know where he lived prior to trial, correct?
No, ma'am.
You didn't know what he looked like.
No, ma'am.
You didn't know what he sounded like.
No, ma'am.
But he did testify at trial.
He did?
James
Yes, sir.
Elking?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so James Elking testified at trial. And at that time, you heard his voice, saw his face, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, yesterday, your attorney at the trial, Mr. Bruns, testified, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when he testified, my counsel brought him a motion to compel for the name of Greg. Do you remember that?
I believe so. I'm not.
Yeah, it was a motion that was filed in your case, right?
No, yes. Okay.
And do you recall yesterday testimony being presented that your attorney didn't actually file that?
No, ma'am, I don't.
Okay, you don't recall that discussion that happened yesterday?
No, ma'am.
Safe to say you didn't file that motion to compel?
I don't know what you're talking. I don't know what document you're talking about.
Did you ever file a document demanding the name of the so-called secret witness?
I believe I filed a document when I was in the city jail asking for discovery. It might have been on there, I'm not sure.
Now, also in direct, you talked about a conversation you had with Philip Campbell, where you made a statement that all I said is Marcus was outside with the white guy. I believe you were in jail.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you testified on direct that you heard that from Leslie Williams. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, but at that time, you already knew you had an alibi, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you didn't say, I have an alibi, this is the person, to Philip Campbell, right?
No, ma'am.
You also testified on direct that Detective Nickerson was kneeling over a chair and holding his head. Do you recall that?
He was just leaning over a table.
Okay, a table. Thank you for clarifying. And I wrote down a quote, he looked at me with hatred in his eyes.
Yes, ma'am.
So do you think Detective Nickerson kind of created this whole case against you?
Yes, ma'am.
And he kind of roped in all the other detectives along with him,
Yes, ma'am.
including Detective Campbell?
Yes, ma'am.
But despite all that, you actually wanted Detective Nickerson to testify at your trial, didn't you?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's because he wrote down what you told him.
Yes, ma'am.
He wrote that down correctly.
Yes, ma'am.
So his report accurately reflects the conversation that you had.
Yes, ma'am.
And that conversation was, you told him you were with your girlfriend, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So this great mastermind put in a report, something that could potentially have helped you at trial.
Yes, but I think he had other reasons why he did that. But yes, ma'am.
Just like you wrote down that James Elking originally picked someone else out of that lineup, correct?
That he originally picked somebody else out of the line? Oh,
Yeah, Detective Nickerson wrote that in a report,
yes, ma'am.
and that report eventually got to your attorney, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you also testified on direct that you heard a rumor that B.A. Howard had committed the murder. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was while you were at jail,
Yes, ma'am.
but before you went to trial on this case, right?
Yes, ma'am.
In fact, it was just a couple of days after you were arrested.
I don't know if it was a couple of days, but while we were in the city jail, I began hearing that Philip and B.A. had did this murder.
And you knew who B.A. was at that time, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You knew exactly who it was. It was James Howard, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you didn't tell your defense attorney that, right?
No, ma'am.
That defense was not put on at trial, correct?
That's correct.
Well, why would you keep that from your attorney?
Just that thinking of not wanting to be a snitch and all of that.
Even to keep yourself out of prison for the rest of your life?
I didn't believe that I would ever be convicted for something I didn't do.
Well, that was a rude
Now, on the night of
awakening.
Marcus's murder, you went to Anita's house, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You drove your car,
Yes, ma'am.
that Delta 88 that we were talking about.
Yes, ma'am.
And in the car going there, you had Erica with you, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You also had your baby as well, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you went to that location to meet someone, right?
Yes, ma'am.
That's not an area where you lived.
No, ma'am.
Been through all of this. Come on, Judge.
And Erica testified that you went there around 7 o'clock
She was mistaken. But yes, she did testify to that, yes.
because you actually arrived at 9, correct?
A little before 9.
When you got in your car, you drove to that house, you parked outside, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And at the end of the night, you got back in the car with Erica and the baby and you went home, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Went to bed, woke up the next day, and went to work.
I don't know if I worked the next day.
Okay, but you went home, went to bed, and then you woke up the next day and did something.
Yes, ma'am.
So back to Anita's, you were, when you were inside the house, what were you all doing?
Erica and Anita were in another room with our daughter, and me and Robert was in another room playing dominoes.
Okay, so they were watching TV, you were playing dominoes, just having a peaceful evening with friends, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And then at one point, you actually leave.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know to leave because you received a page?
No, I prearranged this meeting when
How did you rearrange this meeting?
when we were at home.
When you were at home, that person called you, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So that person had to have had your number.
Yes, ma'am.
And when they talked to you on the phone, they would have said their name, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I mean, you got to know who you're meeting up with, right?
Well, I knew that he said I'm the guy that you met on 39th and Lafayette, so I knew what he was talking about.
So you knew who he was talking about, where you were going,
Yes, ma'am.
and this is a person that you were going to sell drugs to, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So kind of a client, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, I think you testified on direct that that was the only time that you had met that person. Did I hear that correctly?
I'd only met him one other time.
One other time. So you've only met this person twice.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember talking to Judge Shaw at your PCR hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you testified to him, did you tell him the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Because you were under oath, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And it was important that you tell the truth because he was reviewing your case, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge permission to approach.
You may.
You what has been marked as State's Exhibit C.
Okay.
C as in cat. C as in cat is the transcript from his. So this person, you only met him once. He was kind of just a client, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Wasn't like Marcus, wasn't, your older brother, best friend or anything, correct?
No, ma'am.
Would you please turn to page 31? Looking at line 2, do you see the question? And did you leave there at any time?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was a question posed to you at that time.
Yes, ma'am.
And the answer was, yeah, I left for a few minutes. I went out to meet a friend of mine, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you knew at that time that this was an individual you were with when Marcus was murdered, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you knew pretty close after his homicide that people were looking at you for his homicide, right?
Did I know they were looking for me?
The people thought you did it, right?
I knew that Leslie thought that I did it.
Right.
Sorry, could you repeat that answer?
You say people were looking for me, and I said, you asked that I thought that they knew what would you please?
And Judge, if I may, I'll rephrase the question. So Leslie told you that she thought you had committed the homicide, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was that night, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Even though you testified on direct that Pam told you the next day he was murdered, that's actually incorrect.
No, that night I learned that he got shot. She said Marcus got shot. I didn't learn until the next day that he actually died.
And Judge, I apologize, we're not clear enough your concerns here, but may I continue to inquire?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. So it wasn't, your testimony today is that you did not learn about Marcus's murder until Pam told you the next day. Did I hear that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You talked to Leslie that night, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And I can see that you're reading, I'll go ahead and take that from you. Thank you. Leslie just told you that he was shot, right?
As far as I know, he got shot, yes.
You just testified that
Yes,
Leslie.
that was my testimony.
I'm handing you back your transcript from PCR.
Okay.
It's marked to page 2. Will you look down to question on line 16?
Okay.
Question, what was the substance of that discussion? Right. The answer you gave was, I was asking Leslie, why did she think I was responsible for Marcus's murder? Is that what that says?
Yes, ma'am.
And she was just, we had words, and she asked me where I was at, and I told her I was on Lafayette, she hugged me.
Hung up on me.
She hung up on you.
Yes, ma'am.
She told you that night that he was murdered.
At this time, I know that he was murdered. So I may have just been saying that she thought I was responsible for the murder.
Well, you told Judge on direct that Pam told you the next day he was murdered, right?
I understand that, but what I'm saying is at this time, I know he's murdered. So we're talking about the conversation of him being murdered. So, I mean, it's just like the other thing you showed me. You said a friend of mine is just somebody I met. It's not a close friend.
So you're saying that the conversation on page 32 did not happen that night?
It did happen that night, but you're making a distinction of murder and whether or not I found out he got shot. But at this late date, I know he's murdered.
Yes, sir, that is a big distinction. On
Okay.
direct, you testified you did not learn he was murdered until the next day, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So that conversation that we had, that you went from Anita's house and you drove home, you went to bed, you woke up the next day.
Okay.
And direct, you're saying you learned all that, after you were home, right?
Yes, ma'am.
But this time, when you talked to Judge Booker Shaw,
Yes, ma'am.
you told him that you knew he was murdered that night.
This is what this said. That was the language that I used. But What I remember is that I learned that he got killed the following day, that he actually died the following day.
So is that a lie to Judge Shaw?
I wouldn't say it's a lie. I'm just saying that this is just the minute that I spoke. At this time, I know he's dead. And we're talking about the conversation that I had with Leslie. I used that we was talking about his murder.
You were talking about the murder that night.
Yes.
Judge has a spinning wheel over his head, not because he's buffering, but he's thinking. It's working. I think he's wondering where she's going. I agree, Gabby. I love it. He's just over there taking it all in.
So I want to go back to this friend, guy you just met once, whoever this person is. The reason you went to Anita's house is to meet this person, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You did in fact meet that person on that day.
Yes, ma'am.
You met him on that Lafayette, 3900 block of Lafayette, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You heard Erica testify earlier today that she didn't think the person you met lived on that address. Did you hear that?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's true, right? That person you met didn't live there.
I don't think so, no. I don't know where he lived. I just know that I met him on 39th and Lafayette.
You met your friend on 3900.
Friend is a loose word. I refer to Greg as a friend. It's just, that's a person that I met.
You refer to Greg Elking as a friend?
In my letters, yeah. I mean, it's just a loosely word of friend, a person.
So when you met him on the street of the 3900 block of Lafayette, you
Yes,
got in his car, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you went around the block, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you got in his car, so you got his passenger side, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you were wearing dark pants at that time.
I don't know what I was wearing that night.
And you got in his car and you went to do a drug deal.
Yes, ma'am.
Where'd you go and do a drug deal?
In the car.
Where in the car did you go to do a drug deal?
As we drove around the block.
So as you drove around the block, how many times did you go around the block?
One time, ma'am.
You went around the block one time. How many drug deals did you do?
Just one, ma'am.
And he drops you, and Lafayette is one way, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So if you're at 3907 Lafayette is where Anita's house is, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you get in the car, you have to go around 3944 to go around the block, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you get dropped back off at the end of 39 in Lafayette, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, the second Leslie tells you or asks you, where you were at that night,
Yes,
she thinks you murdered Marcus, right?
She think I had something to do with it.
Right. And you're on notice at that moment of, gosh, maybe I should start working on all the people I interacted with today, right?
No, ma'am.
No, when someone just accused you of murder and you're not like, I was with Erica, I was with this person.
No, I didn't feel like I needed to start trying to put together an alibi. Is that what you're trying to suggest? I was trying to wonder, why did she think that I did this?
Law enforcement had looked at you for numerous other homicides, right? By that point, they already looked at you for numerous other homicides, correct?
I have been brought in for questioning, yes, for the,
Numerous times, and they always ask you, where were you, right?
yes,
So by the time of Marcus's murder, by the time that Leslie is looking at you and saying, where were you? Not your first rodeo with, hey, someone's gonna be asking me where I was on this day.
I expected that, but 3 days passed, I hadn't been picked up, so I actually wasn't even thinking, I thought that maybe they understood that I wasn't involved in it.
And when Marcus was actually murdered, that timing, you weren't in the house with Erica, correct? You were in the car.
I don't know. All I know is that at this particular time, I was meeting with this person. If that was at the time when Marcus was killed, I guess so, but I don't know when Marcus was killed. except for what I read in the police report.
And when you were in jail, you didn't say, hey, someone go try to find that former client of mine, did you?
I didn't know how to find him myself. I mean, police knew, I mean, they could have checked the phone records to see where I was. They could have checked my pager records. They didn't do any of that.
You didn't even tell them the.
Stop. Phone records.
Of Anita's house,
I'm sorry, say that
at
again.
Anita's house.
Oh, her landline.
Yeah, they could have checked that. They
Yeah.
could have checked my pager.
But you never told law enforcement the name of this friend, correct?
I didn't, I don't know, I don't even remember if I remember the name.
But I mean, he would have been an important person for your defense attorney to know at trial, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And he would have been an important person for the jury to know, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you knew a lot of the drug dealers in that neighborhood, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And if this was a person who was buying from you, probably a person who was buying from other people, right?
I suppose so.
And you didn't use all of your connections and networks to find this one person, did you?
I don't think he was from that area. I have no way of knowing who he was or how to find him except through the pager number that he called. And that was taken from me,
Except through the what you already
the
called?
pager I had.
So he paged you that night.
Yes, ma'am.
Didn't you just testify during cross that he called you at your house?
No, well, I mean, I called him back from my house, but I didn't give people my number like that. He paged me. Everybody contacted me through my pager, and I responded by calling from my phone.
Okay, so now he paged you, you then called him from your house, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you mentioned phone records already, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you didn't mention those phone records to law enforcement, did you?
I didn't know about investigations. I just told him where I was.
When Detective Nickerson is talking to you at the police station, you're already arrested for the murder of Marcus Boyd, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And at that time, he read you Miranda, correct?
Who, Detective Nickerson?
Detective Nickerson read you Miranda.
They don't read your rights, ma'am.
I'm sorry.
They don't read you your rights, ma'am.
Okay, so Detective Nickerson didn't read you your rights.
No, ma'am.
And Detective Bailey before that, when he stopped you in your car, he didn't read your rights either.
No, ma'am.
So but you talked to Detective Nickerson that night, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you talked to Detective Nickerson, you already testified that what he wrote in his report was accurate.
Yes, ma'am.
Right.
About that statement, yes, ma'am.
About that statement.
Yes, ma'am.
And that statement is, I was with my girlfriend on Lafayette, right?
Yes, sir.
You didn't mention Erica Barrow's name, correct?
I don't recall if I said her name. I know that's what I said. That was my statement to him.
Your statement to him was accurately reflected in Detective Nickerson's report,
Yes,
correct?
ma'am.
And Detective Nickerson's report says you were with your girlfriend on Lafayette, right?
Yes, ma'am.
It doesn't give a specific address of the house, right?
No, ma'am.
But you knew that address, that was 3907 Lafayette, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You didn't tell law enforcement that, did you?
I don't know. I don't think so.
And you knew the name of your girlfriend at that time, didn't you?
Yes, ma'am.
It was Erica Barrow, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you didn't tell Detective Nickerson the name of Erica Barrow, did you?
He didn't really inquire about that.
He asked you where you were the night.
I told him. I said, man, that boy was my friend. I didn't shoot him. I was with my girlfriend on Lafayette. He asked me, well, you want to put you in a lineup? I said, okay. I voluntarily participate in the lineup. That was basically the extent of our interview.
Don't you think knowing who your girlfriend was would have helped Detective Nickerson?
Yeah, but I don't think he was interested in knowing who she was or where I was. He didn't take the time out to go do it. Yet he took the time out to drive from 39 from that apartment to where Marcus was killed in relationship to this case. But he couldn't take the time to stop and talk to Anita now.
But you were the one who didn't provide that information to Detective Nickerson.
I
correct?
would have. He didn't ask.
Detective Nickerson was not the one who was sitting there arrested for homicide, was he?
No, ma'am.
You had everything to lose at that point, didn't you?
I didn't think so.
You didn't think so? You were arrested for a homicide.
I didn't commit the homicide. So why would I be concerned that I had everything to lose?
But you didn't think the law enforcement knowing the name of Erica Barrow would have helped them out in investigating that?
If they wanted it, I would have given it to them.
If you wanted to give it to them, you would have, wouldn't you?
Your Honor, can we stop adding?
I disagree, overruled.
Yeah, I would have given it to them if they'd asked me for it.
They asked you you where you were.
I told him where I was and who I was with.
You told him you were with your girlfriend, but you didn't tell him who Erica Barrow was.
Well, you just showed me a report where he said I was with my girlfriend. So they knew, well, if you want to go there, they knew. Why would I need to tell them something that they already know?
Did you just have one girlfriend at that time?
No, I didn't.
All right. So you didn't give him the name of Erica Barrow at that time, did you?
I just made the statement that I was with my girlfriend in Lafayette.
Right.
And from there, he asked me to put me in the lineup, and that was it. He could have asked me what was her name, just as I could have given him the name.
You could have given, but you didn't give him the name.
Yeah, no,
You didn't give him the name.
he didn't ask
You
for
didn't
it.
give him the information about this friend, right?
Well, yeah, they didn't ask for it either.
They asked you where you were.
And I told him where I was at. I told him where I was at.
Yes, Judge, I
Getting a
apologize.
little argumentative.
I apologize, Judge.
You can put it on me to.
Done. Overruled. Move on.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
At that time, you knew the pager information, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You didn't provide that to law enforcement. You didn't say, I was in a car with a friend, a guy I met one time, and here's my pager, did you?
I didn't discuss that I had left out. I didn't even think that was important. I didn't know that the time when Marcus was killed at the time, I didn't know if me stepping out for 5 minutes was going to be a factor in this case. He asked me where I was. I told him where I was and who I was with. And that was the extent of that conversation, except that he wanted to put me in a lineup.
Now, Leslie Williams called you that night, correct? We've already talked about it.
Yes, ma'am.
And she asked you, she told you Marcus was murdered, correct?
Murdered, shot. Yes, ma'am.
She told you he was murdered.
Shot.
You knew he was hurt?
I knew he got shot. Something happened to him, yes.
Hurt pretty bad?
I knew something happened to him.
Leslie was probably pretty worked up, correct?
Yeah, it seemed that way on the phone.
She wasn't playing.
And
Not
his
today.
older brother, who was murdered, shot, hurt pretty bad. You didn't go to his home that night, did you?
No, ma'am.
You didn't go hold Leslie while she cried, did you?
No, ma'am.
You didn't hold his mom when she was crying as well.
No, ma'am.
You just went home.
Yes, ma'am.
Was he under any obligations to do those things? No, ma'am. Instead. I'm not saying it was right or wrong, just saying he wasn't really under any obligation to go do any of those things she just named. If you want to go home, he could have went home.
Judge, permission to approach.
You may.
This is State's Exhibit J. Take a moment to review that document if you need. That's a document trying to find the identity of the secret witness, correct?
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
And your attorney testified yesterday that he did not file that document, didn't he?
No, ma'am.
Your attorney yesterday testified that he didn't file that document, correct?
I don't know if he was talking about this document. I don't know.
Hold on, what exhibit is
I
that?
sent this document.
J, Judge.
Hold on. Can you show me your J?
And Judge, I apologize, we gave you our copy yesterday. I can show you, I can take it right up.
Hold on for just a second.
I apologize, Judge, we have another copy.
You don't have to give it to me. I just want to see it for a second. All right. Yeah, he did say he didn't file that. I talked about that. You can move on. That's established.
Yesterday, there was discussion of it's common for inmates to file documents that look like this. Do you recall that testimony?
No, but that sounds right, though.
Did you file this document?
Yes, ma'am.
Nothing further, Judge.
goodness.
Start that. Redirect.
A lot of testimony about whether, when Leslie called you that night, she said he was murdered or shot, right? And that was short, when she called you, apparently it was shortly after 9 o'clock.
Yes,
And
sir.
I think the record says he was shot around 9 o'clock.
I think 9:07, that's when law enforcement was notified or something like that.
Did you learn that he was pronounced dead at the scene? Is that in any of the records that you have seen?
The report says he wasn't pronounced.
Look,
I'm not. I
this
withdraw
is
it.
kind of key stuff. I don't want to just simply cut off redirect, all right? Keep it non-leading. If the next question is leading, it will not be answered.
Okay. When did you learn he died?
I believe it was the next day.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
These closed captionings. Oh my goodness.
Nothing further, Judge. Oh, I apologize, Judge, if I can have one second.
So close.
Oh, Lindsay, I apologize. Mr. Rice, nothing further, Judge.
You may step down.
Judge, we have no further witnesses this afternoon at this time, but I would like to move for the admission of some information, or at least provide.
All right, he just starts listing off exhibits. So then they're going to take a break. So we are sliding right on through all that and going up to Detective Nickerson, which is the state's witness. And he's on the stand for about a half hour on this day. And then we'll conclude his time permitting. I hope it does. If it doesn't, I may come back and finish it tonight. I want to be done with this. Want to be done. There he is. Oh, Detective Nickerson. He's like, where am
Why
I?
don't you just, why don't you just swear in there? You may cry, Counselor.
Thank you, Judge. Would you please state your name for the court?
Joseph Nickerson.
Mr. Nickerson, in 1994, October, what was your occupation?
I was a police officer in the city of St. Louis,
What unit were you assigned to at that time?
a homicide division.
How long at that point had you been in the homicide unit of the St. Louis Metropolitan Police Department?
Probably 5-6 years.
How long have you been employed as a police officer, as a whole?
At that point,
At that point, yes, sir.
17 years.
And over the course of the 17 years, what sort of duties had you had?
From graduation in academy from 77 of June, I was assigned to the uniform patrol in the 3rd District. Sometime in 88, I went to the 3rd District Detective Bureau. And then sometime later in 88 or 89, I went to homicide section. And I retired from the homicide section September 8th, 1997.
So how close were you to retiring in
3 years, 3 years.
And how many years have you been employed in some sort of capacity in as a law enforcement officer?
Over 41 years.
Going back to October of 1994 and 1994 specifically, and I know it's been 28 years, but at that time, do you know how many homicide detectives?
Yep.
How many roughly?
There were 16 officers, and probably 4, maybe 5 sergeants, a lieutenant, and a captain.
And how were homicides assigned to detectives at that time?
Okay, then there was what they'd call a service crew, which was eight officers that worked all 3 shifts, days 9 to 5, afternoons, I think it was 4 to 11, 4 to midnight, and then there's 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. So there was what they called the service crew. They would go out and do the initial scene investigations. And then they had the day watch officers who worked 9 to 5 or whatever it took, that actually, if the homicide wasn't just a straight up done right then that night, it got assigned out to an investigative team. And it was teams of 2 at that time.
So if the homicide was maybe a little more complex or needed more work, it would be assigned to a team.
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recall roughly how many homicides that 16 unit investigated in 1994?
I can tell you in 93, but in 94, I don't think it went down.
Okay.
Oh, it did go down, but in 93, there was 267. In 94, October, at the end of October, I would guess 200.
Okay. So roughly 200.
Yes, ma'am.
I want you to turn your attention to one homicide in particular from 1994, the Marcus Boyd homicide. Do you recall that?
Ma'am, I recall it, but only based on reviewing the police reports.
And have you reviewed those police reports prior to today?
I reviewed the report of Marcus Boyd along with several others associated with.
The Marcus Boyd homicide?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you say
Point for the detective for being honest instead of just going, "Yep, I remember." He remembers because he looked at it. Good job. Thank you, detective. Honesty works.
associated with, what do you mean?
Oh, methods of the other homicides, how they were done, who was involved, what the outcome was, who was responsible, or who were suspects as such.
Fair to say at that time, the homicide unit was looking at numerous individuals from the dark side?
Yes, ma'am.
And if you recall, what was the dark side as you were aware at that time?
At that time, and I don't know, it was one group of young men that were, and I don't know what the dividing line, if it was Lafayette or McCree, was one side affiliated amongst themselves, and then on the other side of whatever the dividing line might have been was another group, and they both claimed they grew up together, so they pretty much knew each other, and they were called the dark side.
I see. So turning back to the Marcus Boyd homicide, did that occur on October 30th, 1994?
Yes, ma'am.
And how did you first become aware of that homicide?
It would have been October 31st, Monday morning, when I got to work at the homicide office.
Okay. And he was murdered the day before, right?
Actually, I believe the call for the shooting came out at 9:05 p.m. on the 30th, which was a Sunday night.
So kind of what you mentioned before, there would be an initial unit that would go out to the scene, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was not, you were not a part of that.
That's correct.
So you had no involvement at the scene or talking to any witnesses at the scene that night?
That's correct.
And you became aware of it the next day when you got into the office?
Yes, ma'am.
And was it just assigned to you?
To tell you the truth, I couldn't tell you how I ended up with it. I don't know. I just did.
Do you recall kind of what was the first thing you did in connection to the Marcus Boyd homicide?
Well, the first thing I would have done was been assigned by either the sergeant or lieutenant, and I don't know who. I would have reviewed whatever notes had been provided by the officers that responded, the detectives, the homicide detectives that responded that night, or if in fact they would have still been in the office that morning.
I see.
I don't know which happened, but I reviewed notes, or I may have even talked to the actual responding detectives. I don't know. I don't recall.
Right, been 28 years.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
Your initial stage is kind of collecting information from other
That's,
detectives.
that's already been done, and most of the times you didn't go home until you put whatever you had from the initial investigation on paper. You didn't leave the office until you had it on paper.
I see. So those other officers may have still been there typing up their reports at that time.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And they may not, they might have already been done.
I see.
Okay.
So after you kind of collected that information, what sort of knowledge did you gain from that?
Well, I read what had been transcribed thus far, or I talked to them. So my initial, I knew what had been said. I knew who had been interviewed. I knew pretty much the evidence that had been seized from the scene. I knew who the victim was. I knew who his girlfriend was. I knew who his mother was, and such.
Okay. After gaining all that information, what do you do?
I initially began monitoring the victim's pager, and I started calling numbers that were in his pager.
Why did you monitor his pager?
That was the best source of information. We didn't have cell phones then.
Right.
I don't think we did. I didn't.
Now, while you're monitoring the pager that next day, are other officers doing other things?
Well, I'm sure they were.
Right.
Relative to the case,
Yes, sir. Doing other things relative to the case.
I'm sure everybody was doing something. I don't know what.
Right. Been 28 years.
Yes, ma'am.
So while you're monitoring the pagers, what happens next?
Next, or what's,
While you're monitoring the pagers, what happens?
I made contact with from a number taken from the victim's pager. I made contact with an individual.
Okay, so numbers are coming in and you're calling those numbers.
I don't know if they're coming in, but I guess you go backwards. I don't remember how pagers worked,
Okay.
but you could go backward and see what numbers had come in over the course of whatever period of time might have been.
Okay. But however you obtain those numbers, what do you do when you have them?
I call them,
Okay. Why do you call them?
wanting to know if they had any knowledge or how they had knowledge or why their pager number was in the victim's pager, what association they might have had with the victim, and when the last time they spoke to the victim.
You're just looking for any leads or information at that time.
Yes, ma'am,
And do you recall calling some individuals?
I do.
And when you call them, do you talk to them?
I did.
And after talking to them, do you eventually document what they said into a report?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you document information into a report, is it as accurate and correct as it can be?
I try to make it as best I can from my notes or from what my memory served with the person that I spoke to.
So after you reviewed the pager, after you call some individuals, what do you do next?
Well, I spoke to people over the phone,
Yeah.
and they gave me further information, and then I acted on that information.
And what did you do upon that information?
You're kind of like, you're letting me out there. I don't know where. I mean, I called one of the numbers and I spoke to an individual named Edward Niger.
Okay, and what did Edgar Niger tell you?
He knew the victim. He was aware of the fact that the victim had been shot last evening. He too had purchased rock cocaine from the victim and another individual over the course of about a year. He had been contacted later Sunday night, the 30th, by two individuals who provided information to him relative to the shooting.
And by that point, you had already learned that the victim, Marcus Boyd, had sold narcotics.
Yes, ma'am. I hadn't learned that. I learned it from the report or the notes that were provided by the detectives responding from from the girlfriend. Okay. And then also from Edward Niger.
And did Edward provide you with two names?
Yes, ma'am, he did.
And was one of those Don Bird?
Yes, ma'am.
And the other one, Christine Herman?
Yes, ma'am.
And after obtaining their names, what did you do?
I tried to contact them.
And were you successful in your attempts?
Not at first. I left a voicemail with Dawn Bird, and I guess later, which would have been Monday, she returned the call.
When she returned the phone call, what did she tell you?
This conversation was short, that they could provide, she and Christine Herman could provide information as to what they knew at that point, and she agreed to meet me with Christine Herman on Tuesday, which would have been November 1st.
And did you in fact meet with them?
I did.
And when you met with them, what did you learn?
Well, I learned that the victim and a young man by the name of Lamar Johnson had been friends at one point. They were dealing rock cocaine together.
Overruled.
You can continue answering.
Okay.
If you're able.
That they.
I apologize, Judge. Is it okay if he continues answering?
Yes,
Thank you.
because I'm not taking it for, I think concern over there and the objection was that it's direct proof of something, and it's actually more helping me understand the context of the investigation. So that's really why I'm taking it. That I don't need it as any type of direct proof of a crime. What was Christine's last name again?
Herman, Judge?
Herman, thank you.
And I'll kind of ask it again.
Okay.
What did you learn when you met with them?
I learned, well, they also told me that they had been purchasing cocaine from both Marcus and Lamar Johnson over the course of almost a year. They had become friends with Marcus and his wife, and they were kind of friends with Lamar, and that when they would want to purchase their cocaine, they would page Marcus or Lamar, and whoever returned the call quickest got their business. And in addition to that, they were sitting together, okay? They didn't want to be separated. So what one told me, the other acknowledged. It wasn't two separate interviews from my recollection in my report. That they, on Saturday night, which would have been the 29th of October, very late or early Sunday morning, Dawn Bird had turned on or advised a friend of hers that she could buy rock cocaine from Lamar Johnson. And this was several days prior to this conversation. So I don't know when she turned this friend on, but Lamar Johnson burned her, sold her bad dope. So this friend.
And Christine Herman and Don Bird are the ones who told you that?
Yes.
Okay, what else did you learn at this meeting?
That on the 29th, late or early the 30th, Sunday morning, Saturday night, Sunday morning, Dawn was pretty upset with the fact that Lamar had burned one of her friends after she had recommended buying from Lamar. So she paged Lamar. Lamar returned the page. Lamar and the young lady that Dawn and Christine only knew as Anita, or maybe Anita, came to their apartment together, and Dawn pretty much let Lamar have a piece of her mind for selling somebody she recommended bad dope, back and forth. So Dawn really gave her a piece of her mind. So Lamar and Anita, whatever, I'm not sure, they weren't sure, left, and then leaving, Lamar Johnson told both Christine and Dawn that he was going by Marcus's house then late night, either early Sunday morning, and talked to Marcus about what was going on, why he was getting accused of selling bad dope.
And that's all information that they told you?
Well, they also told me that I don't know if it was Dawn or Christine, actually called Marcus's residence to give him a heads up that Lamar was on his way to the house. So they called it, Marcus's girlfriend, Leslie Williams, answered the phone, told them that, Marcus was asleep, but they told him, well, you're gonna be expecting a visitor because Lamar is on his way to the house to talk to Marcus.
And that's all information that they told you at that time?
Yes,
And you put that in a report,
yes.
and that was the truth, that's what they told you, you didn't make it up?
No, ma'am, I couldn't make it up.
So after learning that information from them, after having that meeting, what do you do next?
Now we're at Tuesday already. 'Cause that's when I interviewed them.
And would that be Tuesday,
No.
would that be November 2nd?
The 31st would have been Monday, Tuesday would have been the 1st. So that might have been, I don't know what I did on Tuesday after that.
And Judge, may I approve?
You may, sure.
If I don't fall for that.
That's all right, I'm immune.
Am I gonna? Get these out.
I'm gonna hand you what has been marked as FF2, have you take a look at that?
Okay. I understand what it is.
What is that document?
It's a police report, complaint number 94, which is the year 166120.
What's your exhibit designation at FF?
Two,
FF2, thank you. You can go ahead, sir.
I'm sorry.
is that the report you created regarding this case?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay, and would looking at that document refresh your recollection as I'm asking you questions?
It certainly would.
Okay, what I would ask is that you keep that up here, and if you need your memory refreshed, please let me know, and I'll direct you to look at it. So I'm going to turn your attention to November 2nd at 1994 in the morning. Do you recall receiving a phone call from somebody?
Actually, if you'd like to, when you say that, we can back up if you want me to.
What happened before you received that phone call?
I'm going back to Monday.
Okay, what happened on Monday that
Okay,
they asked you?
on Monday, after I either read or talked to the responding detectives, that Leslie Williams knew the crime scene is the victim is standing or sitting on his front porch with another individual by the name of Greg. Two assailants come up, kill Marcus Boyd, and they run off. Okay, so prior to Marcus being killed, Marcus, his wife, a girlfriend, arrived home, and Marcus, the victim, was sitting on the front porch with an individual by the name of Greg, a white male by the name of Greg. Marcus said hello, took his baby upstairs with the groceries and his girlfriend, and then Marcus came back downstairs. So.
What do you know that happened after Marcus came back downstairs?
What happened?
Yes.
Well, he and Marcus talked for 30 minutes, according to my report, and that's when another white male came walking down the street, and Marcus got up, met the white male. Mr. Elking, I think he stated that some exchange took place between Marcus and this white male, and then Marcus came back and sat back on the porch with him.
You mentioned Greg, you mentioned Mr. Elking. Who was that individual?
Mr. Elking?
Yes, sir.
Gregory Elking.
Okay.
He was the individual that was seated on the porch with Marcus Boyd.
And he was the white guy who was sitting on the porch with Marcus Boyd?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And he witnessed the homicide?
Yes,
correct?
ma'am.
And after he witnessed the homicide, was there a time where you didn't know where he was?
I didn't even know who he was, much less where he was, but that's what brings us to where we're at now.
Fair enough to say that as an individual, as an officer, you would want to talk to him.
Yes, ma'am.
And because he may have information.
Yes, ma'am.
What steps were taken in order to find James?
Well, the name Greg had been provided by Leslie Williams on the night of, or early morning of the 30th or 31st, whatever time they interviewed her. The responding detectives interviewed Leslie Williams, and she provided them with the name of Greg, and that Greg was seated on the porch when the incident occurred, and that Greg and Marcus Boyd had worked together, and she knew the name of the corporation or company. So she was aware she didn't know who Greg was, she just knew where he worked, that he was a friend of Marcus's.
So Leslie knew who this Greg was and had some information about where he might be.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that's all kind of information you learned when you read the reports or talked to detectives and kind of information you gained through the course of your investigation.
That's correct.
And what was significant about that information?
Well, if we can go back to Monday prior. I guess it was either prior. It was one or the other. Prior to or after I had talked to Edward Niger, I was aware of the fact that Marcus Boyd had worked with this individual Greg at this whatever plan it was. So I don't know if I probably didn't Google it, but I found out the phone number for the corporation. I called them. I don't know who I spoke to. I said, hey, I have a young man by the name of Marcus Boyd, And I don't know if I told them he'd been shot or if he'd been murdered, whatever, but they were helpful. I said, hey, I'm trying to identify another young man that was employed at your company 6-8 months ago, first name Greg. So I don't know if whoever was helping me said, I'll get back with you, or was able to just pull it up right away. She provided me with the name of Gregory Elking.
And after being provided the name Gregory Elking, what do you do?
Well, at about the same time, I got a call from Leslie Williams. She was able to also find out. I didn't tell her what name I had. She told me what name she had, Gregory Elking. I had Gregory Elking, so assumingly the witness was Gregory Elking. So I went to the department computer Regis system, and I ran the name Gregory Elking in the department computer.
What did you learn at that time?
That now we're in 1994, but back in 1991, Gregory Elking had been arrested, and I don't know what for, but there was an arrest sheet in the computer, and
What information did you learn from that?
his emergency contact number.
And who was that?
It was his sister.
After learning the sister's contact information, what did you do?
I called her, it went to an answering machine, left a message that I was trying to get hold of her brother.
And what happened after that?
Well, eventually, and I don't even know the sister's name, she called me back, and she was aware of the fact that her brother had witnessed a homicide. He was currently in hiding. He was fearful that he was going to be killed.
And that's all information she provided to you?
Yes.
And you eventually will put that information in a report?
Correct.
What do you do with that information? Or let me ask a better question. After she tells you that, what do you do?
I think it was either that, and again, I'm getting confused on Monday and Tuesdays, but I talked to Leslie Williams either when she told me the name, but she also told me that at one time she had actually gone to Gregory Elking's house with Marcus. And I said, do you think you could find it again? She goes, yeah, I can take you there. So I think at 7 o'clock, that was Monday, the 1st. So Tuesday at 7 a.m., I made arrangements to meet with, I picked Leslie Williams up at the house, and we drove to the location where she believed Gregory Elking lived.
What happened after you took her to that location?
I had the opportunity to speak to her both going to the residence and driving her back home. I had an opportunity to interview her in addition to what I've already known she provided on the night of the incident.
What, if anything, did she tell you in this car?
It's quite extensive. I mean, she told me pretty much.
And I'll ask you specifically, during this time, did she tell you who she thought might be responsible for the homicide?
She had already let that be known in the original interview with the responding detectives. That,
So what happened after, you and Leslie go on the car ride looking for James
well,
Elk?
we found the location. We knew who the individual, Gregory Elking, who he was. So that was Tuesday. So from after talking to his sister, she said she would try to get hold of Greg, Mr. Elking, have him come in. She was asking what he should do.
Right.
He was fearful he would be killed. He was fearful that the police could suspect he was involved in the murder. I said, well, it's pretty important that Greg comes in and sits down and talks to us.
So after you talk to her, do you eventually hear from James Greg Elking?
Actually, I heard from his wife on Wednesday.
Okay.
The next day, his wife, pretty much the same concern. Greg's in hiding. Greg's afraid he's going to be killed. He doesn't know what to do and such. And I know that's a short version, but that's.
She basically told you her husband was scared, and kind of sought direction.
That's correct.
What, if anything, did you tell her?
I told her that it was imperative that Greg come in, give us some kind of statement, let us know what he's seen, what he knows, who did it, whatever it takes.
After you had that conversation with his wife, what happened next?
Now, with regards to the phone conversation, or what happens next in the whole.
Let's just keep the phone conversations. Do you eventually receive a phone call?
Okay,
from
on
somebody?
Thursday, which would have been, let's say it's 4th of November, I finally do get a call from Gregory Elking.
Tell us about that conversation.
Well, it was pretty quick and short right then. You know, he was scared. He didn't know what to do. He wanted some advice. He had to worry about his family. He thought that he would be killed. He thought that if he came forward, his identity would be known, and that he would eventually be killed. He didn't know what to do, and he went on and told me briefly what had happened.
And what did he tell you happened?
That he had gone to Marcus Boyd's residence on Sunday night, the 30th, roughly about 8:45 p.m. Marcus's car was not there, so he decided to sit and wait on the front steps. He waited, I'm not sure, 15, 20 minutes, and Marcus, Leslie Williams, and her child came home.
Did he tell you what happened after they came
Well,
home?
he told me why he was there, and he told me what happened.
Now, you mentioned him being scared. Were you able to hear that fear?
On the phone?
Yes.
Absolutely.
And what do you mean by absolutely?
He was fragile. He didn't know what to do. He was so scared that he was going to be killed. He didn't know what to do. He knew that the people responsible knew who he was.
Now, he had mentioned that they were wearing masks, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, but James Elking didn't have a mask on at that time?
Correct.
Okay. Now, during this conversation, did you ever threaten him?
No.
Ever accuse him of anything?
No.
The information he told you, did you write down in a report?
Yes, eventually, yes.
During this phone call, do you ever arrange to meet with James?
Yeah, and I'm guessing that Gregory Elking called me at 10, 11 o'clock on the morning, Thursday morning, in arrangements. He still wanted to discuss with his wife what they were going to do. He said, okay, let me talk to her. And I don't know if he got back to me or if I got back to him, but arrangements were made to meet later that afternoon at a prearranged location.
Do you remember where you met James Elking?
I do.
And where was that?
I don't know what it's called now, but 28, 30 years ago, it was called the Buttery on South Grand. And I'd say the old Sears, an old, what do you call, merchandising station.
I see.
Sears, maybe Sears Roebuck, I'm not sure. Was it 30, 40 years ago?
Is that in the city or kind of outside?
It's on Grand Avenue, probably about the 3500 block of South Grand.
Do you recall whose idea it was to meet at that location?
It was his, because he didn't want to come to the homicide office because he was fearful that somebody would see him and that they'd further know who he was. He didn't want me to come to his house because he thought whoever was responsible was watching his house. So he chose the Buttery.
Do you recall at that time if he was living at his house or with his sister?
I tell you the truth, I don't. I know he wasn't at home.
Now, do you meet him at the Buttery later that afternoon?
He and his wife.
Before going there, do you prepare and collect photographs for this meeting?
I did.
And why did you do that?
Well, they're referred to as the photo lineups. They were referred to back, I don't know what they're referred to back now, but they're referred to as LID photos. So when somebody arrested for a felony, their picture was taken and they were given a number. It was normally a 6-digit number. And so I arranged a series of 5 photographs of individuals in an attempt to have Mr. Elking look at the photograph in an attempt to identify, because in telling me in the phone conversation, he said even though they were wearing masks, there was enough of their faces for him to be able to identify someone.
Okay. And after collecting those photographs, do you make your way to the prearranged location?
I did.
What happens when you first arrive?
I sat and talked to Mr. Elking, and his wife was present. He briefly tried to describe what had occurred that evening on the night of the incident.
Do you recall if you go inside and sit at a booth?
We sat at a booth.
Okay. And when you're in the booth, is his wife present?
Yes.
Okay. And what happens while you're talking?
He proceeded to give me more of a detailed account of why he had gone to Marcus's house, how he had known Marcus. He pretty much gave me a full thing of his relationship with Marcus, how he had come to know Marcus. They were friends, and he gave me an account of what had happened the night of the homicide.
So he gives you another account of what occurred.
He gave me more information.
I see. And after giving you more information, what happens next?
I asked him if he would be able to identify, I had the 5 photographs, I hadn't taken them out yet. I said, would you agree to view some photographs? I didn't say how many, and he was very, very reluctant. He was scared. He didn't want to identify anybody because he knew that if he did, he was going to get killed. So I guess
Now, did he tell you that?
Yes.
Okay. Were you able to observe his fear?
I don't know how to describe it. He was very scared. He was shaking. I mean, and his wife was also, I mean, they knew that there was bad things going to happen.
Did you show him the photographs?
I did.
And how did you show him the photographs?
I couldn't tell you if I put them down on the table, all 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If I said, okay, look at these, and gave them all 5 at once, I don't recall.
It's been 28 years.
Yes, ma'am.
Probably wasn't your first nor your last time talking to a homicide witness.
Probably not.
So you show him, but you do show him the photographs.
Yes, ma'am.
Does he look at all the photographs?
He does.
While he's looking at the photographs, do you notice anything, or does he tell you anything?
Well, the whole time he's scared to death, but yes, he does identify a photo from the 5 photographs.
Did you say at that point why he recognized whoever he identified in the photos?
Why he recognized him? He just could put him at the scene of the murder by his face because he had seen it. He had seen enough of the individual's face.
What do you mean by that?
Even though they had the mask on, the eyes were cut out, as was the mouth. So,
did you say as was the mouth?
As the mouth is cut out, eyes are cut out, and it's kind of a pullover, like almost a thin stocking cap. It's a nylon type mask, and he was able to see enough of the facial features of the individuals to make identification, is what he told me.
Did he say he never knew this person before this incident?
I never said that because I think he did.
You think he did?
I'm positive he did.
What made you so sure that he knew this person the night before, or at any point in time before the incident?
Because of the people that I'd already spoken to, that being Leslie Williams, Edward Niger, Christine, and Dawn. All four of them, with the exception of Leslie Williams, three of those people had already told me the procedure for buying rock cocaine from either Lamar or Marcus. And they all had known Lamar and Marcus over a period of about a year. And they all dealt with both of them, all three of these individuals dealt with Marcus and Lamar the same way. They get text, whoever returned the text got their business. Now, what would have been different about Gregory Elking not dealing with Lamar and Marcus in the same way? So at some period of time, Lamar would have had to answer the page before Marcus Boyd and dealt rocks to Gregory Elking. That's why I believe he was so scared.
Thank you, Judge. What else, if anything, occurred at this meeting where you talked about photo lineups and showed them?
Well, he identified Lamar Johnson. I asked him to sign the back of the photo, the particular photo. He said no. He says, no, then they're going to know who I am. I'm not going to do that. Things are just going too fast. I want to cooperate, but I need time to think about this.
And did he seem scared when he was telling you that?
Ma'am, he was scared the whole time.
After making that statement to you, what happens next?
This is Thursday, let's say it's, and I'm guessing, it would have been maybe 45, so it's 3 o'clock. So I leave the restaurant and I go back to the homicide office. I report to my superiors what I had learned and that I had in fact received an identification from the witness who was responsible, or one of the individuals responsible for the homicide. With that, I went to the circuit attorney's warrant officer, actually, Mr. Dwight Warren's. He was the chief homicide warrant officer at the time. I probably called him to make sure he was available to see me. I went over and I proceeded to tell him what I had learned from Gregory Elking and that he had identified one of the individuals responsible.
Why did you talk to Dwight Warren at that time?
He was a warrant officer.
So
He was the boss.
You were looking to obtain a warrant?
Obtain a warrant, or I just wanted to run it by to Mr. Warren and see what he was suggesting. It was a photo identification, and he advised me that he believed there was enough to put a warrant. Back then, there was a warrant which was certified by a judge, and there was a warrant that the belief that there was enough evidence to bring that individual in for questioning. So what Mr. Warren said, yeah, go ahead and put a warrant out for Lamar Johnson.
And after talking to Dwight Warren, was a wanted warrant obtained?
I believe we were located right across the street from the circuit attorney's office. So I walked back, I put it in the computer. By that, I mean, I entered Lamar Johnson's name, pedigree, date of birth, whatever I had, type of vehicle, into the Regis system. And that would have been at about 4:30 in the afternoon on Thursday.
After putting that information into the system, what do you do next?
The supervisor, Lieutenant Ronald Henderson at the time, got, I don't know, intelligence officers. They ran they had the ability to track pagers, so to speak. So we knew Lamar Johnson would answer any page that was sent to him. So he was able to, and I don't know what you call it, bing it. They were able to bing numbers to Lamar Johnson's pager in an attempt to get his location.
Was he eventually arrested?
He was.
Do you recall who made that arrest?
Detectives Gary Stidham and Clyde Bailey.
And after they arrested Mr. Johnson, Did you actually go to the scene where he was arrested?
Yes, and I believe the address was 3150 South Grand Avenue. And we were already, there was quite a few cars, because we knew that he was someplace on Grand Avenue, and we had a description of his vehicle. So it was probably minutes from the time they had him stopped with his Perkins site. Philip Campbell, yeah. They had stopped the car on Grand Avenue, and I immediately responded.
And when you responded to that scene, what did you do?
By that time, Mr. Johnson and Mr. Campbell were already out of the car. They were probably in or being conveyed to the homicide office. I searched Lamar Johnson's vehicle.
And why did you search his vehicle?
Well, two reasons. It was incident to arrest, an inventory search, and also I was looking for weapons or anything that might tie them to any murder or Marcus Boyd's murder.
And Judge, the next line of questions I have are regarding what he discovered upon his search. Would the court like me to continue, or is that something you would want to address in the morning?
Yeah, I get your point. All right. How many witnesses after this individual?
Judge, it's about 3.
1, and we're not watching her. We're going to finish this up. We're going to finish this dude up. It will be something. I don't know that it'll come up. If what Lamar Johnson said is true, although I think that would have came up with his original trial, that they didn't read him his Miranda, that'd be bad. We already saw the consequences of that in Ohio when they just didn't read no, it was an instant release. Well, I mean, if they didn't read them, period, maybe. In Ohio, with the dad that unalived all his children in the front yard in front of their mother, they didn't read all of the Miranda rights. They have a card, they hand him out a card, and he just didn't read off the card, and they threw out his confession. Now, everything it's not going to matter in his trial. Yes, Chad Dorman, it's not going to matter. But they screwed up. And they got his confession out the door. All right, don't worry, this is not 5 hours. I mean, it is, but we're not watching 5 hours.
You were here yesterday providing testimony to the court, correct?
Yes, I was.
And as you recall, kind of where we left off yesterday, Lamar Johnson and Philip Campbell were stopped by another detective in a car. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you testified yesterday that you searched the car.
I did.
Yes,
After searching
you
the
are
car,
all correct.
you go back to the police station.
Yes, ma'am.
Are Lamar Johnson and Philip Campbell also transported back to the police station?
Police headquarters at 1200 Clark.
Oh, you know what? I might want to share it with you. Sorry. See how well you guys were paying attention? I'm just watching it. Don't worry. Didn't miss anything. Sorry.
Lamar Johnson and Phil Campbell, there was 2 interview rooms respectively. One was in one was in the other. When I got back to the office, I immediately talked to Lamar, and then I talked to Philip Campbell.
And let me ask you about that. When you talked to Lamar Johnson, did you read him Miranda?
I did.
And did he, what did he say after you read him Miranda?
He understood his rights and that he would be willing to make a statement.
Did he sign any forms to that effect?
I don't believe so, no.
But he did say he understood and he would talk to you, correct?
Correct.
Never asked for an attorney?
Correct.
What, if anything, did he tell you?
I advised him that he was going to be questioned relative to the fatal shooting of Marcus Boyd that occurred on October 30th. And he stated he understood and he'd be willing to be interviewed.
What, if anything, did he tell you at that time?
That he would have never shot Marcus Boyd. Marcus Boyd was his friend.
Did he mention that he was at his girlfriend's house on Lafayette?
He mentioned that he was at a house on Lafayette, his girlfriend's, yes.
Did he make any other statements at that time to you?
To me?
Correct.
No. It was probably 10 to 15 minutes at best.
After making that statement to you, did another detective talk to Lamar Johnson?
I didn't know.
Are you aware of a different detective talk to him?
Yes, I am.
What detective was that?
Detective Ralph Campbell.
And Ralph Campbell, was he talking to Lamar Johnson about a different homicide?
That was his intent, yes.
And are you aware that Detective Campbell's interview is reflected in a police report?
I am.
Is your interview with Lamar Johnson reflected in a police report?
It is.
Are you aware that Detective Campbell also testified at trial?
I have no idea.
Did you testify at trial as well?
I did.
Did Detective Campbell tell you what Lamar Johnson told him?
Yes.
Why did he tell you that?
Well, it was.
Judge, I'll ask a better question. What did Detective Campbell tell you?
Objection, this is double hearsay, we're talking about what Lamar Johnson,
How do you know it's double hearsay?
what, if we're about.
Why don't you approach? Best way to do it.
Sidebar, must be quick because I didn't write it down. So first sidebar wasn't quick. That's why I went past it. But don't worry, we didn't miss anything. We just missed them bantering. Earthquake.
Lamar Johnson was relative to.
Sorry.
Tell you about the interview he had with Lamar Johnson.
Detective Campbell's intent when he went in to talk to Lamar Johnson was relative to another homicide, and he explained that to Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson went on to make several statements to the effect that they should have never let the white boy live. And it just carried on and on and on in several different.
Did he indicate to you which white boy he was talking
No,
about?
no, sir. There was only one white boy that I know of.
That you knew of?
Yes,
The
sir.
only reason I'm asking is I've heard evidence that he may have been engaging in a drug distribution business that would involve, whites as well. In fact, I heard some evidence that there might have been another white person in the immediate vicinity, another white male. What was the context?
The context
Do you know
was.
the context of the statement?
Yes.
Go ahead.
The context was, we should have never let the white boy live.
That's what he said directly to a police officer?
Yes.
I'm trying to figure out how that could come out.
I wasn't in the room.
Like, tell me, Lamar, why did you know that there's a white boy who saw what you did, is going to testify? And then he comes back and says, oh, shoot, we never should have let the white boy live. I mean, you don't have any context to that?
Do I?
Yeah.
I didn't get it from him. I don't know. there were several statements made to Detective Campbell.
Is this Detective Campbell, does anybody know if Detective Campbell is available?
Judge, it's my understanding that Detective Campbell, has had some sort of health issue that's caused him, caused him to not have a memory issue, or I'm sorry, to have a memory issue. I know that there's some conversations with the circuit attorney's office where they indicated they might want to depose him, but.
So I'm supposed to assume context in a case like this.
Well, Judge, what we have also in the record, which has already been admitted, is Detective Campbell testified at trial, was subject to cross-examination and relayed the content of the statements that Mr. Johnson made to him. So you also have.
All right, then the only thing that works here is if you isolate the portion of the testimony, let me see the pages, then I'll decide if there's sufficient context to reach the conclusions that you want me to draw. Because, I mean, you know, pretty big deal. Right now, I'm not even 100% sure. I guess if him being the person who allegedly heard the statement directly, I might let that get to a jury. If there's enough other circumstantial evidence that would allow a jury to appropriately put it in context. Right now, man, I have nothing.
My recollection of the transcript, Judge, I'm not trying to testify, but just to give you a preview, what the experts say is that Detective Campbell testified in the jury that he went into the room, tried to talk about the other cases that you heard about yesterday, and that Mr. Johnson said, we shouldn't have let the white boy live, and Detective Campbell said, well, what are you talking about? Which case? And he said, this Marcus Boyd case, I shouldn't have let the white guy live. And it continued on like that for, I would say, 3 or 4 of those type of statements. That's what Detective Campbell testified to.
Okay, well, that's what I need to pay attention to. I don't really need this.
If I may, and the additional context, obviously, is that what Detective Nickerson has just testified to, that Lamar Johnson just said, I did not kill Marcus Boyd, and then he gets shuffled to a different room, and then we have the statement that comes out of Detective Nickerson.
Well, I mean, I have to read.
And don't forget, Detective Campbell didn't talk to anybody, didn't show up to come defend himself. So, makes him a little suspect in my mind. If you don't even want to do that, they kept blowing him off.
This, but I mean, let's face it, if the context as presented to me is what it is, yeah, it does seem to get in the zone of a potential confession. I mean, I got to take things as they are. So, you guys know now that that's the issue. You want to make sure you analyze that effectively in your post-trial brief, because, that could be important.
Absolutely.
All right.
Thank you.
You bet.
So after talking to Detective Campbell, what's the next thing that happened?
For me,
Yeah, you next.
oh, after
Thank
I,
you, Rose.
I should have backed up. When you asked what did I do when I got back to the homicide office, my first thing wasn't to interview Lamar Johnson. My first thing I did, I attempted to contact the witness, Gregory Elkine, by phone.
Why did you try to contact?
Our intentions were to have physical lineups with both Philip Campbell and Lamar Johnson. I needed Gregory Elkine to view the lineups.
Were you eventually able to make contact with Mr. Elkine?
Yes.
So you contact Mr. Elkine.
It was 3 hours after I started, 2.5, 3 hours. I think I may have started about 6:30 p.m. that evening of the Thursday, I guess the 4th, and I didn't get a return or an answer from him until after 9 p.m. that night.
And while you're waiting for an answer, you're doing those other things that we talked about, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Talking to Mr. Johnson being one of the things that you're doing.
Yes, ma'am, and Mr. Campbell.
And Mr. Campbell as well. You talked to him.
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And he provides a statement to you, I assume.
Yes.
Okay. After talking to those individuals, does James Greg Elkine eventually come to headquarters?
I believe I went and picked him up. I'm not sure. I think I probably had to go pick him up.
And you bring him back to
1200 Clark. Yes, ma'am.
And when you get
Okay, let me caution you on leading, because I'm not gonna tell you what issues, but you're in a win and lose zone right now. Ask your questions, let him tell the story, if you want me to pay any attention to what he says.
Yes, Judge.
Otherwise, I won't. Go ahead.
Whoa.
You arrive at headquarters, what happened?
First of all, lineups, Mr. Campbell and Mr. Johnson were taken downstairs to the second floor holdover, where at that time, 30, whatever it was, 28 years ago, that's where physical lineups were conducted. And it was in the holdover area of the second floor. And in a room, or the lineup room, was the huge two-way mirror, probably a little wider than the door there. And just over here, sir.
Okay.
And probably, I don't know, 3, 4, 5 feet wide. So probably 9 by 5, 9 by 6. It's a two-way mirror. They were, Mr. Campbell and Mr. Johnson were both taken up in preparations to have them separately. I mean, not separately, but not in the same lineup, two different lineups.
So two different lineups, one with Mr.
Hey,
Johnson.
Counselor, that question is struck. Just ask him to describe. I mean, if you want me to pay attention,
Yes, Judge.
because I really don't care what your testimony is. All right? You can say, what happened next? What next? What did it look like? I'll bet, what color was it? I mean, keep them non-leading.
Thank you, Judge.
All right.
Could you describe the process for the photo line?
The process is, at that time, you have the suspect, and the reason we go to the second floor holdover, other prisoners were there being held on different charges. It gives us an opportunity to, if they're willing to do so, we ask them if they'll stand in the lineup that is totally not relative to their being, whatever their charges they're being held on. So you make an attempt to select.
Let me see if I can. The people that you put in the lineup are people that you happen to already have under arrest?
They're being held maybe on a bench warrant or the holdover. I think they could only do 24 hours. So then upon that, they were given a new court date, or maybe being held, waiting the bond being set. It was a holdover to the second floor. That's where all prisoners that were arrested in the city were taken to the second floor holdover awaiting.
How did you pick out the individuals that you picked out? What went into the process?
Well, in Mr. Johnson's case, he's 6'1", slim build. So, and back then I think he was 20 years old. You would go through and walk through the cell area, which probably held, and I can't guess, a lot of people.
Well, one reason I asked you that question is I noticed on the photos, all the people in the lineup were black males.
Yes, sir.
Okay, where did that description come from?
For the suspects, that
I mean,
came
you
from,
had to have a
Yes, sir.
description in order to say, well, I'm going to get some people that,
Mr. Elking, Gregory Elking, had provided me a description of the suspects.
he said black male.
Yes, sir, he did.
All right, go on.
Okay, and he described them physically, 5'8" and 6 foot plus. Young,
All right.
okay? So having that in mind, and I don't know if I did it, but I can tell you how the procedure on that day.
That's the point. How the
I
procedure's
don't
supposed to
know.
go.
I don't know if I did or not, sir.
All right, well, give me
I
the
don't
best you got.
Okay, the best I got is 3 other individuals were selected for each lineup. So a total of 6 different people were selected. One for Philip Campbell's, met his height and build, so to speak, and one for Lamar Johnson, and 3 other individuals that matched his height, weight, and proximity of his age.
Got it.
They were chosen for the lineups.
And after selecting those other individuals, how did you determine where people would stand?
The individual, the suspect, is allowed to choose his own position.
So after he chooses the position where he wants to stand, and 1 through 4.
Yes, ma'am.
What happens next?
They are walked into the area of the two-way mirror, and they assume their positions. If the suspect wants to assume position number 1, he'll stand in position number 1, 2, 3, and 4 just take their own, wherever they want to go.
In this case, do you recall which position Mr. Lamar Johnson chose?
I do.
What position was that?
Number 3.
Now, do you at any point in this time pay attention to what kind of clothing they have on?
Well, they would have all had clothing on that they were
That they were arrested in?
Yes, sir. And Mr. Johnson would have had on the clothing he had on at the time of his arrest.
Well, what kind of description of clothing, if any, were you given by Mr. Elkin?
That both individuals were wearing dark clothing and ski mask, the black ski mask.
Without the mask, of course, would it not have been more effective to put everybody in dark clothing?
I'm not going to argue the point, Your Honor, but
No,
we wouldn't
that's the
have,
point.
well, we wouldn't have had the capabilities of getting other clothing. Are you asking if everybody was dressed in the same clothing?
Or just dark clothing.
I can only say we didn't have that capability, sir.
So apparently you didn't have that capabilities. Are you aware that one of the people in the lineup had white pants?
I haven't viewed the lineup in
All right.
many years, sir.
Would you agree that a witness who has said they all had dark clothing would immediately exclude from the lineup somebody who had on white pants?
I don't believe the individual witness was making an identification relative to clothing. He was making identifications relative to height, weight, and facial.
Facial.
Facial, his face, the individual's face.
The individual was in the ski mask.
Yes, sir.
And I think you said the ski mask, to your recollection, the detail you can't remember, had all this face part was open.
No, sir.
All right, so you give me your description.
The eyes were open
Eyes were open. Go ahead.
and the mouth.
And there was a mouth section.
Yes.
All right. And what, if anything, did your witness say about eyes and mouth, if you can recall?
Basically, the witness told me that even though they were wearing ski masks, there was enough facial features, enough face exposed that he would be able to make an identification.
Well, did you ask him what specifically that he saw?
I didn't ask, no, not at that time.
Are you aware that all the evidence before this court to date, and maybe you aren't, suggests that your witness could only recognize some aspect of the eyes?
I'm aware of that, but that was in addition to him making the identification of the face.
Well, that's what I'm trying to find out. What, if anything, did this witness ever say about the mouth area? Small lips, thin lips, big smile, yellow teeth, teeth missing, anything?
I didn't go into specifics when I asked him if he could identify the suspects. I asked him, he told me that he could because he's seen enough of their faces to make the identification. And when you ask about, in addition to what he later said, that made him positive of the identification.
What do you mean by in addition to what he later said?
I believe you said that the witness would later tell us whether I knew it or not, or if I remembered it or not, that there was additional information or facial features on the suspects.
All right.
And he did.
Please stand up, Mr. Johnson. How many years you been a police officer?
34.
Could you please stand out of his line of view?
Yes, Judge.
I'm just curious, from your experience as a police officer, because I don't know, what in the world is distinctive about this man's eyes from pretty much any black man of a similar complexion?
Well, you can tell his eyes are different.
I could tell me, what do you see? 'Cause
I
I'm
can
not
tell
seeing-
that his right eye is different from his left.
His right eye is different from his left.
Okay, it would be It would be, I'm looking at it, it would be his left eye. If we both turn the
Oh,
same
you
way.
said
His
right,
eyes are
okay.
different. You can see his eyes are set different.
They're set different.
Yes, one is lower or higher than the other.
Okay. Don't move, Mr. Johnson. I need to put a picture of you in the records. Anybody got a camera? Take a photo of him right now so I can put it in the record and take a closer look.
Oh, wow. I've never seen this happen before.
All right, thank you. Because you understand this man was convicted on what you just said. You understand that, don't you?
Yes, sir.
This witness, the only thing that he knew about this man was this comment about the eyes. I guess similar, I don't know if he was asked the kind of detail that I asked you, but that was the whole basis of his identification.
Sir, I'm not going to argue that point, but that was an addition.
And not only that, George, I agree with everything you've been saying 100%, except for my dog's playing SOS on his ribs because he can't see his ribs. Who in that moment of fear and trauma and terror and whatever other words you want to put in that would be like, his eye was a little lower, that left one. So I think I can identify him. Was it dark outside? Yeah. Were they wearing dark clothes? Yeah. Do they have a ski mask over? Yep. But I could see their eyes, and that one, it just wasn't peeking out over the ski mask as high as the other one was. That's ridiculous. It would be hard to even, if somebody was missing an eye in that moment, you might remember that. But everything's quick and it's over and you're traumatized. That's ridiculous. What everything that detective just said. And the judge taking a picture was amazing. I've never seen that. That was amazing. He wants to look at it later. I love it. I liked how Mr. Johnson got a little grin on his face too. Like, you screwed.
To
I
them
understand, but
making
we're talking about
facial
what he said to
recognition.
the jury.
I'm sorry. I have no idea what he said to the jury.
And you were an investigating officer.
I was.
So knowing that your witness picked this person out because of the eyes, and now you're telling me that you agree with your witness, right? You didn't think you needed to dig any further?
I dig into what I don't.
Maybe a little more something that could corroborate
Well,
a little more than just the eyes.
Well, Mr. Johnson matched the height, weight, age of what the witness had given.
Like that gentleman back there does too. You want to arrest him? I mean, really? You know that's not that much.
That's nothing.
Sir, I believe he made an identification by the faces. He didn't make it just strictly on the eyes or anything like that.
What else did you know about Lamar Johnson after you arrested him?
After I arrested him or before?
Well, even before.
What
did you know about the man?
He was a killer.
And why did you reach that conclusion?
I'm sorry?
Why did you reach that conclusion?
How did I reach that conclusion? I know he'd been arrested for murder probably 3 times prior to that.
Did the charges stick?
No.
All right,
Witnesses didn't come forward.
All right, keep talking. What else did you know?
About Mr. Johnson?
Yeah.
That he was a dope dealer. And he was part of the, whatever, the dark side gang.
Right.
And he was violent. And that he'd been known or admitted to other people that he had bumped other witnesses.
All right.
Well, we haven't heard
Now,
that
I'm going
one.
to ask you a very serious question, and you give me your best answer.
Okay.
All right. You had a witness in this case who told you from everything I've seen, at best, he could recognize maybe something about the eyes. Okay? And I'm assuming you told Dwight Warren everything that you knew about Lamar Johnson.
I think Mr. Warren was aware of Mr. Johnson.
All right. You sure this isn't a situation where you guys were a little bit in a rush to make a conviction?
Not at all, Your Honor. Not one bit.
Okay.
Thank you, Judge. So you have the individuals for the photo lineup. Does James Elkin eventually arrive to headquarters?
Yes, ma'am, he does.
When he arrives at headquarters, where does he go?
He was taken from the fourth. I would have picked him up. I'm assuming I picked him up. We would have went to the fourth floor homicide office, and Mr. Johnson and Mr. Campbell would have been taken to the second floor, and they would have either called me or somebody would have came and got me and said, "We're ready for the lineups. You can come on down now."
So you're with Mr. Elkin, is that correct?
I am.
Do you recall who's with the participants of the lineup?
I believe Detectives Stidham and Bailey.
At any time, do the individuals who are participating in the lineup cross paths with Mr. Elkin?
No.
Why not?
Well, first of all, it just doesn't happen like that. They're in two different rooms, so to speak, even though there's a wall separating the suspects from the witnesses in addition to the two-way mirror. So there's no opportunity for them to cross paths.
And what is a two-way mirror?
Where the witness can look into the room, observe the subjects in the lineup, but the subjects in the lineup can look out, but they can't see out who's viewing them.
And so does Mr. Elkin go into that room to look at the participants?
He does.
And who is in that room with him when he makes those observations?
I know I was, and I think it was either Detective Bailey or Stidham, one or the other.
But someone else was in the room with you and Mr. Elkin?
Yes, ma'am.
What happens when he's in the room viewing the lineup that contains Lamar Johnson?
Well, a lot of things happened. I mean, if he...
What's the first thing that you recall?
Mr. Elkin, on viewing the lineup, was very, very scared. He was fearful.
How do you know he was scared?
I could see him shaking, literally shaking. And he would ask questions, "Are you sure they can't see me? Are you sure they can't see me?"
All right. And what did you say?
I said, "I assure you they can't. This is a two-way mirror. They cannot see you."
All right.
Does he look through the two-way mirror?
He does.
And how long does he look through the two-way mirror?
He did it actually 3 times. Okay.
Tell me about the first time.
First time, he just stood there shaking. He said, "I need to take a minute. I need to take a minute."
And when he asked to take a minute, what did you do?
We walked to the back of the room, out of the viewing area of the two-way mirror, let him calm down a little bit, a minute, 2, whatever it might have been. Went back for a second time, same thing. Mr. Elkin is still shaking, still fearful that the participants can see him. He asked if he could just go back there, and kind of get his thoughts together. We allowed him to do that, and then the third time we went in, he stood in front of the mirror, and then he asked me if we could have the participants make a statement.
And do you recall what statement that was?
I do.
What statement was that?
Do you want me to say it?
Yes.
Get the fuck up.
Why was that statement important?
That statement was made by one of the 2 suspects to Gregory Elkin and Marcus Boyd. They were sitting on the steps. When the suspects came around the corner, one of them shouted, "Get the fuck up."
And did you honor that request?
I did.
And so how did you execute that?
I probably yelled through the two-way mirror to whatever detective was in. It was either Detective Bailey or Stidham, saying, "Have the participants step forward and say, 'Get the fuck up.'" All four participants did.
After, they made those statements, what happened next?
Let's stop right there. After they make those statements, what, if anything, did Mr. Elking say?
He just shook his head and wanted to walk away.
So that was the third time,
Yes, sir.
right? I'm assuming you reported all of that to Dwight Warren.
Everything is stated in the police report.
That wasn't my question. All of this business of 1, 2, and 3 times, did you report those details to Dwight Warren?
At the time of warrant application.
All right?
Yes,
Did
sir.
you
I did.
testify to that at trial?
Sir, I don't know what I testified at trial.
All right? I'll need his testimony.
You may remember from yesterday, there was a discussion, Detective Nickerson only testified in rebuttal. He wasn't called by either party during.
Don't give me this either party stuff. The state had the burden of proof, and the state had the burden of disclosure.
Yes, and I'll represent to you that this process is in the police reports that were turned over.
1, 2, 3, get it, find it for me right now. You got a whole bunch of staff, dig it up right now. You may continue.
Ooh, he's getting on them.
Thank you,
I'm enjoying it a little bit. Great.
Yeah.
So after, so you mentioned that Mr. Elking viewed it 3 times.
Yes, ma'am.
After the 3rd time and that statement was made, what happened next?
That was pretty much the end of that physical lineup.
At the end of that physical lineup, what happened next?
Mr. Elkin was asked if he could identify anyone.
What did he tell you?
No.
After telling you no, what happened next?
We proceeded to have the second lineup with Philip Campbell and 3 other individuals.
And can you briefly describe what happened in the Philip Campbell lineup?
I just know that I don't know how many times, if it was 1, 2, or 3, how many times Mr. Elking viewed the second lineup. But I do know that he requested that each individual step forward and give the same statement as I gave previously.
Did he identify anybody?
No.
So let me see if I got this right. You had Mr. Elking there to, maybe 6 different lineups. So that took a minute. How long did this whole process take?
There weren't 6 different lineups. There was the same
The
participants.
first 3.
They weren't different. They were the same lineups, the same individuals.
Okay, fine. 6 times he viewed a lineup.
No,
Right.
I don't know that,
You
sir.
don't know how many times the Campbell,
Correct, sir, I don't know.
was it, you think it was more than 1 for Campbell? You have no idea.
Sir,
at
I'd be
all.
guessing if I gave you an answer.
So as far as you know, it's just 1 for Campbell.
Yes, sir.
I mean, it had to be at least 1.
Yes, sir.
All right,
Okay.
so 4 times he's in the lineup room.
Yes, sir. Well,
Go ahead.
he wouldn't. When we say leave, he doesn't leave the lineup room. He's in the lineup room, but not in the immediate area in front of the class.
Okay, let's be specific. 4
I'm
times
trying-
he takes a break from looking at the individuals in the lineup.
Yes, sir.
Walks away, thinks about, as you said, gather his thoughts, all those kinds of things occur.
Yes, sir.
He's taken back.
Yes, sir.
This happened 3 times on Elking,
Yes, sir.
had to be at least 1 time on Campbell,
Yes, sir.
correct?
Yes, sir.
And you end up with a no after all of that.
That's correct.
And you're telling me the police report detailed that out for defense counsel.
It does.
All right, let me see it. They look like they found something.
You better be in there.
You most assuredly can.
You guys remember Warren was the prosecutor that tried this case. We saw him on the stand already. It may be. Sorry, my dog is snoring really loud. So if you can hear her, I apologize. He does.
Hey, Councilman, you can help me. Where in here does he say, after 3 viewings, he was asked if he could identify and he said no?
Oopsies. How many of you got to look? No, sir. That's my dog. Nope. That would be funny, but not true. Oh, yeah, they're in trouble if she can't find it. Don't walk up empty
You
handed.
most surely can. Well,
So, right, these three,
I read them.
these 3 paragraphs, Judge, and my next question was going to be, what happened next?
Boy, you got to answer the judge's question directly. Show me on here where it says, after these 3 attempts, I asked him, can you identify somebody? And he said no. Show it to me on there.
Judge, it says he picked the person in number 4.
Oh, take this and take it off my bench. Sit down. No further questions. You're off the stand. Unless you're going to shoot me straight.
Judge,
All right?
Yes, Judge.
You're going to shoot me straight, counselor?
Yes, Judge, may
All
I?
right, if the answer is he didn't put it in the report, then just say he didn't put it in the report. But don't dance around my questions.
Oops.
I ask questions for very specific reasons because I need specific
Sorry.
answers.
Yes, Judge.
I'm about to give you one more shot at it because I didn't see it. Show me where this officer directly reported to the defense attorney that after 3 shots, the witness said, I can't identify anybody.
Judge, upon reviewing the report, that's not in.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Was that hard?
No, Judge.
The sky didn't fall in
Not yet.
and you gave me the answer.
Gotcha.
That's how you do it, counselor.
Gotcha.
You just answer the court's question. Proceed with your examination.
Thank you, Judge.
Mhm.
Did Mr. Elking tell you he picked someone out of the Lamar Johnson line?
He did not.
She didn't want to answer.
Oh, I'm sorry, he did. He picked number 4. I apologize.
And was Lamar Johnson in the number 4 position?
He was not.
Was that one of the fillers?
Yes, it was.
Do you remember what he said? Because see, you keep giving me these things like it's a report. He picked number 4, so on. Now, I listened to Elking testify, and I'm supposed to sit here and ascertain the credibility of Elking's testimony today and what he said to the jury at the time. So there's a real big issue as to the nature of the conversation between you and Elking. So I need everything that was said, not the conclusions that were drawn. I'm not really impressed by that because this is a question about what was said and whether or not a suggestion occurred. All right? So if he can't remember the details, that's one thing. I can understand that. It was a long time ago. All right? You can only do so much. You had thousands of cases since then.
And you have my
All right?
permission,
So
Gabby.
you can't do any more on that witness stand than your best.
And the police report.
But, well, the police report isn't very detailed.
I apologize.
Oh, no, it's just like a standard police report. I don't, I'm concerned about things that you said to Dwight Warren about all of this that on the surface appear to have never been reported to defense counsel. And if you can't remember the specific words that Elking said about everything and how you responded, that's okay. Your Honor, I don't remember. The sky's not going to fall. People will thank you for your best efforts at testifying. But on the other hand, if you can remember, I want to hear it all.
He picked number 4, and that, I hate to throw that in. There's another form, a lineup form, and it will name the time, date, and everything and such, okay?
Did he tell you why he picked number 4?
He did not.
So obviously you didn't ask him, why'd you pick number 4?
I did not. Not that I recall, sir.
Okay.
Judge,
You can't feel it his answer.
I don't want to, Judge,
All right.
because he doesn't know about this because he wasn't at trial, the rule I presume is invoked. But this is, of course, very concerned about what defense counsel knew about this. And the trial testimony of Mr. Elking, Mr. Bruns cross-examined him, and he asked a few questions about this. Do you remember doing the lineup the first time? First of all, you viewed the lineup, correct? Answer, yes. Question, you walked back out making no identification, would that be fair to say? And then you didn't go back in and view the lineup again? Answer, yes, I walked away from the lineup once. Question, I apologize. As a matter of fact, you walked away twice, didn't you? Answer, yes. Question, and during that time, Detective Nickerson was the only person with you? Answer, yes, and there were a couple other detectives present. Question, and during that time, didn't you tell Detective Nickerson that it is number 4? Answer, yes. Question, do you remember testifying on direct that it was number 2? Answer, yes, I did. Question, was that a mistake? Answer, I was more or less just saying I did not pick the defendant out of the line. Question, but you told Detective Nickerson that it was number 4? Answer, yeah, I guess now that you say that, yes. Question, during the course of this incident, you saw the government.
Did you tell me, say, yeah, I guess now that you say that?
That is what Mr. Elking said.
Okay, keep going.
Yeah.
And this is interesting. Keep going.
And so, I apologize, Your Honor, for the question, I lost my place. Okay, question, during the course of this incident, you saw the masked gunman for maybe a minute, would that be fair to say? Answer, 2 or 3 minutes. And then from here, it's stuff about, the following questions are questions about what Elking and Mr. Nickerson talked about on the phone. So I don't want to say that out loud with Mr. Nickerson on the stand, because I don't want you to think I'm trying to tell Mr. Nickerson what to say.
I got that.
But there may be a little.
So then, in that whole colloquy, there was no questions about this I thing.
But not in the part that I just read, Judge. That part comes later in the cross, and we have to give this to you, but I just wanted to bring that to your attention because you expressed concern that Mr. Bruns was not told about the multiple while in the same room viewings, and he cross-examined on that, and so he was told that.
The main thing I was like, was he told specifically what Elking said about making an idea based upon the eyes?
And that is discussed later in the cross-examinations and in the direct examination of Mr. Elking at the trial. And I can read that for you, Judge, but I don't want to, you seem very interested in what Mr. Nickerson remembers, understandably so. And so I'm afraid if I read the trial testimony now,
He might,
right,
they see my coaching the witness.
it seems unfair to the court for me to do that.
Right, I get you.
So
I
I'll
get
be
you.
prepared to read that to you.
And I've asked him specifically what he recalls. You've had a chance to think about it now. So can you tell me exactly what words were spoken to you by Mr. Elking in the context of, yeah, it was number 4? What was the context?
I cannot.
All right. See, it was okay just to tell me you don't. I'm not mad that you don't remember.
Okay.
You are. All right.
You're mean.
Go ahead.
After he told you it was number 4, what happened next?
I guess we made preparations for the next lineup.
And after the next lineup, what happened after that? No, let me back up. What, if anything, did he say about Philip Campbell's lineup?
He did not identify anyone in that lineup.
After making those statements?
Didn't you guys give me a picture of Philip Campbell's lineup?
Yes, Judge.
Headshots like this?
Judge, he actually appears in that.
Hold on. Oh, yeah, there he is down there.
But Judge, if you would like the lineup, I can provide this to you as well.
Let me see Philip Campbell's lineup, please.
Mine or theirs? Because I'm muted on purpose. Just trying to get through. There's so many times I could stop this because it's wonderful.
Judge, I think this has already been admitted either through us or the circuit attorney's office, but if I may approach, I'm showing you what states.
Yeah, I thought I had it up here somewhere.
Yes, Judge, just states exhibit Y.
Which one is Campbell in here?
Number
And it
4, Your
seems
Honor.
like it's a huge courtroom
Like I
too.
see 2 people here in dark clothing, and number 4 is in dark clothing. Light's not the best in here.
I would hate to be that woman. I would stand at the podium. No more
You
questions.
can take this back, since I know it's somewhere in my exhibit packet.
Thank you, Judge, and just for the record, I believe that is the circuit attorney's office, number 47, that was admitted and accepted.
All right, thank you.
So after you reviewed the lineup and made those statements, what happened next?
I took Mr. Elking from the 2nd floor back up to the 4th floor on an elevator.
And why did you go to that location?
Well, I had to go back up to the office and talk to my supervisor and get,
Relay what happened?
relay what happened. Yes, ma'am.
And what happened with LP while you were doing
On the way, in the elevator, or once we got upstairs?
that? Once you got upstairs?
From my recollection, Your Honor, and this is strictly from the police report,
Mm-hmm.
by the time we had got to the 4th floor, the homicide office was crowded, to say the least. There wasn't room relative to other cases.
Right. There was a lot going on back then.
Yes, sir, there was. By this time, Detective Stidham and Bailey had already been back to the 4th floor, and somebody told me that go to bomb and arson office. So I went to the bomb and arson office with Mr. Elking. Detective Stidham and Bailey were both in the room. Walked into the room.
What happened when you walked into the room?
I guess maybe, I don't know. I hate to guess because it's not a good,
Well,
it's not
well,
good.
all you have to do is just tell me. I can't remember specifically.
Yes, sir.
This
Okay.
is what my best recollection is,
Okay.
and then I will,
Okay.
make a decision
All right.
as to how useful it's going to be.
Okay. So immediately upon walking in with Mr. Elking, 10, 15, 20, 30 seconds later, Mr. Elking goes, "Hey, I'm sorry. You guys know I lied. You know I lied. You know I know who it is. It's number 3 in the first lineup, and it's number 4 in the second lineup."
And did you tell him to say that, or not?
I didn't tell him to say anything.
And who was number 3 in that lineup?
Mr. Johnson,
Mr. Johnson.
in the first lineup, sir.
And yeah, the first lineup.
Second one was number
And
4.
number 4 was Campbell.
Yes, in the second lineup, yes, sir.
So he said he recognized Campbell too,
Yes, sir.
and you were okay with that.
Absolutely.
Didn't he tell you that one of the 2 gunmen was holding a gun on him?
Yes.
Did he tell you that immediately upon holding the gun upon him, he yelled at him, "Get the fuck up"?
The individual suspects came around the corner. One of them immediately yelled at, and then one do you want me to go on?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
One suspect, the larger of the 2, the 6-foot or better individual, grabbed Mr. Elking by the collar, said, "Get the fuck up." The second subject, Marcus Boyd, was, I don't remember how many steps there were to get to the level of the porch. The second subject went up the steps and is best described by Mr. Elking from my memory, was behind Mr. Boyd, mounting him, so to speak, if he were like somebody were to get on your shoulders and, you walk around as a kid.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I think he described it as mounting Mr. Boyd.
MOUNTING?
I'm sorry?
Did you say mounting?
Mounting, as in like,
All right.
if I were to get on your shoulders or you get on my shoulders, something to that effect, or
In front
behind,
of Mr. Boyd or behind Mr. Boyd?
behind Mr. Boyd.
Got you. Keep talking.
Okay. I don't know where we were.
The mounting Mr. Boyd thing.
Okay,
So from that point,
I'm sorry,
no,
I'm
let him
lost.
talk.
I'm lost. I don't know where we're,
You were telling me that,
Oh my gosh, this whole thing just went off the rails. Number one, my title all day, which Gabby just pointed out to me, it says llama, not Lamar. I fixed it. I fixed it. And then these guys are just talking about freaking mounting Lamar. Can we move on? Please stop. Don't say you don't know where we are. It's done. Oh my goodness. Sorry.
Elkin said to you something about the other assailant mounting Mr. Boyd.
yeah,
Let's start there.
yes, sir. I don't know if that was given at that time or in prior conversations with Mr. Elking,
Okay,
the description of how this occurred.
all right.
So I'm not sure. All I can recall, and it's based on the police report, shortly after entering the bomb and arson room, Mr. Elking made that statement.
And upon all of those facts, you concluded that he would have been looking at the other assailant dressed in black with a mask on at night enough to make what you would have considered a reliable identification.
Your Honor, as I stated yesterday, I believe Mr. Elking knew Mr. Johnson from prior.
Now we're taking another step. You are telling me that you believe Mr. Elking knew Mr. Johnson before this incident.
Correct.
What's the basis of that conclusion?
It's based on a pattern that was created by Mr. Johnson and Mr. Campbell relative, I'm sorry, Mr. Johnson and Mr. Boyd and how they would sell drugs.
You're trying to say you didn't think they'd let just anybody buy drugs from them.
I'm saying that Mr. Johnson and Mr. Boyd were in business together.
Yeah.
They knew their common customers, and they would have shared in the distribution no matter if you called or if I called, whoever called first, the person who responded quicker got the sale, but they jointly combined the total sales together.
Well, now, did Elking ever tell you, I know
No.
Lamar Johnson?
No, Your Honor. He denied knowing Lamar Johnson.
So that's all you had. You thought that he might know based upon your knowledge of the pattern and practice between Mr. Johnson and Mr. Boyd as it related to selling drugs.
That was my belief.
Did you know Badass Howard's his last name, isn't it? Did you know Badass Howard?
Did I know him or did I know of him?
Well, let me start out first. Did you know him?
I didn't know him.
Okay. Did you know of him?
I did.
What did you know of him vis-a-vis his relationship with Mr. Johnson and Mr. Boyd?
They were, as far as Mr. Johnson and Mr. Howard, is that his name? BA, that's all.
Yeah. BA evidently I've been tested per testimony stands for badass. It's just
I know that, but I didn't want
to.
At one point, I guess during this whole this whole period of time, I don't know, 92, 93, 94, Mr. Johnson and 10 or 15 other individuals, including BA and Marcus Boyd, were all considered one of the sections of Dark Side.
Okay, so to your knowledge, Howard, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Boyd were compatriots in a drug business.
I can't say about Mr. Howard. I only knew he was a participant in criminal acts associated with that group.
All right. So you got this eyewitness That's best you can define him, I guess. Talks about the shifty-eyed thing. Says he doesn't know Lamar Jackson and you believe he's lying to you. Because that's kind of what you just told me.
Yes, sir.
All right. And even though you believe he was lying to you about knowing Lamar Jackson, from what you told me, you didn't push back on that.
No. As I stated yesterday, Mr. Elking was at best fragile. I hate to say, I couldn't afford to lose him as a witness.
Say what you got to say.
I couldn't afford to lose him as a witness. I didn't want him to be, I don't know what the word would be. I wanted him to believe that I trusted him, I guess.
All right. All right. I see what you're doing. That's
That's
not bad police work. I'm just trying
It's
to
not
get
a
some
good
facts here.
explanation.
I'm just trying to get some facts here. All
Yes,
right?
sir.
All right. You finish your inquiry.
Thank you, Judge. When was the last time you saw James Elton?
Let me just think for a minute. Friday, November 5th, 1994.
And what were you doing on that day?
That morning, I had picked up Mr. Elking, and I don't remember from where I got him, picked him up. And I had already made arrangements with him Thursday night when I took him home, or if I took him home, to pick him up in the morning to go to the warrant office to give his statement to, I didn't know who was going to be in the homicide warrant office, if it was going to be Dwight Warren or someone else. I picked him up to go to the warrant office.
Do you recall who you met once you got to the warrant office?
I believe Dwight Warren.
And was there a conversation with Dwight Warren at that time?
Yes, there was an extended conversation between myself, Mr. Elking, and Dwight Warren.
And it's been about 28 years, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you write police reports close in time to the events of this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Are your police reports a fair and accurate reflection of what occurred at that time?
They are.
Permission to approach, Judge.
You may.
Showing you what has been marked as FF3,
Yes, ma'am.
and then take a look at the second packet with that.
Yes, ma'am.
What are those documents?
The first one, FF3, is the police report. Oh,
Take a look at it if
Okay.
you'd like.
sure. Okay, this report is, in homicide then, the first thing that the responding officers did was create what we called the two-pager. Would have been the time and to the location and who responded from homicide to the scene and the name of the victim and such. It would have been a short, basically it's a two-pager and a signature page. And that would actually turned into being more than a two-pager. It turned into being 5 or 6. That would have been the initial, just short and sweet, was conveyed to affirmative Oath or hospital, DOA, or pronounced by Dr. Who. Next of kin notified. That would have been the two-pager. This is in fact what we would have called then the scene investigation. 28 years ago,
Could
when
you step a little that way?
Yes, Judge.
That's all right. Thank you. I,
I'm
just
sorry.
trying my best to accommodate this so the public can see everything.
And I apologize, thank you, Judge.
Sure.
I don't know whether to talk to.
Well, actually, you can talk to me. She'll ask questions though.
Judge,
You
may I,
can talk to me, yeah.
may I approach?
You most assuredly can.
Thank you, Judge. Now handing me what is marked as FF2,
Yes, ma'am.
do you recognize that document?
I recognize it. Yes, ma'am.
And what is FF2?
This is a police report, 94-166-120 that I prepared.
Okay, so you prepared FF2,
I did.
and a different officer prepared FF3, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Is FF2 a fair and accurate copy of your report that you wrote in 1994?
It is in fact a report.
Judge, at this time, I would offer FF2 and FF3 to the court.
In your honor, obviously, because it's a police report, we're gonna have hearsay, hearsay upon hearsay, hearsay upon hearsay upon hearsay, you know, because you have witness. There's a reason we don't show these to juries, right?
Yeah, right, exactly.
So, we're gonna start that. You know, I'll be honest, I do plan to ask Detective Nickerson, questions about these, but.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you know, it's an interesting evidentiary issue because the thing here is there proof of absolute innocence? And they're trying to suggest proof of guilt on things that a jury might not ever see. You know, I'm gonna let them make their best shot, but you know, evidentiary value is what it is and ain't what it ain't. So, you know, I'll accept it for what it's worth. You can cross-examine, but we all know this isn't exactly proof of guilt. It's at the best, it might be some interesting circumstantial evidence for me, but that's pretty much all you got here. So you may go ahead.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, you can finish up.
Thank you, Judge. May I approach you again?
You may, counsel.
I'm gonna take this. And Judge, I have no further questions.
Give me your copies of FF2 and 3, please. So FF2 is your supplementary report.
I'm sorry. I believe you have to say that, sir.
FF2 is your supplemental
If you could
report.
just tell me
Well,
towards
it
the top
says
whose
it's
name.
supplemental,
Well, there would have been more than one supplemental report.
and it says Joseph Nickerson.
That's me, yes.
All right, so it's your supplemental report.
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you give me his original report?
Judge, that is a copy.
I know, but this is, before I start thumbing through it, does FF2 include both his original and his supplemental?
No, Judge, but I do have his supplemental.
I'm looking at his supplemental now, that's FF2.
And Judge, I believe FF2 is the scene report.
Your Honor, I
Let me show
believe.
you right here. I mean, all I can do is read, all right? And it says right here, original and/or supplemental. Answer, supplemental.
I see.
That would suggest something is being supplemented that would suggest an original report. And I'm asking you, do you have his original report?
Judge, it appears that is the supplemental of the 2-pager. I have not heard presented to you with the 2-pager.
Give me a second here, because why? Okay, hold on. I think you guys have stapled a few things together. So let me take a closer look at this document. Page 2, page 1, page 2, page 3, 4.
I'm sorry, but the state's stuff that they've given the judge so far has been a mess,
All right, so I think this goes.
at least in his opinion.
Mr. Nickerson, I'm just showing you FF2, and I'm seeing here on the supplemental report, it goes all the way up to, as you can see here, page 5.
Yes.
And then up under it, they staple all this detail. Is this supposed to be part of the supplementary report? Can you tell
Sir,
me?
this is the entirety of, basically, and there's a 2-pager where it just reflects time, date, victim, who's notified.
Was that the original?
That's the original report.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
and this is my supplement.
So, okay, that's all I needed. And the original report is exhibit what? Or have you submitted that?
I have not, Judge, but we will be that before.
All righty.
Even though this has been amazing for me, I got to give you something, George. This judge has been amazing asking questions. I love
Had
it.
you
Wish
ever
all
arrested
judges did
Marcus
this.
Boyd before?
No, sir. Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
That's
I
right.
don't believe so.
So what I'm reading, looks like you got a lot of your background over witness Neger and witness Leslie Williams. Perhaps also a bit from Christine Herman. Where did, if you can remember, did Mr. Elkins tell you on this porch where the two assailants were standing or how they were standing during the course of shooting Mr. Boyd?
I'm sorry, can I tell you?
Yes.
He gave me a description of how it occurred.
You just tell me what you can recall.
That when the two suspects came through the gangway, the taller of the two suspects, with what the witness believed, and I'm going to get it wrong because I don't remember, was armed with a handgun. There was one handgun involved, I'm sorry, one automatic handgun involved and one what the witness perceived to be a revolver handgun.
At that time, he perceived it was a automatic and a revolver.
And I don't know who had what. I
All right,
don't,
keep going.
it's in the report, but I don't recall.
That's all right.
So they come around the corner. The taller of the two immediately grabs Mr. Elking by the shirt, get the fuck up.
All right, and I will tell you why I'm asking you these questions.
Okay.
Because the report doesn't give me any detail of where people were standing or how they were standing relative to either Marcus Boyd or your witness, Elking. I'm getting, there's facts in here, but I'm looking at the porch in my mind, looking at the little thing that you guys have there to show the position of the body as you found it. I'm sure this was marked by the first officers on the scene. I'm looking at the description of the wounds to Marcus's body, and I'm not getting a configuration that supports the ability of Elking to look at the other guy long enough to identify him in a lineup, unless, as you said, he knew him personally and didn't tell you.
I believe, and Your Honor, I believe the positions of the victim and the witness are described where they're originally seated, somewhere.
I got that.
Okay, I'm sorry. So after the first individual, the taller, grabs Elking by the shoulder, get the fuck up. The second suspect went up the stairs, so to speak, and mounted from behind the victim, Marcus Boyd. The witness at that time sees Mr. Boyd, and later identified as Mr. Campbell, struggling. He sees Mr. Campbell, the second or whatever subject, shoot one round into the back head area of Marcus Boyd. Mr. Boyd continues to struggle, and I think his words were, "No, no, no, I guess please don't shoot me anymore." And at that time, the suspect that had held him by the shirt ran up the stairs, or up the stairs steps, and now was in front of Mr. Boyd. He sees numerous shots from the individual behind Mr. Boyd, and he sees the individual now in front of Mr. Boyd fire numerous rounds. He is.
And where was he at that moment? He, meaning Elking?
He would have either been on the step, the first or second step, or perhaps on ground level. I don't know. He's looking up towards the scuffle.
He didn't take off running.
No, he didn't, not at that point.
Well, the gunmen were consumed with Boyd struggling. It's night. He didn't take off running. Did you ask him why he didn't take off running?
I presume, no, I didn't know.
I remember Mr. Elking said there was two fired. One and on Mr. Boyd, one in his side, one, I think it was Mr. Elking, or was it the guy that was there? One of the people that was there, but I thought it was Mr. Elking, said 2 rounds. One in the head, one in the side. But if it was Mr. Howard, he also said in the head and one in the side. But this multiple thing, we hadn't heard until just now. And so far, his police reports kind of suck. A little bit.
At any point in time, were you concerned that maybe 3 people were involved with the killing of Boyd? Not just 2.
Your Honor,
You can be honest with me.
you're never sure of anything.
Mm-hmm.
And relative to these two groups that were feuding, dark side, there were often more than one, two, or three individuals involved. So that didn't totally, I mean, there could have been another individual involved. I don't know. I just know there was two people involved in the shooting, the actual shooting.
All right.
Now that you've asked this question, I can read to you part of the direct testimony of Mr. Elke in trial to answer the question you posed, if you would like.
Please.
This is on direct, states WW, page 161 of the trial transcript. I apologize. Question. Now, what did the defendant do? So, just for some context, Judge, the witness has already identified Mr. Johnson, or Lamar Johnson, as the defendant at this point in the testimony. That's why Mr. Warren's raising the question. Question. Now, what did the defendant do next after he told you to get the F up? Answer. He kind of spun me around to where now I was facing and looking at Marcus and the other gunman that was on top of Marcus. And I had stood there with my hands up. Question. What was Marcus doing or saying? Answer. Marcus, all he was saying was, no, no, no. Kind of trying to get away. I can see him scooting away, trying to get up. Question. Let me show you what's being marked as State's Exhibit 1. Can you tell me what's shown in that photograph? Answer. That's the front of Marcus's place he was living. Question. And what was the address of where he was living? Answer. 3910 Louisiana. Question. For the record, is that in the city of St. Louis? Answer. Yes, it is. Question. Now let me show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 2. And ask you if you can tell me what this is. Answer. That's the front porch of Marcus's home. That is where we were sitting. Question. Where were you sitting on the front porch? Answer. On the top step. Question. And when you turned to face Marcus, where would you be looking? Answer. I would be looking. Question. Excuse me, use that photograph, State's Exhibit 2, as the focal point. Answer. After I was told to get up. Question. Yes. Answer. Okay. I was standing at the bottom of the stairs, kind of on the edge of the grass and the concrete, and I was looking straight towards the house at Marcus and both of the guns.
That's kind of what he just said.
Well, that's the testimony, so I just wanted to give you.
My question, maybe it was just a query, but the fact pattern that was suggested by the witness's testimony seems a lot of people, if they knew nobody knew them, it's dark, it's obvious that they're really focused on Boyd, it just broke running, particularly considering how young everybody was at the time. It just strikes me as odd
I understand, Judge,
that he was just standing there watching it.
and there's 40 pages, and I suspect, Judge, given the importance that the court understands was placing on this witness and his testimony, it would be our suggestion that we.
Well, even Dwight Warren told me there was no case without Elke.
And I'm not.
So, everybody, this universal agreement. That man would not have been convicted but for Elking's testimony.
Judge, that's why I just think instead of giving you just 1 or 2 pages of
Right.
direct, cross, redirect, recross, and redirect, I think I should give you all 40 pages because of how important it is to the case.
All right.
So that's what I intend to do.
Well, one thing that you need to do is pick it out, like understand what is, because I'm asking a lot of questions so you can understand what's truly relevant.
Absolutely.
All right? And I couldn't broadcast it any clearer than I am.
No, Judge, I agree.
So you now know the configuration of everybody's a big deal.
Absolutely.
So I would expect you to isolate that for me.
I will do.
Not say, here's 40 pages and read it, Judge, you on your own. That's not going to work.
Of course, Judge, but I want you to think, I want to provide you all 40 pages in addition to the highlights.
Well, I'm assuming that they're all in the record somewhere here.
I want you to be able to check my work, Judge. That's
Right.
my only.
But you need to give me transcript page and line of what you think clears up these issues.
Absolutely.
Because I pretty well put a spotlight on what the issues are.
And I'm right in the spotlight, Judge. I
All right.
understand.
Okay.
Thank you.
You want to, do you have anything further with this witness?
No more questions.
Anything from the, go ahead,
Yes, Your Honor. And fire.
you may counsel.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
So I think this might be helpful for everyone just to kind of clear up. I'm going to be working with those two reports that you have in front of you. Do you still have it in front of you?
No, sir, I don't.
Okay, I'll grab you.
Labeled FF2 and 3,
Yes, that's what I was going to be working off of.
all righty,
I've got my own versions if that was what you want me to do.
that's fine.
I'm just trying to avoid too many exhibits, Your Honor. All right, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as the Circuit Attorney's Exhibit 44-1 and 44-2.
Is that the same as FF1 and 2?
I believe they should be,
All righty,
but I'll have the witness confirm that they look the same. Please go ahead and flip through those and make sure those are what you were looking at a moment ago with FF2 and FF3.
Okay, without going all the way through it, this, I'm, 44-2?
Yeah, 44-2, which one is that?
44-2 is what we would have called the crime scene investigation, which, and it's, even though it's, you're missing some pages.
Okay. Is that missing page?
You're missing probably 2 or 3 pages. This is just a narrative.
Yeah, and I am talking about just the narrative. That's where I'm going to be going.
Okay,
I didn't get a chance to see FF2. They were pulled out of different exhibits from us.
okay.
All right, that's the
So
narrative.
this is the report that was in combination of Detective Bailey and Detective Ronald Jackson.
Okay.
And that's I'm sorry, 44-2. And I'll just refer to it by the number 94-166120. It doesn't have an evidence sticker on it.
I'm sorry. Let me mark that one for you just so you have it. There you go.
And once again, this is missing 2 to 3 pages of time, location.
Yeah.
And
You're talking about those two kind of cover pages, right?
yes, sir. This is just a narrative.
Yeah, why don't you go look at the narrative? Is it complete though? I just
I-
want to have a.
I'm assuming it is if you're giving it to me. So, I mean, for me to say it's complete, I'd have to.
Yeah, please, go and check through it. I don't want any interruption.
Well, I don't want to just say yes, but if you're telling me it and the court approves it, I'll say yes.
go ahead.
Yes, yes.
All right. Now, in that 44-1, that's the narrative that you prepared, correct, Mr. Nickerson?
Yes, sir, it is.
Hold on. Who's signed?
It's 166120, Your Honor.
1661, okay. Yeah, there's an 11 at the top of the page I'm looking at. Is that true for you?
That is not for me. This is the problem, Your Honor. When the state did this, they pulled it out of their larger exhibit.
Hold on. Okay, the number that I see at the top should be yours. That evidently indicates a page number. So what is the number at the top of yours?
The number at the top of mine is 1.
Okay,
Right, so-
should, looking at the first page, hold on, of the narrative, it'll be the first page of the narrative,
Exactly.
which is right here.
Right there.
Okay, go ahead, we're in business, keep talking.
Sorry about having to clear that up, Your Honor.
No, that's all right.
Now, talking about your report, I think you said this yesterday, but the report that you prepared would have documented the information that you gathered as best as you could from your notes and your memory, right?
Correct.
So your report would identify all the witnesses you spoke with in connection with the investigation, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You would have reported all of the leads that you followed, even if they were dead end?
I would say no, I wouldn't have, if they were a dead end and something that was irrelevant, I found to be irrelevant, I probably wouldn't have documented it.
If you spoke with a witness, though, you would have reported it?
Yes,
Now, I want to turn to page 24 of your report. of your narrative. That's the last page.
that's the last page.
Yeah.
I don't have a 24.
I don't think I see on 24 is the signature page, is that
Yeah,
what
that's
you're
the
looking at?
signature page.
All right.
You don't have 24 on there?
Mine starts at 32.
No, the last, look at the final page. Sorry, I should have asked. Look at the last page.
That's page 17 on mine.
Yeah. You see this
Oh.
at the top, that number 24?
Yeah, I would assume, oh, yeah, okay, that's the page number?
Yeah. That's the
Okay,
page number.
all right.
All right. At the bottom left, it says revised, and then again it says revised. What are those notations?
28 years ago, in 1994, I probably used a typewriter. So when we prepare, it's hard to explain. When we prepared a report, we typed it. And when we had victim, witness screens, evidence screens, and all those were filled out manually. So when you prepared the report, you had numerous pages, witnesses, evidence, suspects, whatever, all on forms. They were forms. It was a suspect form, a vehicle form, evidence form, okay? So you prepared those, and you literally took them up to what I believe they were called PIRS operators. PIRS, P-I-R-S, Police Incident Reporting System. I believe that was the name of it, PIRS. So you literally took your product up to the women, it was all women, 4, 5, 6, and they did nothing but prepare reports from the Division of Criminal Investigation, be it homicide, be it bomb and arson, be it drug unit, child abuse, anything. They specifically did criminal investigation reports. So they would go on to prepare, if you would have had the other pages, what the report turns out. Okay.
And let me short circuit this. Are you saying there are no other versions of it?
Well, yeah, there were, because they're not versions. I guess I'm not a great speller. I'm not great with periods, exclamation points. So they would have made the corrections necessary to make it look formidable for presentation at trial. The contents would not have been changed.
That's all.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I was trying to let you.
Okay.
And I'm trying not to cut you off.
Okay.
Did you also keep detailed notes of your investigation?
I did, yeah.
What did you do with those notes?
They've been destroyed 28 years ago, after the report was prepared.
So as soon as you prepared the report, you destroyed any notes that existed?
Yes, sir.
Now, you testified yesterday about the procedures for, I believe you call them service crews, right?
Yes, sir.
And those are the people who would have responded to the initial scene and would have been working all night on an initial police report after Marcus Bull's murder, right?
Yes.
And when this file landed on your desk, figuratively or literally, you would have reviewed the report from the service crew, right?
I would have reviewed the notes. I doubt if the only thing that would have been prepared at that point, report-wise, would have been what we refer to as a two-pager.
And then in the course of your investigation, though, that service crew's report would have been prepared.
Yes.
And you would have reviewed it as part of your investigation, right?
I would have, again, if they were still there, the service crew guys that did the initial scene, I would have spoke to them, or I would have reviewed their notes. And as I said yesterday, you didn't go home until you finished your interviews. Okay.
Yeah.
So I would have done one or the other.
And then let's look at what I've marked as Exhibit 44-2.
Okay.
And that's just the narrative from Detective Bailey and Detective Jackson.
Yes, sir.
Right?
Yes, sir.
That's something that you would have reviewed in connection with your investigation, right?
Again, sir, this would not have been prepared at that point.
I'm not necessarily saying on the morning of October 31st. I'm not saying that.
Okay.
As part of this investigation, you would have reviewed that report.
I would have, yes.
100% sure, right?
Yes, sir.
and you would have read the report and you would have familiarized yourself with the facts that were inside it, right?
Yes.
Now, I put those two up there for you, and I'm gonna make a similar request to what Ms. Lesh made you here today. You can keep them up there. I'm not asking you to answer questions by reading along. I don't want to do that.
Okay.
But if you think that you need to look at one of those reports to answer one of my questions, just let me, and if you refresh your memory, just
Okay.
let me know, and we can kind of do that, all right?
All right.
Now, I think you've already testified this morning that you had questioned Lamar Johnson before Marcus Boyd's murder, correct?
I didn't say that, though.
But you said that you've seen him before, right?
Yes.
You knew that he was about 6 foot tall?
Yes. Well,
Did you also know who Philip Campbell was before Marcus Boyd's murder?
again, I didn't know him, but I arrested him, and I didn't talk to him. So, knowing and being familiar, I couldn't tell you what Philip Campbell looked like now if my life depended upon it.
Understood. It's been 28 years. But you're saying that
He has
before
exes.
Marcus
Oh, no,
Boyd's
he's still
murder,
alive. I was
you
gonna say, I think he has
previously
exes on his side.
arrested Philip Campbell in connection with another crime?
Yes, sir.
All right. So you had a chance to look at him?
Yes, sir.
I mean, obviously, when you arrest someone, you're throwing them in handcuffs, you're getting right up close to them, you know what they look like, don't you?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Actually, he said Philip Campbell. So I think I'm correct. Yeah, he has X's over his eyes because he's gone. I'll be right back.
Now, Marcus Boyd lived in a duplex, didn't he?
Yes, sir.
His family lived on the second floor of that duplex, didn't they?
Correct.
You didn't conduct any sort of canvass of the area personally, right?
No, sir.
That's something that the service crew would have done on the night of the murder, correct?
That's correct.
And then you would have reviewed the report that they prepared to learn what they had learned from interviewing all those witnesses.
Correct.
Okay. The first floor neighbors didn't provide very much information, did they?
Let's get to the short of it. I can tell you that neighbors surrounding residents were contacted, even the downstairs, 3910, they live 39A. Even that person was contacted. The only information, it went in from hearing a scuffle and no gunshots to hearing 4 to 5 up to 10 gunshots from the surrounding area, neighbors.
All right, so you knew from the neighbors, there were gunshots, maybe the sound of a scuffle, but not really anything more than that.
Correct. Oh, well, 2 individuals running, I think through an alley or yard.
Okay. But there was nothing about any sort of car speeding away from the crime scene or anything like that?
Nothing like that.
No one heard a car peeling out?
No, sir.
Before Marcus Boyd died, did you know he was dealing drugs?
I didn't know Marcus Boyd.
You had no idea who he was?
I had seen his name.
Okay. Did you see his name in connection with the fact that he was dealing drugs?
No, I seen his name in connection with being within the group of the Dark Side 1, Dark Side 2. He is listed as a person in whatever Dark Side. I was aware of that.
Now, when the report lands on your desk, or I'm sorry, I don't want to imply what the report is. When you get the file on the morning of October 31st, 1994, there is no physical evidence connecting Lamar Johnson to the crime scene, right?
No physical evidence, no.
And we've been going through this in more, all morning, but I think it's helpful again to clarify. Generally speaking, there was one shooter who was focused primarily on Marcus Boyd, mounting him, I think is the words you used. And then there was another shooter who was focused primarily on Grego, holding him at gunpoint, right?
Yes, sir.
And during your investigation, which gunman were you investigating as being Lamar Johnson?
The first gunman that had grabbed hold of Gregory Elkin.
So not the gunman who was actually mounted on top of Marcus Boyd.
Correct. Yes, sir.
You spoke about this briefly yesterday, but the other detectives had interviewed Leslie Williams on the night of the murder, didn't they?
Yes, sir.
When she was interviewed, Ms. Williams described the person who shot Marcus as an unknown subject wearing a black hooded shirt, right?
Do you want me to look, or,
If you
I mean, I don't recall what she described as.
If you want to refresh your recollection?
No, do you want me to just say yes?
No, I want you to.
Well,
testify.
this is what he wants to know. If you
I
read,
don't recall, but I can look at the report.
now, will the report, do you think that that will cause you to independently remember?
Yes, yes,
All
sir.
right, go right ahead.
Why don't you go ahead and look at page 1 of the narrative from Detective Bailey's objection.
Okay, page 1. Okay,
I will direct you to the fourth full paragraph,
the what?
the fourth full paragraph, and I'll point it out to you right down here. Why don't you read this passage?
Okay,
You
all right,
don't read it out
yeah,
loud, read
okay.
it silently to yourself.
Okay,
All right. Now I'll ask you again.
okay.
Ms. Williams described the person who shot Marcus as an unknown subject wearing a black hooded shirt, right?
Yes, sir.
And you've already testified that you came to learn that Leslie Williams actually knew Lamar Johnson at the time of the murder, right?
Correct.
And at least at this point in the crime, Ms. Williams is unable to identify the shooter who's actually mounted on top of Marcus Boyd at the time of shooting, right?
Miss Williams had never got down the steps. She got halfway down the steps.
That's not my question.
Okay, she had not identified anyone.
She was unable to identify the shooter who she actually saw mounted on top of Marcus.
That's correct.
All right. So she knew Lamar. She wasn't able to identify the shooter on top of Marcus, right?
Yes.
Now, the other detectives actually spoke with Ms. Williams twice that night, didn't they? Would you like to?
If I could refer to them.
Would you like to refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Do you think that reviewing the report
Yes, it
will
will.
help you?
Okay. Okay. All right.
I will direct you to this. If you go ahead and look on page 5.
Okay.
At approximately the middle of the page.
Okay.
I pointed out, you can find. Sorry, not trying to make it difficult for you. You see this right here?
Okay.
Don't read it out loud, you can just read it silently yourself.
Okay. I'm sorry. What was your question, sir?
The other detectives actually spoke to Ms. Williams twice on the night of Marcus Boyd's murder, right?
Are you referring, and I'm not trying,
No, it's fine.
on page 1, the statement that Miss Williams gives then is not to a detective.
Okay,
All right? It's a responding uniformed officer.
that's an absolutely fair distinction.
Okay. So now are you asking?
Let me rephrase. Ms. Williams spoke with police officers, including detectives, potentially, or a responding officer, twice on the evening of Marcus Boyd's murder, correct?
Yes.
All right. That's 2 interviews just within a few hours of the shooting, right?
No.
Okay.
If you're referring to the initial statement Miss Williams gave to responding officers, that is not an interview.
Okay. That's fair enough. If that's the distinction that you made, fair enough. Now, during this interview with detectives at the police station. Ms. Williams again described the shooter standing over Marcus Boyd as wearing a black hooded shirt, didn't she?
Yes.
This time, though, Ms. Williams also described the second assailant too, didn't she?
If I can refer to the report,
Do you think that reviewing the report would help refresh your recollection?
yes.
I'll point it out.
Okay.
Why don't you try looking at, okay, I'll try not to knock things over this time, go this way. All right. Why don't you review the bottom of this, right down here?
Page 5.
Yes. And on to the 6th page.
Okay.
Your recollection refreshed?
Yes.
All right. So at the police station, Ms. Williams now described the second assailant, didn't she?
She describes the person standing over Marcus in the detective's interview. Okay.
I want you to read that last sentence at the bottom of page 5, all the way on to page 6.
Okay, that's describing the suspect that's with Marcus Boyd.
All right. Would it help if I just read this out loud for you?
Well, yeah.
Okay. She ran to the stairs of her residence, and halfway down the stairs when she saw a subject on the front porch of the residence standing over Marcus, who was on the floor of the porch. And the subject, who was dressed in a black hooded shirt, was firing shots down at Marcus. She could see the muzzle flashes coming from the gun as the light from the porch was not on at this time. She also saw a second subject standing on the top step of the front porch. And this subject was also wearing a black hooded shirt. She described the first subject as about 5'8" to 5'9" in height. She could not see the faces of either subject.
She
Okay.
doesn't mention the third person at this point?
She does because there is a person.
But this is while the shooting is going on.
Yes.
But she sees the flashes of the gun. But she doesn't notice Elking standing there watching.
So I will say this, Your Honor. She does refer to Mr. Elking. I want to make sure that's very clear. I think that she believes he's still there. I'm trying to read this as we go along.
Did she testify at the trial? Did she testify at the trial? All right. Let's just note that I need to ask you guys to reference her description of this moment so I can look at that and see if she in fact saw Elking standing on the steps.
Yes, Your Honor. Here's the point, Mr. Nickerson. Ms. Williams said she couldn't see the faces of either assailant, right?
From her viewpoint, yes.
And she didn't identify either shooter in that interview, did she?
No.
I'm assuming neither a trial. Is that correct?
That's correct. The only information that Ms. Williams was able to provide about the two assailants, besides the fact that they were both wearing black hooded shirts, was that the assailant standing over Marcus Boyd was about 5'8" or 5'9", right?
Fair to say, yes, sir.
She didn't provide a height for the second shooter, did she?
It doesn't appear she did.
Now, you've already testified that you knew you've seen Lamar Johnson before,
Yes.
and you knew that he wasn't 5'8" or 5'9", did you?
I do now. I mean, I probably never thought of it, but yeah, I understand yes. I knew he wasn't 5'8".
I don't want to get into this. You went into it briefly a little bit with the Attorney General's office yesterday, but during the conversation with the other detectives, Leslie Williams told them she couldn't think of anyone Marcus had problems with other than Lamar, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, as an experienced detective, just because the victim's girlfriend identifies a potential suspect, does that mean you're going to stop investigating other leads?
No.
No. You testified that you drove around with Ms. Williams on November 1st, trying to locate where Greg Elton lived, right?
And I'm going to ask you a question. Is that Monday or Tuesday?
I believe that would have been Tuesday.
Tuesday. Okay. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Early in the morning, 7 a.m. Yes, sir.
Approximately how long did you drive around with Ms. Williams?
I don't even remember where, because in the police report, I referred to the location she took me in an attempt to conceal the identity of Mr. Elking. I referred to him as street and street. Okay.
I appreciate that, but the question is.
I don't know where I went.
Okay.
I don't recall where Miss Williams took me, so I can't say how long from the time I picked her up, got to the location where she identified the residence, and took her back. So I can't tell you how long I was with her.
While you were driving around, you conducted another interview with Ms. Williams.
Yes, sir.
Correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's appropriate police procedure to conduct a follow-up interview with an eyewitness and ask some questions, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you go over details of the crime?
I don't know what, there were no details. She knew, I mean, what do you mean details?
She was an eyewitness, wasn't she?
I got what she's seen, but I didn't reveal to her what I had already learned from reviewing the reports.
I'm not asking you whether you revealed information from the reports. At this point, you're still looking for Greg Elton, right?
Tuesday morning, yes, I am, I'm
No,
sorry,
no.
yeah, right, yeah.
You were literally trying to see if you could figure out where this man lived, to see if you could track him down, right?
Yes, sir.
In the meantime, you only have one eyewitness, and that's Leslie Williams, right?
Yes, sir.
And you're the lead detective on the case.
Yes, sir.
All right? And so you haven't spoken with her before, have you?
That's correct.
And you got her in a car with you, right? No, you got her in a car with you, right?
Let me
No, you got her in a car with you, right?
I spoke to her another morning. I spoke to her on Monday morning.
You did?
Yes, I did.
Is that in your police report?
It is.
Okay. What did you?
Would you like me to point it out?
What did you talk to her about?
She called me and told me she had ascertained, or what she thought to believe, the last name of the witness.
Okay.
And she provided me with that information.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Did you ask for her to describe the crime scene to you?
No,
Okay. So you talked to her the first time. You don't ask her about what you saw, right?
yes, sir.
Now you got her in a car.
Yes, sir.
You're literally sitting next to her.
I would assume, yeah.
Did you ask her about what you saw?
Yes,
You did.
I believe so. She gave me a description of what she saw.
Now, if she had provided you a description of what you saw, you would have put that in the police report, wouldn't you?
Yes, sir.
Why don't you go ahead and take a look at this section of your police report, page 4. This is exhibit 44-1.
Okay.
And it's that part that starts on Tuesday morning.
Okay.
I'm going to give you a moment to read all the way through.
I didn't get information from her as to what she seen the night of the murder
She was the only eyewitness that you have,
at that time.
and you were the lead detective, And you didn't think to ask her a single follow-up question about what she'd seen?
She'd already given a statement, I'd already reviewed it, I was satisfied with it.
And that was that she had no idea who the shooter was?
Correct.
So Greg Elking never appeared. Leslie Williams, who couldn't identify anyone, was going to be your only eyewitness, right?
You're asking me to presume something, and that's impossible. I wouldn't have stopped there. I would have found I would have continued to investigate it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's go into that. So I think you described yesterday that the way you started on Monday morning was that you had Marcus Boyd's pager, right?
Yes, sir.
And you used that pager to find your way to 3 witnesses who you interviewed, right?
Yes, sir.
That was Ed Niger, Dawn Bird, and Christine Herman, right?
Yes, sir.
But none of those 3 people had any firsthand knowledge about what had happened on Marcus Boyd's porch, right?
They were not present, correct.
Did you ask them about any other suspects?
No.
That didn't cross your mind as the lead detective to ask them about any other suspects?
They'd already told me who they suspected.
But you didn't ask them whether there was any other suspects?
I had no reason to believe they knew anything other than what they knew.
Well, that's really interesting because there were 2 gunmen, weren't there?
Yes.
So you didn't think to ask them about the second gunman?
Did they know anything? No, I didn't think to ask them about the second gunman because I didn't ask them about the first gunman.
That doesn't seem like a natural question, that when you have a crime with 2 people, that you might want to figure out who the second person is?
I don't know where you're coming from as an attorney, but I know where I was coming from as the investigator. That's best I can answer.
At that point, had any witnesses directed you towards any other suspects?
No, sir.
And that's because you weren't asking, right?
No, sir, that's correct.
So we've already gone through your efforts to track down Mr. Elking, and I won't rehash them. The big picture is, though, he was an eyewitness to a homicide, so obviously you wanted to find him, right?
Yes, sir.
You finally met with Greg on November 3rd, didn't you?
Thursday,
Yeah.
I recall, it could be.
So it took a few days to track him down, didn't it?
It took a few days to talk to him.
Yeah.
I knew who he was
Yeah.
on Tuesday.
Absolutely. So we had crime happened on October 30th, Sunday.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. I'm
And
sorry.
you had Monday the 31st,
Yes, sir.
November the 1st, November the 2nd, and now November 3rd before you met. What other leads did you pursue in those 4 days?
God only knows
Well, if you pursued them, you would have put them in your report.
if they were relevant.
So you don't think that actually pursuing a lead where you're able to disqualify someone as a suspect might be something to put in the police report?
It would be if I had found someone.
But you weren't actually pursuing anyone, were you?
No.
Now, let's talk about your first meeting with Greg Elking at the restaurant. Before you met with Greg Elking in person, you obviously had your suspicion that Mr. Elking might be someone with a drug problem, right?
I knew he was a user.
I think you made it pretty clear that Mr. Elking was terrified, wasn't he?
Yes, sir.
He's also a pretty jittery guy, isn't he?
I only got to see him under stress. So I would say he is I don't know if that's natural. My total communications or presence with Mr. Elking wouldn't have exceeded 2 hours and they were high stress. So he was jittery all the time I seen him.
It was high stress and he was out of his element, wasn't
He certainly was.
he? When you met him, did Mr. Elkin strike you as someone who was particularly streetwise?
Yes.
Oh, you think he was streetwise?
He was streetwise, but he wasn't institutionalized wise.
What do you mean by streetwise, counselor?
Whether he just knew.
The game?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I thought the game would be even more vague.
Not to me.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, you reassured Mr. Elkin that you could protect him, right?
I would attempt to, yes.
While you met with him, he admitted that he was at Marcus Boyd's house to buy drugs, didn't he?
Yes, sir.
Elkin also told you that he had a drug debt of $40 to Marcus Boyd, but he couldn't repay it, right?
He didn't want to repay him.
So
Hold on. Repeat your last question.
Elkin also told you that he got a drug debt of $40 to Marcus Boyd, but he couldn't repay it.
And you said he didn't want to repay it?
Sir, if he would, Your Honor, if he would read a little further down, Mr. Elking had the $40 in his pocket that he owed Marcus Boyd. He was hoping Marcus would forgive him for $20, and he was going to pay him 20.
Is that why he was on the scene at the time?
No, he was there to buy more drugs.
All right.
Oh, yeah, he went there to purchase and pay.
I'll direct you to page 10 of your report. I think you've already testified that.
Is that 44-1?
This is in 44.
Okay, all right, page 10.
Page 10.
Okay,
This is the second paragraph down,
okay,
all right? And you've already testified that you were truthful and accurate when you were writing your report, correct?
yes, sir.
All right, and here's what you wrote. After talking a few minutes, he paid Marcus $20. He had the $40, but he could not afford to pay him all the money.
Yeah,
Did you write that?
he had the $40.
But you wrote, but he could not afford to pay him all the money. Is that right?
If I owe you money and I have that in my pocket, I can afford to pay you. I just don't want to.
Not if you can't afford to eat either.
Do what?
Not if you.
I was getting into the speculative zone.
Okay. The point is,
I got the facts. He had $40 in his pocket. He owed $40. And for whatever reason, he didn't take the $40 out and pay Marcus Boyd at that moment in time. I'm not sure about the relevance of all of that, because it seems like things may have occurred before he had an opportunity to do anything like that. But, you know, you go ahead. Let's just try to, I want you to think about where you're going. I'm going to go ahead and stop for lunch right now, because we're getting a little on the collateral zone.
it's a good break.
All right, good. Good. All right, why don't we step down for, let's just call it 45 minutes. Bailiff, we'll be in recess, 45 minutes.
All right, this is not a recess.
All right. Well, if you've missed any of this hearing, this guy's testimony has been the best so far. The judge, when he was under direct from the state, really asked him some really good questions that he didn't really know the answer to, and the state didn't seem to either. So I don't know if everything is hinging on this witness for the judge. He kind of said to the state, this is your win it or lose it witness. And so far, I don't think they're winning it. It's, again, we're looking at 30 years that we're asking this detective to remember, but we're also asking all the witnesses that came up to testify on behalf of Lamar Johnson to remember, and the state was first to point out that they didn't say exactly what they said 30 years ago, so it is what it is. Both sides can do it. However, his side should be a little bit more documented because he was a detective. He should have made better reports, it sounds like, and he didn't. So, according to what was or wasn't in his reports, nobody eyewitness was an eyewitness to Mr. Johnson. They couldn't identify him. Nobody could identify him. Nobody did identify him in the first round of lineups. So I don't know. I've thought the judge has been tilted towards Mr. Johnson's side this entire time. I'm beginning to think he's almost laid down on them at this point in time because this is not helping them. Gabby. Gabby, I was thinking about finishing this up tonight, but I think I'm just gonna wait till Friday to do it. So he's got about an hour, well, about 45 minutes when he gets back on the stand. And then um I have the ruling, so we'll do that. And then I want to go over, I'm either going to go over before or after the ruling of um everything that happened and how long it took. Obviously, we know it took 28 years, but the just the time of events, the timeline of events of what was happening to finally get us to this point. Um, because it was a lot and it was a long time. It's fine. Stormy, I'm going to wait till Friday. Also, because I was reading through when I was looking at stuff and I did misstate. This hearing was to get him a new trial, not to vacate his guilty verdict. So I apologize for that. That's what this judge is deciding. George, I figured you were like long gone. Plus, George, you've been here, so I want to make sure that you can see the stream. And I know it will be late for you. And I don't want you to fall asleep again because you missed out last time. And we were like almost girls gone wild over there watching gigantic boobs. I don't know how else to say it. It's been long enough. It's been a long day. I'm going to go feed my dogs and finish up the stuff I need to get done. I will see you at normal time on Friday. For the most part, I believe that will be the case, unless I figure out anything else. But don't count on it. Don't count on me to figure out anything. So we will finish this up Friday. Thanks for hanging out with me all day long. I'm glad I started early. Holy cow. But this witness has been spicy. It's been good. Let me get over here. Find my cursor. I'm always losing it. Like a chain on it, like a leash. Alrighty, guys. Enjoy the rest of your evening. I can say that to pretty much everybody right now. It's late enough. It's 4. I'm old. It's evening. There we go. Nothing more else to say there. So see you Friday morning, planning on 10:30 a.m. Eastern time. Finish this up and move on to something else. And you guys, it's not 5 o'clock yet, Gabby. You better not have a drink in your hand because I can't see what you got. So see you guys all later. And I don't know what else. I'm kind of toast right now. So see ya.